You fell for him. You shouldn't have. This is The Vows He Stole, a mystery thriller about love that was never really love, a wedding built on secrets, and one woman who discovers the truth too late. Today should be the happiest day of my life. I walk up the steps into the marble hall, with a beautiful dress brushing against my skin and a smile that does not belong to me fixed on my face. Guests are gathering. Cameras are waiting. Somewhere beyond those doors, he is standing at the altar, calm and handsome, as if none of this is a lie. I know better now. I remember the night we met. The way he looked at me like I was the only person in the room. The way he seemed wounded, honest, almost broken. I thought fate had placed him in my path. It wasn't fate. It was a plan. By the time I understood that, he already knew too much about me, about my family, about the people I would do anything to protect. So I will walk down the aisle. I will say the words. I will smile for the photos, cut the cake, and let everyone believe I am marrying the man I love. And when this day is over, I will do whatever it takes to survive him. Prologue. July 2026. I stand outside the impressive building. Chelsea Old Town Hall, a wonderful place for a wedding, under normal circumstances. My emotions have never been so divided as they are today. It takes everything I have, every ounce of love and strength and bravery, to walk towards the door, up the steps, into the building, fully aware that when I exit, everything will be different. Different for both of us. Before this strange, terrible year, I dreamed of this day, thought about how happy I'd feel. Today, the tightness in my chest has nothing to do with happiness. It's dread. Dread and fear. I know what he's capable of. Nobody believes me, but I know there's something wrong. Something is happening that only I can see. All I can do now is show up and look him in the eyes. Act happy when the vows are read. Smile along, pretend the tears falling down my face are from joy rather than terror. If only I could go back to that night. Back to the night in the snow. I hadn't taken a moonlight walk, hadn't seen him, invited him into my life. I only have myself to blame. 1. Serena. 7 months earlier, January 2026. No, please, stop! The words ripped me out of a dream, a nice dream. A memory of childhood. One of the few happy memories I have of a Christmas where my parents weren't being vicious to each other. I'm unwrapping a doll, one that came with a little bottle. I cradle it and keep it close to me all day, as though it's real. I'm so happy, gently lifting the writhing child, telling him I'll always be there to take care of him. I realize at that point I'm dreaming. Get off, please. No, stop, but those words are real. I pull myself out of bed and run onto the landing. For a split second, I freeze, confused about where I am. This isn't my home. The floorboards are wooden, rather than carpeted, and the landing itself is tiny. Then I remember. Cottage. We're in the cottage. I'm coming, Art, I call out, pushing open the door directly ahead. It's okay, I'm here. He's thrashing about. His cover's a tangle among his arms and legs. He continues to shout, but his words have taken on a strained, nonsensical quality, as though he's becoming overwhelmed. He's been like this before. Many times, especially in the weeks after what happened. We're coming up to 6 months now, and part of me is appalled we're still here. Still navigating the night terrors, screams, the shrieks of pain as though he's under attack. It's okay, Art. It's me, it's Mum, I'm with you. The moans subside. They turn to heavy breaths, gasps. Then he's pulling himself up, looking around. There's moonlight coming in from the window, but I still turn on the lamp. hoping it will be more comforting than the cold, silver glow. He blinks and rubs his eyes, then falls into my arms. I hold him close. As I do, I'm reminded of the baby in the dream, the one I promised to keep safe forever. I've failed to keep my real-life baby safe. Art may be an adult now, but he'll always be my child. And I wasn't there to protect him. All I can do is be here for him and hope he gets better in time. "I'm sorry, Mum," he says, his breathing starting to slow. "It was just a nightmare." We both know it wasn't just anything, that his night terrors are a result of trauma rather than innocuous bad dreams. I don't say any of this, of course. I don't want to make things worse. So I murmur, "Of course," and rub his back. After a minute of silence, I gently pull myself away. "I'll make us a hot chocolate," I say. "Would you like that?" He nods, and I give him a smile, ruffle his hair. "Want to come down? We could turn the Christmas tree lights on and have it on the sofa, like a midnight feast, but, well, drinkable." I laugh, trying to keep things light. But he still looks sad. Or shall I bring it up? "I think I'll have it up here," he says. "If that's okay." "Of course it is," I assure him, then give him another smile and leave the room. I can see the frustration in his face. This often follows one of his nightmares. Frustration with himself for having them. He's always been too hard on himself, and it distresses me to see him getting cross about a very natural reaction to a horrific event. I think about this as I walk down the creaking stairs and through to the kitchen. Memories of Art getting annoyed when he couldn't do a part of his homework come to mind. He was never a loud or aggressive child. All his anger was directed inwards, and it still is. He wouldn't hurt a soul, but he's no stranger to hurting himself mentally. I'm still wrapped in my thoughts, kettle whistling noisily away, when movement catches my eye. Movement at the window. I let out a gasp and drop the mug I'm holding. It shatters, sending ceramic shards and hot chocolate powder over the floor. I look back up but see nothing outside. No movement. Barely anything other than darkness. I turn my attention back to the mess behind me and see 2 bare feet. I jump for the second time in the space of a few seconds. Although this one ends with relief-filled laughter. "Gosh, Art, you gave me a fright," I say, putting out a hand to stop him. "Be careful, there are sharp bits." "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you," he says. "I thought I'd come down and help." I bend down and begin to pick up the larger pieces of china. "I think I saw your reflection in the window and it made me jump." I called out, but the kettle must have been too loud. Art says, "I'll find a dustpan and brush." I feel a rush of love for my son. Although not exactly messy, I don't think I've seen him handle a dustpan in his life, which explains why he's currently looking in the drawers. "Try under the sink," I prompt. His search yields success, and I take it from him and tell him to head back upstairs and keep warm. Before he goes, he says, "By the way, Happy New Year." "Mum," I blink at him, confused for a moment. "Oh yes, God, I forgot. Happy New Year." Art manages a small smile. "That's what happens when you go to bed before midnight. You forget what year it is." "It's not my fault that I'm getting old," I say. He gives me a small nod, then turns and goes back upstairs. I'm not offended that he didn't push back on my joke about my age. Even though I've been the young mum for my whole adult life, I'm sure he regards 36 as practically ancient. I probably thought the same when I was 20, although at his age, I already felt old beyond my years, juggling taking him to play school with multiple cleaning jobs. Once I have the mess sorted and 2 fresh mugs of hot chocolate ready to go, I turn off the light and head back upstairs. Art takes his drink without speaking and sips at it. I sit at the end of his bed in case he wants to chat, But after a few minutes, he says he'll lie back down and listen to a podcast. When I get up to pull his curtains closer together, I notice it's snowing. Uh-huh, Art says unenthusiastically when I tell him. Is that all you can say? I scold playfully. It wasn't so long ago when you'd have been rushing to the window, begging to go out and play in it, no matter what time it was. Things change, Mum, he mutters. Oh, come on. We could still go outside if you fancied. I'm aware I'm going a bit over the top, but the more Art withdraws, the more I want to make him happy. You go if you want, he says, reaching for his headphones from the bedside table. I stare back at the falling flakes, thick and heavy as though it's been snowing for hours rather than minutes. I think I might, actually, I say. I don't feel like sleeping. I'll have a quick walk around. We hardly ever get snow in London these days. Maybe it's more normal up here. I pause, then say, so long as you'll be okay on your own? He makes a thumbs-up gesture, then returns to his phone. In my room, I grab a jumper, then head downstairs to tug on my thick winter coat and scarf. The air outside feels so cold at first. I wonder if not swapping my pajama trousers for something warmer was a mistake. But after a few paces, my body adjusts, and I quickly forget about the temperature. I tread through the light layer of snow on the ground, enjoying the crunch under my boots. The snow is getting heavier, but there's virtually no wind, lending the forest that surrounds the cottage a sense of tranquility. It's like the world around me is being transformed with every flake, and I feel my heart lift as I look around. Despite all the things I have buzzing around my head, my concerns about Art, whether I should insist on him seeing a therapist, the exhibition at the new gallery. I'm still in the middle of planning. I'm able to find a moment of peace. Joy, even. I walk a little further on from the cottage, further than I originally planned, transported by the snowy surroundings and quiet calm of the night. The ground starts to slope down, and I come to a half-frozen stream. Or river. I'm not sure which, but it's bigger than I first thought. Its edge is a silver-blue mass of ice, leaves caught inside, half solidified. It's beautiful, and I wish I'd brought my sketchbook. Then a sound cuts through the air, the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Then movement in my field of vision. I freeze, because in front of me, unmistakable in the moonlight, standing at the top of the riverbank, is a hooded figure. 2. Serena. January 2026. Part of me wants to run, but my legs won't move. I suddenly feel very foolish. I've voluntarily left the safety of the cottage and wandered out into a forest I don't know in the middle of the night. And now a hooded stranger is standing meters away from me. Then he lowers his hood. It's amazing how quickly everything can change. All it takes is a single shift in perspective, and a whole situation can be rewritten, reframed. Something I've always known as an artist. I know how a streak of blue can transform a painting into an entirely different thing. And I feel a similar reconfiguring happening now as I stare at the man's face and see the tears falling from his eyes. Tears remove my desire to run. Instead, I feel something else: concern, compassion. I wish to help. This man is obviously in distress. The sound of his gasps the loudest thing in the air around us. I step forward. I don't even realize I'm doing it until I've put one foot in front of the other. Under the snow, I tread on some twigs that crack like gunshots. The man turns so that he's staring right at me. I see his eyes widen. Perhaps he's embarrassed to have a stranger see him like this. Crying in the night, alone. Can I help you at all? I ask, my voice a little shaky. He doesn't answer. just looks at me. Seconds pass with neither of us speaking. Then he turns again so that he's facing the river and takes a step towards it. No, I say, realizing what's going on here, what he's at the river's edge for, what he's here to do. No, don't. I have a strange sense of history repeating itself. It's a terrible time I wish I could forget threatening to pull me back. He takes another step, then another, until he's right by the edge, looking down at the icy surface, his lips trembling, more tears falling. I can't let him do this. I can't fail again. Please stop. You don't have to do this. We can talk. He pauses, then looks back at me and says, Talk? Talk to you. I feel a flicker of offense at the you, even though I'm sure he doesn't mean it personally. After all, he's clearly in the depths of despair. He probably thinks I'm a random busybody. I'm not trying to interfere. I want you to know that if you need someone to listen, nobody could ever. No point listening. I'm lost. He says this through more tears, as though he's starting a sentence, then bailing out of it, thoughts and words colliding. I know instinctively he doesn't mean lost in a literal sense. He's lost in the turmoil of his own head. I know how that feels, and every part of me wants to help him through it. Calm down. Take some deep breaths, I say. He sways a little, and for a second, I worry he's going to fall forward, straight into the water. Then, to my relief, he does what I say. He takes in a gulp of cold night air, pauses, then lets it out. That's it. That's good. And again, I say, slow breaths. Feel them filling your lungs. In and out. I take another step forward towards him, then another. He stays still, allows me to reach him. Can I take your hand? I'm worried he might think it too intimate a request, but I'm convinced that if I can take hold of him, there's no way he will jump. The sheer warmth and connection will be enough to make him reconsider. His hands are bare, his fingers frozen. As I clasp mine around them, he fixes his eyes on me. This close, I can see that he's younger than I first thought. Not as young as Art, but younger than me. Probably in his 20s. His pale, clean-shaven skin still has a boyish quality, although that's offset by a sharp, manly jawline and short brown hair. I don't know what to do, he says in a very quiet voice. He sounds lost, confused, no longer sobbing, but the tears are still falling from his eyes. First thing to do is to come with me, I say firmly. We're going to walk away from the edge. No good will come from going into that river. It may look like the only option to you right now. But believe me, there are others. Better ones. And the best of them all is with me. He frowns. And then what? I take a deep breath. Then you're going to stay the night in my cottage. Well, it's not my cottage. It's a rental. My son and I came up here for New Year. It's not a big place, but it's warm and cozy. We have food, blankets. Much better than being out here. Then something occurs to me. Unless you're local? Do you live around here? He gives a small shake of his head. No, I'm not local. I'm from London. I just came up here. There's a look on his face I can't read, and I don't press him. Whatever's happened in his life, something pushed him to this point. He probably doesn't want to unburden himself of every detail. We're not far from the cottage, I say. Let's get inside the warm and we can have a chat. Or I can call someone. Another shake of his head. No, there's nobody to call. The words cause a wave of sadness to pass over me. I blink back my own tears, then say, Do you know, I once said that to someone when I was very upset and desperate. That person showed me kindness, and my life has never been the same since. Kindness points the way. That's what I always think. And that's why I think you should come with me. And hopefully, we can turn things around. I can't promise we'll fix everything tonight. And you don't have to tell me things. You don't have to tell me anything. You don't have to be out here alone. I tilt my head in the direction of the path through the trees and gently squeeze his hand. So, are you coming? He bites his lip, looks back at the stream, then at me. Okay, he says. 3. Ayarte. January 2026. No matter how many times I have the dreams, I never get used to them. Even after the full-blown night terror earlier, there's still a fresh one waiting for me the moment to drift off, complete with details perfectly designed to torment me. Flare-up feelings of shame and guilt. Guilt about something I did. Lies I've told. Things I could never, ever tell my mom about. And the shame is so strong, it's like a white-hot knife piercing my head, driving into my brain. Mom! I shriek, and wake myself up with my shouting. I'm panting. Hot, like it's summer, not the middle of winter. I get out of bed, stumbles into the bathroom, and turn on the light. The harsh, fluorescent bulb hurts my eyes, but I stagger forward, reaching the sink and pulling off my t-shirt. No sign of bruises in the mirror. I still have to check, even though I know there won't be anything to see. All the marks faded long ago. I walk back out onto the landing, clutching my t-shirt in my hand. There's a breeze coming from Mum's room, and the cool night air feels good against my skin. The window's open, and so is the bedroom door. She isn't in her bed. Mum, I call out. I go downstairs, turning on the lights. There's no sign of her. Then, I remember her asking me if I wanted to go for a walk. I should have tried harder to stop her. She never could resist the snow. I'm about to head upstairs when something catches my eye from the small window of the living room. Someone's out there. Before I have time to feel scared, though, Mum comes into view. I let out my breath, pleased to see her. As she comes closer, I'm amazed to see that she's not alone. She's with a man, and it looks like she's about to bring him inside. 4. Serena. January 2026. The first thing I see when we reach the cottage is Art's worried face. I can see him through the living room window. Eyes wide as he watches me approach with a stranger in tow. What the? He says when he opens the front door. I pause to pull off my boots, then turn back to the man behind me and say, "Best take yours off too, if that's okay. This place isn't ours. Want to keep it nice for the owners." Mum? Art prompts again when I don't answer him. "I'm coming, Art. Just give me a sec." I shoot him a look and wait while our visitor slowly removes his trainers and lines them up carefully next to my boots. As he moves forward, he almost trips over one of Art's duffel bags that he's left in the hallway. "Sorry," I say, shifting it out of his way. "Can I take your coat?" He nods, taking off his jacket and handing it to me. I hang it next to mine. Now there's no further reason to delay introductions. I take a breath and say to him, "This is Art, my son. Art, this is someone I found in the woods." Art's looking at me as though I'm literally insane, and I can't really blame him. I see him silently mouth the words "in the woods," as though not convinced he's heard me right. He needs a place to rest, get himself sorted. Art looks horrified. There's an awkward silence. Then the man speaks. "I'm Paul." I hadn't even realized we're yet to exchange. Oh gosh, how silly of me. "I'm Serena." I should have said that earlier. Paul nods. Then he turns to Art and holds out his hand. Art shoots me another look that clearly says, "What the fuck?" and then takes Paul's hand and shakes it. "Hi," he mutters. Paul doesn't say anything more. He looks a bit dazed, and I decide it's best to move us into the living room. "Come through. I'll get the fire on, find some blankets. You can sit on the sofa. Sleep there, if you like." I turn on a lamp and the Christmas tree lights, then gesture to the main sofa. Paul sits down. He looks tense and awkward, his eyes darting around, as though he's been led into a lion's den, rather than a beautifully furnished holiday cottage. I remind myself that this man may have been on the brink of suicide only moments ago. He needs time to adjust, time to settle. I look over at Art, who is standing in the entrance, looking almost as awkward as Paul. He's got his hands in his tracksuit bottoms, shifting his weight from one leg to the other. Art, could you make some tea? I ask. Feeling things might be easier without him in the room. He looks unwilling to leave me alone with our guest, but he eventually walks off. Paul and I sit in silence. For a little while, the sound of the kettle keeping us company. Somehow, the noise makes things less awkward. Then I ask, why are you in Northumberland? Are you here alone? Staying with friends? I see Paul clench his hands. The question clearly makes him tense. I'm not sure I can go into it all now. That's okay, I say quickly. Sorry, I don't want to be nosy. You can talk if you want to. My mind flies to my friend Neris, a therapist, wondering what she would advise. Whether trying to distract him is a good thing, or if it risks doing more harm than good. When are you going back to London? He asks. I don't want to cause you any delays. I hasten again to reassure him. You're not going to delay us. Everything's fine. There are a few seconds of silence. Then Art's voice behind me says, milk and sugar? Mm-hmm. Paul looks a little confused, as though his attention had drifted elsewhere. Tea, I prompt. How would you like it? Or would you prefer hot chocolate? Or I think we have some Ovaltine. I'm addicted to the stuff. That and Horlicks. He seems even more troubled, and I worry I'm overloading him. He looks at me, then at Art, and says, whatever is the least trouble. I smile at him, then say to Art, just tea, milk and a little sugar. Art nods and returns to the kitchen. Sugar's good for shock, I say to Paul, although I'm not sure he hears me. Which part of London are you from? I ask. It takes him a few seconds to reply. He's staring out of the window, eyes on the snow that's still falling heavily. I'm from all over the place. I currently live in Kilburn. Oh, nice, I say, even though my experiences of Kilburn have been anything but. It's the sort of place my parents wouldn't have liked me visiting, so naturally it had the lure of the forbidden when I was a teen, along with places like Brixton, Hackney, and Elephant and Castle. During my rebellious years, I used to seek out raves, house parties, and dodgy artist communes in those areas. The seedier, the better. Then my mother would arrive in a Bentley, having tracked me down, and drag me out by my tie-dyed t-shirt, shrieking that I was a degenerate. This is 2007, not 1969. You're not a bloody hippie. This memory makes me laugh out loud. Sadness I've felt over the years about my relationship with my parents doesn't stop me from seeing its absurdities. I realize that Paul is staring at me, eyes wide. Sorry, I wasn't laughing at you. I was reminded of something. Paul frowns, and I feel bad, as though I'm treating this odd situation too lightly, so I try to explain. I used to hang out in Kilburn sometimes when I was young. I went a bit off the rails when I was a teen. Wanted to be an artist, hang out with some alternative types. My parents didn't approve. Paul is still frowning at me. And that's funny. I feel myself blushing. No, not really. My mother and father were They had a very clear idea of how they wanted a daughter of theirs to behave. They were, well, a bit posh, stuck up. I wasn't like them. I see a very faint trace of a smile on Paul's lips. Well, you say mother and father. Maybe you're posher than you think. I'm taken aback by his playful tone. Then I laugh again and say, that's fair. I decide it must be a good sign if he's making jokes. At least the crying has stopped. I would have been at a complete loss if he'd just sobbed on the sofa for the rest of the night. Although, if I'm honest with myself, I'm at a bit of a loss anyway. I must be mad, I think, as I watch Art returning with 2 steaming mugs. Mad to bring this stranger here, thinking I can fix things with tea and sympathy. Art sets the mugs down on the table and stands back, as though he's laid down food in an animal enclosure, and is nervous about how its inhabitants will react. "Thank you," Paul says, picking up the nearest. "It's hot." "Well, obviously," mutters Art. Paul blows on its surface. I look up at Art, trying to give him an encouraging smile, but he has his eyes on Paul, narrowed and watchful. I wish I could explain the full story, but I'm not sure how tactful it would be with Paul sitting here with us. Perhaps, sensing the need for some sort of explanation, Paul drinks his tea, then says, "Your mum helped me out of a difficult situation. I wasn't thinking straight and, nearly had an accident. But she stepped in and, well, she saved me. You're lucky to have such an amazing parent." Although his words are kind, the fact that he uses the word parent rather than simply saying "mum" again makes me wonder if Paul has neither a mother nor a father. Maybe he was orphaned when he was a child. Or perhaps they died recently? "I only did what anyone would have done," I say. "That's not true," Art says. I notice a tense edge to his voice. It's clear he's not happy about this situation I've forced upon him. Guilt sweeps through me. Perhaps this wasn't a good idea, to bring a random man into our cozy holiday cottage, especially after everything he's been through. But then, what should I have done? Left Paul out there, alone and sobbing, close to ending his life? Watched as he let himself fall into that icy river, turned away and told myself not to get involved. No, I could never have done that. I know myself too well to even think such a thing could have been possible. In the past, perhaps, back when I didn't think about the impact my choices had. The damage I could do. I'm a better person now. So here we are, and I'm going to have to make the best of it. Drink your tea, I say. Then perhaps get some sleep? It's still only 2 a.m., a long time until dawn. If you're sure there's nobody I can call, we could leave you to rest, then reconvene in the morning. Things always look better in the morning. Paul nods. The side of his face is illuminated by the warm, twinkling lights of the Christmas tree, and I'm struck again by how young he looks. I want to ask his age, but file it away with all the other things I'd like to ask, possibly tomorrow, depending on how he seems. I see him turn to look at the sofa, then at the throw on one of the arms. "I can give you warmer blankets than that. I saw some in the cupboard upstairs," I say. He looks unsure about something, and for a moment I wonder if he's going to cry again. "Or you can sleep in my room." The words come out without me realizing how they sound. It's only when Art says, Mum, that I hurry to clarify. I mean, I'll sleep down here. I didn't mean whatever's best for you. I can't work out if Paul's noticed my awkwardness or Art's outrage. He just says, quietly, "I'm fine with the sofa." I'm about to steer Art out of the room and track down the promised blankets when Paul puts a hand out to stop me from leaving. His grip isn't strong. A gentle touch, but it stops me still. His eyes are shining bright and are fixed on mine. "I've never found much kindness in the world," he says. I didn't really believe in the kindness of strangers. I'm pleased to be proved wrong. So thank you. There is a way forward. I can see that now. 5. R to point. January 2026. I can't believe Mum brought a random man home. Well, not our home, a rental, but still, it's our space, our little holiday. She's been looking forward to spending time away from it all. And by that, I assumed she meant other people and the issues of the past year. I'd had my terrible experience at uni. She'd had trouble with a PA she'd employed at her art studio, causing her a lot of stress. Both of us needed a change of surroundings, to hide away from the world. Just us two, and here she is, bringing strangers in. But then again, she's always had a saving people thing, a good Samaritan side that I've both admired and, if I'm honest, sometimes found embarrassing. There was one time earlier last year when we'd been on the way back from the theater and got off at Pimlico Station to find a teenage boy sitting on one of the benches in floods of tears. Mum sat with him and rubbed his shoulder while he told her all about breaking up with his girlfriend, who he thought the one, even though she'd ditched him for a rich Australian she'd found on Instagram. She listened and made comforting sounds, all while I stood there, trying not to find the whole situation horrifically awkward. That was one of many similar occasions. Feeling like we need to at least discuss it, I get very quietly to my feet and head to her bedroom. She's still awake, the bedside light on. "You okay, love?" she asks, turning away from the window. She looks like she'd been lost in thought. "Mum, what on earth? That guy, you serious? Staying here? He could be, like, a serial killer or something." I see a frown crease her forehead. She's always criticized me for being quick to disapprove of her charitable side. And I worry I'm disappointing her now. He's a man in need of help, simple as that. If you're ever in his position at some point in his life, and I pray to God that you're not, but if you are, I hope somebody will be kind enough to do for you what we're doing now for him. I stare at her. "You make it sound like we're saving his life or something." She nods, slowly. "Yes, Art. That could well be exactly what we're doing. Sometimes people feel pain. So much pain you can only begin to imagine, and all they need is someone to be kind." She opens her arms, gesturing at the room around her. "Well, if that's all we can offer, why not?" There's a silence between us for a few seconds. Then I say quietly, "I don't like the idea of a stranger." I trail off, but I see the understanding in her face. "Oh God, Art, I'm so sorry. I didn't think." She walks forward and hugs me. I should have realized. I'm really sorry. I don't think he's like that. I don't think he's violent or dangerous, just lost. I think he said that himself. He feels lost. I nod, as though I believe her, but I don't. I don't know that she's right at all, and neither does she. She's guessing, gambling with our safety. She pulls back from the hug, but keeps a hand on my shoulder. I see the butterfly tattoo on her wrist as the sleeve of her dressing gown lifts. When I asked her once why she got that tattoo on her wrist of all places, she'd laughed and said, "It's the part of me that I see most often, and it reminds me of all the beauty there is in the world. Butterflies are so beautiful. They bring me joy. I want to be reminded of that joy as much as possible." I look at the tiny creature's wings, then up at her face. "You really think this is a good idea?" I ask. "I'm positive it is," she says. "I know you think I try and act like a saint, but I wasn't always so good at it. It's hard to go through life without making mistakes. And I don't want to look back on this night and think this was another. I have to do what I think is right." Her seriousness puts me off carrying on with the conversation. Even so, I'm not convinced. "If you say so, if you think we're saving his life, I don't want to stop that, so long as he doesn't put an end to ours." The next morning, when I wake, I don't remember much of the night's activities. I have a vague feeling of disrupted sleep, although that's nothing new. I get up and stretch, pleased at least that I woke naturally and peacefully rather than in a nightmare-induced panic. Yawning and rubbing my eyes, I head out onto the landing, see that Mum's door is still closed, then head down the staircase and turn left into the kitchen. I'm pouring out some cereal into a bowl when I hear a sound, a cough, then a creak, then a man comes into view. Oh, fuck, I mutter, everything coming back to me in a rush. The random guy Mum brought home. Hey, he says, blinking. Hi, I say. I'm annoyed with myself for coming down here. I don't like talking to strangers generally, let alone first thing in the morning. He seems to guess as he shifts awkwardly and says, Sorry, mate. Didn't mean to startle you. Is there a downstairs bathroom? I shake my head. No, just upstairs. No worries. I'll, head up. He turns to go, then stops and looks back. This is really nice of you and your mum. It really is. I was not in a good place last night, but you and her, well, it helped. I nod, but have no idea what to say. I might take a shower while I'm there, if that's cool. Yeah, I say, going to the fridge to get some milk, trying to act like all this is totally normal. There should be towels in there already. I think Mum's asleep, so come and find me if you need anything else. He thanks me again, then heads off. I hear the creak of the stairs as he climbs, then the sound of the boiler kicking into action. I sit down at the kitchen table with a sigh and begin to eat. I've nearly finished the last dregs of the cereal when I hear the scream. 6. Dit, Sarinta. January 2026. I wake from a dreamless sleep and glance at my phone. It's 7 a.m. and still dark outside. I rub at my face, feeling exhausted, dimly registering the falling snow outside. That will make the drive back to London interesting. I think to myself as I walk towards the bathroom. Without thinking, I push the door to the bathroom open and walk inside. Sorry, love, I say. Seeing the young man standing in the shower, I'm about to pull the door closed. Then I scream. It isn't Art. Although I realize who the man is and what he's doing here a split second later, the disorientation still makes me cry out. Paul turns, hurrying to wrap a towel around himself, hair wet, fringe falling over his eyes, drips running down his chest. Sorry, I thought you were... Never mind, sorry. I slam the door shut in time to see Art running up the stairs. What's wrong? What did he do? The question sounds so melodramatic it makes me laugh. He didn't do anything. I walked into the bathroom half asleep. I was surprised, that's all. Art doesn't look satisfied. You literally screamed. I roll my eyes. I think I yelled, rather than screamed. I'm not sure this is true, but I don't want to talk about it any further. Not with Paul behind the thin wooden door, listening to us. Sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you. I'll get dressed and then come down. I close the bedroom door, take up my phone, and get back into bed. On a normal morning, I'd head to my social media and answer any comments or messages. Today, I go to my contacts, find who I'm looking for, and begin to type out a message. Hi, Neris. So sorry it's been a while. We must have a catch-up soon. I've got a bit of a weird question about a man I've just met. I pause, hearing the bathroom door open and the sound of Paul going downstairs. I focus back on the message. Read through what I've written and remove the about a man I've just met line. Worried it makes Paul sound more like a potential date than a person in crisis. I'm currently on holiday with Art, and last night I stopped a young man taking his own life. Or at least I think that was what he was going to do. He looked like he was going to jump into a frozen river, and I talked him down from the edge. This may sound mad, but I invited him to sleep on the sofa in the cottage. I haven't yet spoken to him properly this morning, and I wanted to ask how I should go about it. Should I insist he go to the doctor's hospital or something? He said last night there's nobody to call, and he's got no family nearby. I want to help him, but at the same time, I don't want to make him feel worse. Any tips or advice are very much appreciated. I tap send, then get dressed. I'm about to head downstairs when my phone screen lights up with a message from Neris. Serena, it's been too long. Happy New Year. This is an interesting situation. Would love to know more, but I'll try to keep this brief. Number 1, if he wants to talk, let him talk, but don't push him into it. Be guided by him. Let him have breakfast, shower, recalibrate. He's likely to be in shock after what happened last night. He might be horrified by his own actions. Try to be as non-judgmental as possible. Number 2, let him set the pace. Don't try to hurry him into decisions. You can mention, perhaps, seeing a doctor, ask him if he's already in therapy, but don't be too firm or dictatorial. Gentle nudges. If he's open to seeking help, I'll email you a PDF with some contacts. Number 3, you are not his therapist. It's not your job to fix him. You did a wonderful thing, but you don't owe him anything. So don't worry if you're not sure what to say or get flummoxed. Try to be friendly and calm, and I'm sure it'll be fine. Let me know if you need any more help, and would love to meet up for dinner when you're back in London X. I read through the message twice, feeling a little bad that I didn't wish her a happy new year or suggest meeting up for dinner before she did. I'm about to send effusive thanks in response when another message pops in. Also, sorry, I should have led with this. Number 1 should be, if you feel unsafe, if you feel threatened, or if he becomes unstable, phone 999. If you're worried for your safety or his safety, phone 999. If you feel like there's something not quite right, trust your instincts. As I said, it's an amazing thing you've done, and your heart is in the right place, and I definitely don't want to diminish that. But remember, you don't know him. You've invited a stranger into your home. Just tread carefully. X. 7. Art Hoppery. January 2026. I'm back in bed, with my headphones on, when Mum comes into my room. I am getting up in a sec, I say, not wanting her to think I'm lounging around. Then again, it is New Year's Day. Lounging around is practically the law. But Paul's presence has changed things. Any relaxed feel to the place has gone. Sorry for worrying you, love, Mum says, coming in and closing the door. When I shouted, got he was here, that's all. I know, I did the same, I say. Then, add in a half whisper. Is he back downstairs? She nods. He woke up. When I went to get some cereal, asked if he could have a shower. I said yes. Of course, you did the right thing, she says. It's good that you chatted to him. I pull a face. I wouldn't exactly say we've chatted. I get out of bed and feel around on the floor for some clothes. How did he seem? She says in a hushed voice. I shrug as I grab a hoodie and pull it on. I don't know. He didn't really say much. Only that it was nice of us to take him in. She nods slowly. When she doesn't show any sign of leaving, I sigh and begin to make the bed. Not something I do every morning, but I find it awkward if my hands aren't busy. Mum watches me, a frown on her face. I messaged Neris. Neris? Is she your therapist friend? Yes. I wanted to get some advice. She says to allow him to talk, but not push him. I'll go down in a sec and see how he is. He hasn't, said anything about, what happened out by the river. He hasn't spoken about that at all. I shake my head. He hasn't talked about wanting to jump into a river again. No, she tuts. Darling, please be careful. This frustrates me. Be careful? That's what I've been saying to you ever since you let him in here. I mean careful with your words. She steps forward. You are one of the sweetest, loveliest boys in the world. Her words instantly annoy me. I'm not a boy. I'm 20. I know I'm her only child, and there's probably some inbuilt thing that makes her want me to stay one forever, always under her wing, but it gets a bit grating when she acts like I'm still 7 years old. She presses on, not hearing, or choosing to ignore, my interruption. Make sure you're not too dismissive of other people's feelings. You've been through your own difficulties. You know what it's like to be overwhelmed. I feel both embarrassed and angry. After forgetting about my recent trauma earlier, here she is trying to guilt-trip me with it. I bite my lip, trying not to snap at her, but maddeningly, she seems to take my silence as agreement. I knew you'd understand. As I said last night, I think it's really important he has a space to process what happened. Like when you had to come home after Veth. Okay, I say, the word coming out harsher than I meant it to. I see the hurt in her face and immediately feel bad. I go over and give her a hug. I'm sorry. I didn't mean, I don't know how to end the sentence, but it doesn't matter. She puts her arms around me and holds me close. It's fine, love. I'm sorry, too. I shouldn't have brought all that up when you're trying to forget. She pulls back and looks at me, touches my face with her hand. For a second, I worry she's going to cry. Then something occurs to me. When you said you haven't always been a saint, and you're trying to do things right this time, what did you mean? She frowns at first, then blinks back any potential tears and shakes her head. Nothing important. It's just that when you're young, you're not always as understanding as you could be. That's all. I don't think that was all. But before I can say anything, there's a thud downstairs. I wonder if Paul is looking for something to eat. Mum looks back at me, smiles, and says, I'd better get breakfast ready for our guest. I nod. I'll come down too. She's barely left the room when a noise echoes through the house. I go out onto the landing. Is that Fat? We share a look. It was the unmistakable sound of the front door. She heads down first, with me in tow. Sure enough, we find the living room and kitchen empty. Our unexpected guest has vanished. 8. Paul. January 2026. He can't do it. He can't stay. He's confused about what he wants. Confused about why he's here. Confused about the sharp, ugly things in his past and the disturbingly uncertain shape of his future. This is pointless. You're worthless. It's your fault. Your fault. It is not my fault. He says out loud as he walks through the snow, hoping the fierce cold will help decontaminate his brain. Are you so sure? The horrid little voice asks. And he isn't sure. All his life, he's wanted certainty, and it's eluded him. Like trying to remember a dream. He's reached river in the woods. It's like he's appeared here as though by magic, transported by the churning energy of his anguished mind. Wash off the blood. We have to wash off the blood. He looks at the riverbank opposite. Then at the water. Wash off the blood. Stop crying and wash it off. Flailing, fighting, hands on him, screams, cries, all. Your fault. He falls. It's like any concept of gravity has vanished. He's been rendered weightless. He might float away, he thinks, carried off among the snowflakes, taken high above the trees and off into the sky. But this doesn't happen. Instead, seconds later, he smashes the part-frozen surface of the water with painful force. The sound is like an explosion around him. He knows he needs to breathe, needs to roll over and force himself to the surface. But he doesn't have to, because hands are on him, strong hands, pulling him out, dragging him to the edge. Get his other arm, help me pull him up, a voice says. A woman's voice. Yes! She's here. She's found him. 9. Serena. January 2026. I get a sense of déjà vu as we approach the cottage. It's like a repeat of yesterday when I was offering this man shelter. During a desperate dark night, now it's a gloomy gray morning. And Paul is soaking wet, the water from his sodden jumper soaking through my top. We need to get him warm, I say as we go through the front door. Paul staggering, barely walking. His sobs have become quick, shallow breaths, and he's shaking violently. He's not the only one we have to get warm. Both Art and I bolted out of the door before stopping to pull on any coats. And Art is almost as wet as Paul after wading into the river. Get him onto the sofa, I say to Art. It's okay, I can walk, Paul mutters. I'm so sorry, he's shaking violently now. I think we should phone an ambulance, I say, looking over at Art, who has helped Paul onto the sofa and is trying to get him out of his jumper. I'm impressed by his initiative. I've never seen him take control like this, and for a second it makes me stop and watch as he helps guide the young man's arms out of the sleeves and lifts them gently over his head. No ambulance, Paul says, his teeth chattering. No fuss, I'm sorry, I'll be fine. You're really not fine, I say, shaking my head. I think you need professional help. No, please, just let me warm up, then I'll go somewhere else. I don't want to be a nuisance. You're not a nuisance, Art says. He's clearly taken my words earlier to heart and is doing his best to be caring and understanding. I give him a small smile, then say, I think we'll get his clothes into the washing machine and dry them on the radiators, then get him into the shower. He can wear some of yours. Okay, Art says. Paul, do you want to take off your jeans? Shall I help? Paul nods and begins to unbuckle his belt and unzip his trousers. While I don't like to leave Art to deal with this alone, I feel like I should make myself absent. I'll go and grab some of your things and a towel. Help him to the bathroom. I think it's important we get him warmed up quickly. I head upstairs and go into Art's bedroom. He hasn't unpacked, just used a bag as a portable wardrobe. I heave it onto the bed, take out some comfortable clothes, then go into the bathroom and place them on the wicker storage chest, along with a clean towel. Not for the first time, I worry if I'm doing the right thing here. Words from Neris's message float back into my mind. Remember, you don't know him. You've invited a stranger into your home. Just tread carefully. Even though nothing about Paul makes me worry he's sinister or dangerous, I suddenly feel uncomfortable leaving Art downstairs, dealing with him alone. I'm about to rush back down, but then hear them coming up the stairs. There are clothes and a fresh towel in the bathroom. I call out, heading into my room and taking out my phone. I quickly open my WhatsApp chat with Neris and explain what's happened. Starting with escalation in block capitals. Only a few seconds have passed after I send the message when she phones me. Serena, are you okay? I thought it would be easier to talk, if you're in a position to. I don't know, I say, rising to my feet and going over to the window, the furthest part of the room from the bathroom. I can hear the water running and hope that covers the sound. I think so. He's in the shower. Is there anything sharp in the bathroom? Neris asks. Oh, Christ, I didn't think of that. I don't think so. Art uses an electric razor, and I don't think I've left anything in there he could use. Jesus, I'm way out of my depth here. Keep calm. It's going to be okay. I do think you need to encourage him to go to the nearest A&E. He can be assessed by a mental health practitioner there. I let out a slow breath. Watch as it steams up the window. The snowfall is thinning now, only a few light flakes floating by. I'm not sure. He was very adamant he didn't want me to phone 999. You could see if he'd let you take him, Neris says. What I'm trying to say is he needs specialist, trained care. It shouldn't be on you to stop a stranger from ending his life. It's amazing what you've done, but you need to get him somewhere safe. I peer outside to see if I can spot the car around the back of the cottage. It's covered in a layer of snow, but it's not deep enough to be buried. Plus, it's a 4x4, and I've always been a confident driver. My years living in Cornwall when Art was young, with all its narrow country lanes, helped with that. We were supposed to be heading back today. I could take him home. He says he lives in London. He could come with us. What's his home life like? Neris asks. I don't know exactly. He said there's nobody to call. He hasn't mentioned a partner or parents. So I presume there's nobody. Neris is silent for a second. That doesn't sound ideal, but I guess... Well, see what he says. Don't pressure him, but you could try being calm but firm about getting immediate help. If he doesn't accept that, driving him back home would be a very kind thing to do. The journey might help. Time to calm down and get past the shock. I nod, even though she can't see me. Okay, I'll see how he is when he's warm and dry. He might feel a bit better then. I'm not convinced, and Neris can tell. Serena, don't take this the wrong way. But is this anything to do with all that stuff involving your employee a few months back? The one you said you had to fire. I'm not expecting this. What? Anya? No, why? How would it have anything to do with her? I don't mean directly. I mean saving someone who seems to be upset or in distress. You trying to make things better. You mentioned that woman Anya unraveled a bit when you told her she had to go. Are you perhaps subconsciously trying to save someone now? Because if that is the case, be very careful you're making rational, considered decisions. Not ones based in guilt or regret. That's not a good foundation for good choices. Right, I say, a little annoyed that she seems to be psychoanalyzing me. I hadn't expected a personal therapy session. Well, I'll keep that in mind. Neris seems unaware that she's irritated me and carries on. I mean, I can talk to the guy if you like. Or if he's set on going home rather than to the hospital, give him my email address. My private client list is packed. And I don't know what his financial situation is like, but I know a number of low-cost options. The one I'd advise as the first port of call is completely free, and that's the NHS. Go to an A&E department. They can give him an immediate assessment and psychiatric help. Thanks so much for this, Neris. I really do appreciate it. I'm going to buy you the most delicious dinner at a restaurant of your choice, once I'm back in London. I hear Neris laugh. I warn you, I have expensive tastes. They practically know me by name at Murano. I laughed too and thank her again, then end the call. The shower seems to have stopped. There are footsteps outside, then voices. If his Art must be checking on Paul. I feel a rush of gratitude towards my son and go to the door to listen. Come downstairs when you're ready, I hear Art say, then footsteps on the stairs. I follow him down. He turns around when he hears me. Who were you talking to, he asks. Neris, I say. I wanted her advice. She thinks we should encourage Paul to go to A&E. Is that even possible? Art says. Why wouldn't it be possible? Well, look at it out there, he says, gesturing to the living room window near the door. Heavy snow has returned, falling thicker than I've ever seen it. Oh, brilliant, I say sarcastically, letting out a heavy sigh. I thought we could maybe take him home if he didn't want to go to the hospital. I thought the snow was stopping. I trail off when a creak upstairs suggests we have company. I don't need to go to A&E, Paul says. He's standing on the bottom step. He looks even younger than before, his hair tousled, his slim frame now clad in Art's t-shirt and tracksuit. He's holding the hoodie I included in the selection of clothes, and he pulls it over his head and smooths it down. Like the other items, it's a size too small for him, stretching a bit over his muscular arms. I'm fine. Honestly. I stare back at him. Paul, you just tried. It's good that you're feeling better, but I had a difficult moment earlier, he says. It's past, or is passing. It's hard to put into words, but it's gone now. It wasn't what you thought. I didn't try to. He motions to the living room. Perhaps we could sit down, and I'll try to explain. I worry he's putting on a brave face because he doesn't want to be a nuisance. Then I remember Neris's instructions. Be guided by him. Allow him to talk if he wants to. Well, it seems that's exactly what he wants to do. Okay, I say. We go into the living room. Paul sits on the sofa, where the blankets and pillow from last night remain. Art sits down next to him, moving aside one of the pillows. I take the armchair, feeling a bit odd. It's like I've become the guest and he the host. Can I get you something to eat or drink first? I say. I'm fine for now, but thank you. Paul says. He closes his hands together in his lap. I think I should tell you some things. I won't go into much detail because they're very difficult for me to talk about, but I think you've earned the right to know after what's just happened. Aside from the brief pause, he's talking very smoothly and confidently. I hope it's a reassuring sign. Part of me wishes I could live stream this conversation with Neris and get instant pointers. I sometimes struggle with something that happened to me when I was a child, he says. It was a terrible experience. Something I've spent all my life trying to move on from. Sometimes I've succeeded in that, sometimes I've failed. I nod, slowly. I'm sorry to hear that. I can't talk about what it was, he says. You don't have to. I cut in, my voice louder than I meant it to be. Art raises his eyebrows at me, perhaps cautioning me about interrupting. Sorry, I mean you can tell us as much or as little as you'd like. That's kind, Paul says, giving me a small smile. I've tried talking about it in the past, but things get hard when I do. It's best if I don't think about it too much. When I dwell, that's when, well, you saw where that can lead. I can talk around it, if that makes sense. Of course, I say, I can understand this. Although it may not compare with whatever tragedy is in Paul's past, I had the same situation when my parents made it clear I wasn't welcome in their house if I was pregnant with some drug-addled lout's child. When I left home and moved to Cornwall, deliberately putting hundreds of miles between us, I found it hard to make new friends because I didn't want to have to relive the pain each time someone asked me about my background. I developed a method, as Paul says, of talking around the memories rather than delving into them, evading twisting facts, omitting key details, until at last I found someone with whom I felt comfortable sharing the raw, unvarnished truth. Mum, Art says, I've zoned out. I do this often, and I know it frustrates him. I'm especially embarrassed to have done it in front of a troubled man who is about to unburden his soul. I'm so sorry. I was reminded of something. Do carry on. I was just saying, says Paul, that the stream, it isn't the same one, but it looks so similar to a river near where something happened when I was very young. Traumatic experience. I've never found anyone with whom I can talk about it. Not properly, which I know probably isn't healthy. It makes me feel imprisoned. In here, he taps his head. Something about the way he says this makes me pause. I'm not quite sure why at first. Then I realize it's the way he said, with whom. It makes me wonder about his education and background. I decide to ask something I hope is innocuous enough, while still treading carefully. Can you tell us a little about your life in London? Have you always lived there? Are you happy there? Paul tilts his head. Happy is a hard word to pin down, but I exist. I haven't always lived in London. I used to live in Hampshire. That's where I grew up. Some of my childhood was spent with my grandparents, and after that, I was adopted. And they weren't exactly the most warm and loving family. They did pay for me to go to a posh school and then university. So I suppose I have that to be thankful for. Not that I liked either much. I tried my best to fit in. I take a moment to compute this. The news about the posh school and university explains his refined accent. Gosh, that must have been very difficult. But it's good you got a degree. Ah, says Paul. I didn't quite. I dropped out. I see Art shift when Paul says this. I look at him, but he keeps his eyes determinedly on the floor. I found my English degree boring. I didn't make any friends. So I left, and I've found it hard to get a good job since. Anyone who thinks it's a level playing field out there for people who don't have a degree is fooling themselves, and I've never really known what it is I want to do. I can imagine, I say. And you're right. Things can be very difficult for people without a university education. There's a lot of talk about how companies are being more open to people with different backgrounds. But there's still a lot of snobbery out there. Paul nods. Yes, there is. But kindness, too. That's evident from the two of you. I'm going to hold on to that. We're all silent for a few moments. Then I say, I'm just worried you need professional help. Help that Art and I aren't able to offer. I feel unqualified. I can do basic things like give you a bed and food and hot water and even a ride home to London. But in terms of, trained help, I think you need someone with experience. Qualifications, which is why my friend, she's a psychotherapist, said I should encourage you to go to A&E. I look out of the window at the falling snow. I'm worried driving in this might be reckless, so I'm a bit torn. I look back at him, hoping he might have an answer to the dilemma, something that takes away my unease. I don't need to go to A&E, honestly, Paul says. He leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees. I know it sounds weird, but I know I'm not going to try it again. It's like a spell came over me, and now it's been lifted. And besides, I don't want you risking your safety on my account. You're right. It's hardly ideal driving conditions. I see Art glance out the window, too. We could phone an ambulance, he says. Paul shakes his head. That would be a waste of the emergency services time, especially in conditions like this. At the same time, I realize taking me to A&E would get me out of your hair fat. That absolutely isn't why we want to take you. I cut in. You are welcome to stay here with us today. We were supposed to be driving back to London, but we may have to rethink that due to the weather. For Smillersers, the family up at the farm we're renting this place from said we're welcome to stay longer if we want. All being well, we could stay here and reassess tomorrow. Paul nods. That would be amazing. Only if I'm a faff. You're not a nuisance. It's the least we can do. I glance over at Art, hoping to see some sign of agreement. He's looking at Paul. Then he says, out of the blue, want to watch a movie? Paul's surprise must have shown on his face because Art looks embarrassed. We always watch Mrs. Doubtfire on New Year's Day, don't we, Mum? We could have some snacks. Still got lots of food. Art trails off, but I pick up the thread. That sounds lovely, I say, smiling at him. Would you like that, Paul? Paul smiles back. A small smile, tentative, a little unsure. I still take it as a good sign. Very much, he says. I'm really. His voice wavers a little. Then he swallows. I wonder if he's going to cry again, but he manages to keep himself together. I really am so grateful. Truly. I'm touched by this, and it gives me a warm, light feeling as I head into the kitchen while Art sets up the movie. I tap out an email to Lorraine Miller, the cottage's owner, explaining that Art and I are going to extend our booking for an extra night, if that's okay, due to the weather conditions. If the roads are passable, we'll head back home tomorrow. Something snags in my mind as I send it, a question that remains unanswered, but I can't quite remember what. It's as I'm making French toast, a few minutes later, nudging the bread with a spatula, that I realize what it is. When I first met Paul, before the drama of this morning, before he'd properly spoken to either me or Art, he said something that doesn't make sense. When are you heading back to London? How did he know where we live? 10 Hen. Paul. January 2026. When Paul goes to sleep that night, he has a dream. A dream he knows well, but that doesn't make it any more bearable. In the dream, he's 10 years old, and with his little brother. They're going somewhere. They've managed to get a taxi, but the driver starts to suspect they're lying about having enough money to pay for it. Says he should never have picked them up in the first place. He struggles not to cry. His brother is always crying, so Paul does his best not to. He wants to be the grown-up, the big brother. He has to protect him. They flee the car, walk through woodland into the grounds of a large building. It's the place they were headed. He knows it from a picture he saw. She's in there, he thinks. She's in there. Paul wakes with a start. He knows what the dream is about. It isn't just a dream, it's a memory he has tried to free himself of many times, but never can. How can you free yourself from a fog that surrounds you whenever you close your eyes? Normally, when he's awake, he's able to carry on as normal. But sometimes things creep up on him, like tonight, in the forest, the riverbank, the way the moonlight danced on the surface of the water. No, he forces himself away from the past, the recent past, and his childhood. He must stay in the present. If he's ever going to get over what happened, he must stay in the here and now, because the here and now holds the key. He gets up and walks to the bathroom. There's a light on under the door, then it opens. "Hi," Paul says. Can't sleep either. Serena. January 2026. I end up sleeping in quite late the next day. I go downstairs to find Paul lying on the sofa, his eyes closed. I'm about to head into the kitchen when movement outside catches my eye. From the window, I can see a family of foxes, a mother, and 3 cubs standing close to the front door as though waiting to come in. I find their presence enchanting, especially with the snowy surroundings setting off the scene so beautifully. I'm about to take a picture when a voice makes me jump. "Morning," I gasp and spin around. It's Paul. I hadn't heard him moving. Sorry, he says. Giving you a fright in the morning seems to be becoming a tradition, doesn't it? I smile uncertainly, unsure if he's alluding to me finding him in the shower or his fall into the river. I've slept later than I normally do, I say, choosing to dodge the question. There's a pause. Worrying this is going to become very awkward, I gesture to the window. I was going to make some breakfast. Then I saw these little fellows. I point at where the foxes were standing, but they vanished. A glimpse of a red tail is visible, disappearing off through the undergrowth. They've gone, I say, disappointed I hadn't managed to get a photo. There were foxes. Paul comes behind me and lowers his head to peer out of the window by the front door. Not quite gone, he says. Look! He puts a hand on my shoulders and gently turns me, pointing with his other hand. I follow his finger and see one of the cubs biting at a broken branch at the bottom of a tree. Bless it, I say with a little laugh. I reach for my phone and quickly take a picture. Beautiful, Paul says. They are. I agree, keeping my voice quiet, as though the slightest noise will frighten the little animal away, even though it's probably too far from us to hear. I use nature photography as inspiration for my work sometimes, but don't often take the pictures myself. As I zoom in, the phone slips from my grasp. I try to grab it before it falls, but Paul does too, and our hands collide, sending the phone spinning to the floor. In my effort to reach it, I lose my balance and fall into him, knocking him backwards. Shit! I cry out as we fall. Then, a second later, we're both laughing. I'm practically in his arms and he's on the floor, trying to pull himself up. The laughs take hold and neither of us can stop. I'm laughing so hard, I only notice Art when he says, very loudly, "What's going on?" I try to catch my breath, but all I can say is, "Foxes," which makes me laugh even more. "We fell over," Paul says, again trying to pull himself up. He's just in his boxer shorts, and it's only then I realize I've been leaning against his bare legs. I see Art's eyes flicking between us, and I suddenly feel very embarrassed, all sense of mirth vanishing as quickly as it arrived. "It's fine, love. We're not hurt." Art gives me a look. "I can see that," he says. I go into the kitchen and turn on the tap to fill the kettle. Not because I want anything, but I need something to do. I looked at the weather reports. Art says, "The roads are fine. There's a thaw, apparently. If we can get off the farmland, we should be fine." "That's good," I call back. "It is good. We can get out of this strange hiatus we've been in for the past 24 hours. We can take Paul back to his home, and Art and I can go back to normal, because that's what I want, isn't it?" 12. Aertine. January 2026. Our trip home gets off to a tricky seam start. A wheel of Mum's car thuds into a large pothole at the side of the track leading from the cottage onto the road. More of a crater than a pothole. For a moment, I think we're going to have to call out the AA, but Paul and I give it a push as Mum drives. When it comes to getting back in the car, Paul says, "I'm so sorry, but is there any chance I could ride in the front? I feel awfully car sick if I sit in the back." Sure, I say, surprised. When he gets into the front seat, Mum says, "Good to have a big, strong man to give me a hand." She laughs a little after this, then coughs awkwardly. It's obvious she means Paul, not me, even though we both helped her. She's looking at him. He took off his jumper when we were pushing the car, exposing his toned biceps. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I think about how I found them in the hallway, laughing like teenagers. Her on the ground, up against him, her hands on his bare legs. Was she flirting with him? Had I interrupted something? I listen as the two of them chat as she drives down the long country road towards the dual carriageway. Mum's asking him how he guessed we live in London, and Paul says he saw the luggage labels on my bag. I turn to look at my canvas duffel bag. I see that it has the tag Mum fixed on there before we flew to Cyprus for a week back in the summer. Visited some archaeological exhibitions she knew I'd like. She'd hoped it would take my mind off things after coming home from uni. It had for a bit, but it didn't fix everything. Nightmares remain nightmares. Memories are still mesmeries, whether you're in Paphos or Pimlico. At one point, Mum tries to bring me in on a conversation. Paul has mentioned again that he dropped out of university. He thought he needed a break, but in the end decided not to go back. I found it awkward when he said this before, worried it would bring up my current situation. "Where were you studying?" Mum asks. "Durham," he says. "Art's at Warwick," Mum says. He's taken a break, like you. Although he's going to return in September. Looking forward to going back. Aren't you, Art? Uh-huh, I say. I'm annoyed Mom hasn't twigged that I don't want to talk about this. Why the break? Paul says, turning round. Yesterday when we were talking, you referred to being at Unini in the past tense. He probably sees the look on my face because he adds, if you don't mind me asking, Mum starts to say something, but I don't wait to find out what. I needed a break, I said, hoping my tone makes it clear I don't want to go into it. In the mirror, I see Mum close her mouth. She seems to have got the message and starts talking about her own days studying at the Royal College of Art. I look down and see I'm gripping the water bottle I'm holding so tight. It's changed shape. This has been a very strange trip for many reasons. I found Christmas difficult, trying to look happy and keeping my panic attacks hidden from Mum. I'd hoped the cottage would be a nice change, but I should have learned my lesson after Cyprus. A change of environment doesn't solve anything, not for me. And instead of rested or rejuvenated, I feel tense, mixed up and lost in my negative thoughts. And this car ride home certainly isn't helping. The sound of Mum laughing again pulls me out of my thoughts. She's definitely flirting, I think to myself. The very idea of her being flirtatious is an alien concept. She never dated anyone when I was a child. And then, as I got older, she occasionally said she was going to a restaurant to meet a man friend. Once or twice, I was introduced to these man friends at art exhibitions or dinners, but they never lasted. And because she already knew them, I didn't get the feeling she was flirting. Exactly. Now, I'm seeing a new side to her, and it reminds me that no matter how close you are to someone, there are always sides you don't see. There are things Mum doesn't know about me. So perhaps there are things I don't know about her. 13. Paul. January 2026. Paul finds the car ride with Serena and Art very interesting. He tries to mentally file away all the things Serena has told him. Details about her life in Cornwall, bringing up a baby on her own, relying on new friends and acquaintances in the community. How lucky she had been to become friends with a kindly old man who let her use his basement to explore her love of painting, which led to his friend Merrill discovering her talent. Merrill, the extremely rich owner of a cosmetics company, became her new start, giving her security, kindness, and a way back into the wealthy world she'd come from, this time on her terms. Paul finds it compelling to hear her tell the story in her own words. So you were pregnant and alone and someone helped you? He worries this sounds too serious, so adds more lightly. The kindness of strangers and all that. He sees Serena glance his way. Well, I already had Art at that point, but yes, it was the kindness of strangers. She gives him a small smile. There's a knowing quality to it. He knows what she's thinking. Her reference to strangers helping her out in times of need. Back when she brought him in from the forest, she thinks she saved his life, but that isn't entirely true. He was honest when he said he hadn't really meant to kill himself when he'd fallen into the river. It had been more like a feint, like slipping into a dream, as though the void between wakefulness and sleep had suddenly become very fluid. He isn't going to let that happen again. He promised himself long ago that he wasn't going to be beaten. Clarity of mind, that's what he needs if he's going to do what he hopes to do. Fainting and collapsing won't help him. He needs to dig deep and reclaim his resilience. Use it as his foundation of strength and continue to build upon it as he assesses his options. Visualizes his goals. This is going to be an interesting year. he thinks to himself. They end up getting a McDonald's at a service station around the 3-hour mark. Serena says it's about halfway into the journey, and she's getting hungry. So is Paul, and he insists on paying for everyone's order, putting his card to the reader before Serena can take hers out. It's the least I can do, he says. Even though it's only McDonald's, Serena and Art haven't chosen cheaply. The combined total is well over 20 pounds, and he forces himself not to wince as the transaction goes through. It cost him a lot to get up north. And even though he's getting a free ride back, he needs to be careful. He still hasn't found a job since the Finchley shoe shop he was working in closed down. He's been trying not to think about his savings account. The balance barely enough to cover next month's rent. He needs to sort something out, and fast. But he doesn't let any of this show as they eat. He focuses on being calm and polite, asking Art how his festive burger is, and thanking Serena again for the journey back. It's no trouble, I told you. I'm having a lovely time. She says this with a small amount of barbecue sauce on her chin. He's tempted to pick up a napkin and do that corny thing you see in movies, where a man dabs at a woman's face with a napkin, but in a self-aware, ironic way that she would find funny. He worries it would seem weird, especially with Art watching, so he resists. I'll go to the bathroom before we get going, Art says, getting up and wandering off. There's a moment's silence at the table as Serena takes a sip of her tea, then places the cardboard cup down carefully next to his Coke. I always feel a bit guilty enjoying cheap stuff like this, she says, motioning to the leftover wrappers. My parents were always horrified if I ever had fast food as a child. Then I went and did more horrifying things in my teens, and the odd Big Mac paled into insignificance. Paul laughs, but he isn't sure what to say in response. She briefly mentioned her parents' deaths earlier, and he doesn't want to bring that up again in case it sounds morbid. I think I should head to the gents too, Paul says, rising to his feet. I'm going to nip to Waitrose. Get some snacks for the last leg of the journey. Bit of a sweet tooth. In the gents, Paul circles around 2 screaming toddlers who are being shepherded to the sinks by a harassed-looking man holding a large pink cuddly rabbit. He goes over to the urinals and goes and recognizes the person with the light red hair and green hoodie straight away. As Paul takes up his position next to him, he sees Art, turning to look at him from his peripheral vision. "Oh, it's you," he says. "Yes, it's me," Paul says, keeping his gaze on the advert for dental insurance in front of him. Plans from only 40 pounds a month, the text says. The word only makes his teeth hurt, which is pretty ironic, he thinks. A few seconds later, he becomes aware of Art staring at him again. He keeps looking forward, choosing not to let on that he's noticed. Eventually, he hears Art do up his belt. He walks away. Then the gush of the taps becomes audible. When Paul goes over to wash his own hands, Art is still there, waiting for him. His face is stony, his brow furrowed. "Are you flirting with my mom?" he asks, his bold, blunt tone taking Paul by surprise. He washes his hands before he answers and keeps smiling. "Would that be so bad? She's a beautiful woman." Art doesn't look impressed. Paul lets out a laugh. "Oh, come on, lighten up. I'm impressed by your observation skills. Although even the most observant people miss things right under their noses. I don't understand," Art says, thoroughly confused. "What have I missed?" Paul goes over to dry his hands, taking his time. Then he turns back to Art. "Your flies are undone," he says, then pats him on the shoulder and heads to the door. He hears him mutter a swear word, then the sound of a zip, but he doesn't look back or wait for him. He knows he shouldn't mess with Art, that he might be foolish to do so. But there's something about his earnest, quiet, awkward way that invites teasing, not like his mother. She knows her own mind and has a smooth confidence about her, and there's no doubt about it. She finds him interesting. He can tell by the way her eyes light up each time she looks at him, the way her whole face comes alive with his mere presence, just as it's doing right now as he walks towards her. 14. RGB, January 2026. I've never really thought of myself as a snob or anything like that, but I'm surprised when I see the state of the building where Paul lives. He directs Mum to Kilburn, and we come to a halt in the middle of a large and, to be frank, smashed-up-looking estate with grim high-rise blocks, some dirty gray, others dark brown. Nothing about it makes it look like a nice place to live. "You can drop me here," Paul says as Mum drives the car onto Bolton Cross Road, or at least I think that's where we are. The street sign is covered in so much spray paint graffiti. It's hard to make out the words with any certainty. It's sometimes been weird for me growing up with some posh friends because of where I went to school and Mum's background. A background she ran away from, then eventually returned to on her terms. All along, I've never thought of myself as privileged. Seeing this place, though, makes me reconsider that. I suddenly feel very grateful for where I live and the life she has given me. Although Mum doesn't comment on the area, Paul seems to know what she's thinking. Perhaps he's used to people being judgy. "It's not as bad as it looks," he says. Then he glances my way. Some of the rooms inside can be very nice. Maybe he sees my look of disbelief, because he then tilts his head and says, "Well, no, very nice is probably an overstatement. But it's my home, for now. Everyone needs somewhere to call home, right?" I find myself nodding, as though to show I understand what he means, even though I'm not exactly sure I do. Is he saying he isn't going to be here long? Or perhaps something a bit deeper than that. Maybe the word home is a difficult one for him. Something less stable and comforting than it is to me or Mum. "That's very true," I hear Mum say. Then Paul gets out of the car, ready to get on his way. "Wait, slow down," Mum says. Shall I? Do you have someone you know to talk to? I don't like to leave you here like this." He's got the door open, partly out of the car, but he sits back down and smiles at her. "I'm okay, honestly." Mum bites her lip, looking worried. "I don't want to sound like a stuck record, but I really think you should talk to a professional. Someone qualified to talk you through, well, whatever it is you're going through. I think it would help. As I said, I'd be happy to give you my friend Neris's details. She's a therapist, a really good one. But the NHS should be able to give you something if you make an appointment with your GP. Or we could go to an A&E right now. I'd come with you." She says all this in a bit of a rush. Paul raises his eyebrows. "That's very kind of you. I mean that. But I want to sleep in my own bed. I really do appreciate everything you and Art have done for me." He goes to leave again, then stops and says, "Okay, give me your number and you can share your friend's contact details." I see her smile as she puts her number in his phone. He then messages her so she has his. Then he says, "Thanks again," with a little wave, followed by a quick "bye, Art." Then he's gone, heading towards the doorless stairwell of the nearest block of flats. I watch him go, then look over at Mum. She has her eyes on the stairwell, too, and keeps her gaze directed that way, as though waiting for him to reappear. Then she looks down at her phone, like it's a mysterious new object she hasn't seen before. "He's a lot younger than you," I say. The words are out before I've even really thought about them. Mom looks around at me and pockets her phone quickly, as though she's been caught with something she shouldn't have. What's that supposed to mean, she asks. She sounds defensive, tense even. Nothing, I say. I mean, I don't know. He reminded me of a boy I used to go to school with. I didn't mean you were old. I wasn't thinking. I feel myself going red. Beep behind us puts an end to the conversation. A big truck is trying to get past, unable to squeeze through the gap between the other parked cars. As I turn to look at the vehicle and the angry, gesticulating man behind the wheel, I see something next to me. Paul's jacket. He's left this, I say, picking it up. I'll message him. Mum says, taking her phone back out, but the guy in the truck beeps again. No need, he's there, I say, pointing to the outside landing of the first floor of flats above us. Paul is pausing in front of one of the doors, unlocking it and going in. I'll run it up to him while you turn the car around, I say, as the truck guy sounds a long, continuous horn. She nods. I dive out, shut the car door, and run toward the entrance of the stairwell. It smells strongly of cannabis, and there are the ends of spliffs and cigarettes everywhere, along with drink cans, bottles, even a condom which looks like it's been used, and an old copy of The Sun that seems to have been half burned for some reason. Picking past all this, I dash up for the first floor and collide with something solid. What the fuck, man? The solid mass is a tall guy, probably a similar age to me, dressed in a vest even though it's winter, with a rip down the center, showing a huge amount of tattoos. His equally torn jeans have stains that look worryingly like dried blood, and his feet are bare apart from a pair of worn-out sliders. He's with two other guys who are similarly dressed, though they're wearing jackets with designer labels that look a little too big and obviously to be genuine. You got a problem, mate, one of them says. I realize I've been staring at them. I try to speak, but I can feel the strength draining out of me. It's as though I've been drugged. My head feels heavy, taking every effort to keep upright and not sag onto the floor. I think he's stoned, the main guy says. Hey, mate, can you hear us? He says the words very slowly, then laughs loudly and slaps me on the shoulder. It's a light slap, playful even, but it feels like he's punched me. I even feel pain, real harsh, bone-deep pain. I'm not there. It's not happening. I'm safe, but I'm not safe. There's no way I'd be able to defend myself if these guys attacked me. Memories crowd in, a taste of blood and grit, the feeling of not being able to breathe, the fear that I never will again, and then I'm alone. The three lads have got bored, pushing past me, muttering something and laughing, leaving me standing there on the landing. A few seconds, I think I'm going to vomit. Then, at last, the feeling starts to ebb away, and I can breathe fully again. Move. Put one foot in front of the other. I try to remember the door I saw Paul go through and knock on what I hope is the correct one. It is. Paul opens it after a few seconds. He's holding half a bagel and brushes the crumbs off his chin as he looks at me. You left this, I say, holding out the jacket. He doesn't say anything at first, just smiles as he reaches out and takes it. Then he says, Are you okay? Want to come in? I shake my head, still feeling a bit dizzy, but I try my best to hide it. I'm fine, I say. Paul looks at me, swallows a mouthful of his bagel, then says, You know, that's the kind of response I often give people when the complete opposite is true. He holds out his hand. I stare at it, not knowing what he's asking for. Does he expect me to hold it? This feels weird. But then he laughs and says, Your phone. Give me your phone. Your mom's got my number, but I think you should have it too. I unlock the screen and give it to him. He hands me the bagel. It's still warm, and the scent makes me feel suddenly hungry. There we go. Paul says, tapping at the phone before handing it back. Message me anytime, day or night. I understand what it's like to have things you don't feel you can talk about. I'm not saying you do. And I can't pretend to know how to deal with every issue. I've not been doing too well at that myself recently. I am here if you ever want to speak to someone who might empathize. 15. Serena. January 2026. Gosh, what if nobody buys anything? I say to Meryl out of the corner of my mouth as I watch people milling about, looking at the paintings, then at their brochures. We make our own destiny, Meryl says, tapping my arm. Try saying to yourself, somebody is going to pay a huge sum of money for one of my paintings, and before you know it, they will. As they have time and time again, I let out a shaky breath. I know. I get so nervous. And it isn't as if I get to keep much of the money this time. It's for a good cause, Meryl says. Oh, I know that, I say quickly. I didn't mean. I know what you meant, dear. Don't worry, she says, smiling kindly. If I had my way, you'd let me buy more of your paintings and allow you to drop some of your tutoring. I like teaching young artists. They're the talent of tomorrow, if that doesn't sound too corny. I'm an American, dear. We invented corny, and I hope you'll let me buy something. I laugh and shake my head. You cannot spend any more of your money on my paintings. You already have so many, Meryl tuts. And why shouldn't I? Brings me joy. It brings you joy. If everyone only did what brought them joy, the whole world would be a better place, she says. I give her a one-armed hug. I don't know where I'd be without you, I say. It's true. Who knows if I'd ever have become an artist? If it hadn't been for Meryl, I might still be a cleaner in the tiny town of Port Bowen in Cornwall, barely able to afford food for my screaming newborn or the rent on the tiny bedsit we were both crammed into. Go and mingle, my dear, Meryl says. Talk the talk. I take a deep breath and nod. I can do the schmoozing, nod along to the small talk. I knew your parents, so sad they're no longer with us. The difficult questions. What do you think of AI? The offensive statements my 4-year-old could do better, and do it all with a confident smile. I'm still paddling fast underneath it all. It's not that I feel inferior to these people. I'm from their world. After all, I may have left it, then come back a very different person, but it's still my natural habitat. The very nature of putting one's work on display and making money from it feels like a strangely intimate thing, even a little distasteful, as though I'm chopping off parts of my body and flogging them for cash. Then a face in the crowd makes me freeze. Oh, God, not here, I mutter. Sorry, dear, says Meryl. Give me a sec, I say. I walk over to the young woman in the corner, staring at a small painting of a red squirrel at the base of an oak tree. Anya, it isn't appropriate for you to be here, I say, very quietly. I'm not sure how you even got in. She doesn't look at me, just keeps her eyes on the squirrel. I'm not sure why I ever wanted to work with you, Serena, she says. I'm not even convinced you're that talented. Like some edgy Beatrix Potter for the Instagram age, aren't you? That's a nice quote. Can I use it? I regret the sarcastic tone when I see her eyes flash with anger. She turns to glare at me and says, I can't get a job. You do know that, don't you? Ever since you refused to give a reference to the National, it's like everybody thinks I'm a psycho or something. Been whispering about me, have you? I let out a breath. We're not going through this again, I say. You behaved unprofessionally, endangered a lot of the relationships I had, and were rude when people got in touch. How could I have recommended you? Her lip curls. You have no idea what life's like out there for ordinary people, do you? Just because you had to clean a few houses and raise a kid, it doesn't mean you're owed all this. We hold each other's gaze for a few more seconds. Then she turns on her heel and walks towards the exit. Thank God for that. I say to myself, relieved to have avoided a more explosive scene. Meryl appears by my side and says, "Was that?" "Yes, it was," I say, wishing I had a drink. At least she left without a fuss. Meryl lays a hand on my arm. "Look, Lord and Lady Ashton are admiring the snow leopard," she says, gesturing towards the far end of the gallery. We head down towards them, and Meryl strikes up conversation with the elderly couple. I've met them before, though Meryl knows them much better than I do. So it doesn't surprise me when she manages, in the gentlest, sweetest way possible, to nudge them into buying the piece. It would look so lovely in the living room. Lady Ashton says, "Don't you agree?" She looks at her husband, who nods in a way that suggests he's well practiced in giving his wife what she wants when it comes to home decor. "Of course. We don't have the space we used to. Now we're no longer in the manor," she says with a sigh. "I think we could squeeze this in." The phrase, "no longer in the manor," makes me smile. It sounds like something from Downton Abbey, and the sort of thing my parents would have said, having made the transition from a large manor with grounds to a more modest Battersea townhouse in the 1990s. "One can never have too many paintings," Meryl says. "I was just saying to Serena that you can never overdose on joy." "Quite," says Lady Ashton, with a bit of a tight smile. "Embrace it, don't fight it, Linda," Meryl says with a wink to me. "Well, I should let you sort out the purchase details for this masterpiece." She beams up at the snow leopard, then walks away. We do indeed sort out the purchase details. The painting sells for £20,000. Though this being a charity auction, I only get to keep £5,000 of that. I don't mind at all. As Meryl told me when I agreed to do an afternoon showing in aid of one of her favorite charities, an exhibition at the Red Sphere Gallery is something many artists dream of, no matter what the take-home pay is. Once everything's finished and the removal of the painting is arranged with the exhibition manager, I step out into the crisp winter, the streets of Marble Arch busy with early commuters heading home. Meryl offered me a lift, but I told her I'd walk. I don't do it enough these days, so she bid me goodbye, getting into the chauffeured car that would take her the short ride to her apartment on Eaton Square. I'm tempted to walk to the West End. Art's busy, doing something with friends, so I have the time. I head to Oxford Street and walk down its bustling streets. I'm so happy about the sale of the painting, I feel like I could fly. My squeamishness about the whole thing has melted away. Even the brief unpleasantness with Anya can't dim how I feel. This often happens after I have a success, a releasing of the tension and resistance I've built up, a moment when my doubts fade and any critical voices in my head go quiet. I can do anything, be anyone. I'm in the mood to do something impulsive. I pass some shops and consider splurging on a handbag, but that isn't quite it. Perhaps I'll randomly see a show or perhaps a film. When Art was a little boy, we used to go to the cinema a lot. Tiny one-screen independent cinema in our town was run by a married couple I cleaned for. And they'd let me and Art see anything for free if there were seats not sold. We'd go to see Disney movies on Sunday afternoons, or catch an action blockbuster on a Friday evening. We carried on for a bit when he moved to London, but the further he got into his teens, the less it happened. I walked down to the Tottenham Court Road Odeon. Inside, I ask the teenage boy at the counter, "What's showing?" and he looks at me blankly, as though he's never been asked the question before. He gives me 3 options of films, starting in the next half an hour. I opt for Hamnet, then treat myself to some popcorn, a hot chocolate, and a bag of minstrels. A little over 2 hours later, feeling thoroughly indulged, I exit the cinema with the rest of the audience. I see a message from Art asking how the exhibition went. I smile at how kind and attentive he is even when he's busy. My eyes are still on my phone when I bump into someone coming out of an opposite auditorium. Sorry, I say, putting my phone away. Then I see who it is. Paul, Serena. Hi. He looks both surprised and pleased to see me. He steps aside, allowing an elderly couple to pass us. Then we both stand, looking at each other in the empty corridor. He looks good. It's the first thing I notice about him. His handsome face isn't as thin and pale, but instead seems to radiate wellness. Vitality, like a young man from a fashion commercial, rather than a desperate soul in need of saving. His clothes aren't that different. A jumper, jacket, and jeans, but they don't seem as baggy and shapeless as before. Instead, they cling to his tall, toned form as though selected by a costume designer. I find the transformation breathtaking, and I'm amazed I hadn't noticed before how attractive he is. The effect of all the changes makes it plain to see. It takes me a while to realize that I haven't said anything, and neither has he. We've both been taking each other in. This is a coincidence. He's the first to speak. I laugh. I'm not sure why, then nod and say, yes, it is. What have you seen? What film, I mean, 28 years later. The Bone Temple. It's part of a series. Zombies, that sort of thing. Yes, I say, nodding. Art's a fan. Not my thing, though. Was it good? Yeah, it was. He doesn't ask me what I saw, which would normally have annoyed me. With him, I don't mind. And I'm not quite sure why. All I know is I'm pleased to be standing with him again. You look well, I say. Like, really well. How have things been over the past few weeks? I feel bad for not messaging to ask sooner. When I sent him Neris's details along with various therapy options, he replied with a polite message, thanking me for taking the time and again for everything I'd done for him in Northumberland. But there weren't any questions in his message, nothing that prompted a follow-up. So I left it at that. Now I wonder if I should have checked in on him more. Things have been good, he says. Really, really good, actually. You've been... Better? I ask. I don't know how open I should be, so I leave it at this. His smile takes on a knowing edge. That's sweet of you to be so sensitive, but it's okay. I know I was in quite a state when I met you, but I'm not anymore. Something about his phrasing makes me pause. Although I know what he means by quite a state, it sounds oddly old-fashioned. Or perhaps even practiced, as though he's thought too much about how he'd reply if someone asks about his mental health. Is he truly well, or is he still covering inner turmoil? Listen, would you like to get a drink? I feel a flutter of excitement when I ask him this, surprising myself with the question. For some reason, I feel drawn to him. Keen to spend more time in his company. Perhaps it's due to a lack of closure to what happened in the cottage. The fact that I can't stop staring at his smile. Serena? He asks. My attention snaps back. Sorry, what? He looks amused. I asked what sort of drink. My embarrassment surges. Oh, I didn't mean, not like a date. Well, unless, no, I meant as in a drink in a pub or a coffee, or I don't normally get flustered, not on the outside at least. I've always been someone who keeps cool. Serene Serena is what one of my friends used to call me. There's something about this chance meeting with Paul that's caught me off guard, like the times in the cottage when he inadvertently frightened me. He makes me feel at odds with my surroundings. Rather than mind it, I can't help finding it exciting. Sorry, yes. I mean, I'm happy with either. Come on, he says, taking charge. I follow, and he leads me out of the cinema and down a side street to a little independent coffee shop hidden between two office blocks, aptly called the Hideaway. I didn't even know this was here, I say, taking a seat by the window. Warm, cozy, with only one other customer, a young woman reading a book in the corner. Paul offers to get us our coffees. I accept a hazelnut latte, and when he returns, we start talking about what he's been up to. He describes a program he found online, a love reset, he calls it. He found it in a YouTube video about how to get over traumatic experiences, with meditation practices focused on love and joy rather than memories of the past, and a fear of how they will make you feel in the future. I realized I've been following a narrative I laid out for myself many years ago, a story based on fear rather than resilience. So I'm seizing the latter and letting go of the old, restrictive script of the past. Sounds a bit woo-woo, I know, but it's working. I take a sip of my latte, impressed, and shake my head. Not woo-woo at all. It sounds like something my friend Meryl would very much approve of. She talks about joy a lot, has based her entire life around it. He looks interested. Is she a uni friend? I laugh, shaking my head again. No, she's in her 70s. She's been like a mother to me. And a grandmother to Art, even though we're not related. She's been so generous. I owe so much about my current life to her. Plus, she's made sure Art doesn't have to worry too much about his future. Financially, anyway. As soon as I've said this, I worry I've been insensitive, mentioning money. I'm not sure how I've even got onto the subject, but Paul doesn't look awkward. He seems interested. That's amazing, he says. How did you meet her? She saw my art back when I was a cleaner in Cornwall. One of my clients was a rich film producer, and he let me use his unused basement as a studio. He's dead now. But Meryl was a friend of his and used to visit, and one day he showed her my paintings. After a few months, she'd become a mixture of best friend, mother, and patron. I moved back to London. She put me up in one of the houses she owned, and I got a degree from the RCA. And the rest, as they say, is history. I'm aware Paul doesn't know much about the rest, but I don't want to appear conceited. Wow, that's an amazing story, he says. It's good you've got someone so supportive. I'm very grateful. Makes up for having very unsupportive parents when I was young. They were, well, awful is the only word that does them justice, snobbish and vain, cared only about other people's opinions. They sent me off to a ghastly private hospital to have Art, which was a complicated birth. I nearly died having him. So to then find friendship, even a sense of family, with Meryl was like a miracle. If that doesn't sound overdramatic. I laugh, a little too loudly, then take an embarrassed sip from my drink. I wonder if I've been talking too long or maybe overshared, as Paul doesn't say anything straight away. Perhaps I'm being self-obsessed, banging on about my own difficulties. Just as I'm hurriedly thinking up something to ask him, he speaks. On the car ride back from Northumberland, you mentioned your parents had passed away. Did that happen when you were in Cornwall? I shake my head. No, they both died of COVID during the first wave of the pandemic. Art and I had moved back to London before then. I hadn't seen them for many years. We'd more or less lost contact, and they had no interest in meeting their grandson. Before I ran off to Cornwall, they did their best to strong-arm me into giving him up for adoption. Brush everything under the carpet. That was the rule they lived by. But I ended up rebelling. I ran away, made a life for myself. Though if Meryl hadn't come along, God knows where we'd be now. Paul's expression has clouded. He looks somber. And I worry I've made things too depressing with my talk of death and poverty. Then his cheerful expression returns. Well, we never know, do we? What life would be like if a particular thing hadn't happened. If someone hadn't done something at the right moment, or said something to someone, caused a chain of events. He drinks deeply from his mug, then dabs at his mouth with a napkin. I'm glad it worked out so well for you. I feel like there's a lot he's not telling me, probably relating to unhappy memories in his past. I don't ask about them specifically, and our conversation ends up focusing on our work. I tell him about the charity exhibition I had today, and he congratulates me on the sale. He tells me he's recently got a new job at the British Museum. Oh, wow, that's fantastic. Art will be jealous of that. He loves it there. It was one of the first places I took him to when we moved back to London, and he's been obsessed with it ever since. Kicked off his whole interest in history and archaeology. Paul looks awkward. Well, it's in one of the cafes, not with the exhibits. But I get to look around when my shift ends. It's a great place to work. I can imagine, I say. I'm impressed that he's managed to start a new job and sound so positive about it when 3 weeks ago he was telling me about his lack of purpose. Perhaps hitting rock bottom has inspired him to rise back up. I'm really pleased things are looking better for you now. They really are, he says. His warm smile is back. It lights up his eyes, and he holds my gaze for a bit longer than would normally feel natural. And I don't look away. Then he says, in a quieter voice, I'm glad we bumped into each other again. That fluttering feeling in my chest is back. Me too, I say. Once we've finished our coffees, I'm tempted to suggest getting food. But before I can, he says, I should be getting back. I promised my flatmate I'd do a set at the gym with him. But we should do this again sometime. It's been nice, too. Connect, that word, connect, follows me on my journey home. The way he said it made it clear he wants to meet up again. Even though we didn't make any firm plans, I know we have an unspoken agreement to stay in touch. And sure enough, when I alight at Stockwell Station 10 minutes later, there's a message waiting for me. Hey! Really enjoyed our coffee. Both the hey and the lack of a question speak volumes. Before, I'd assumed him not asking anything meant he didn't want to chat. Now it feels like exactly the opposite is true. I use the 5-minute journey from Stockwell to Pimlico to compose my reply. I feel oddly nervous, as though I'm doing something a lot more illicit than sending a pretty standard message. I'm above ground, the cold evening air biting at my skin. I huddle against the wall of the station and read it through. Hey! Was lovely to see you. Hopefully do it again sometime. I deliberate over the question mark for a few seconds, then tell myself I'm being ridiculous. There's nothing wrong with meeting up again, surely? So I include it. He messages back almost instantly. Absolutely. And next time, dinner too. I smile the whole of my walk home. 16. 21 years ago. You're a disgrace. I told her it wasn't true, that it wasn't my fault. It just happened. I knew that was what so many women in my position must say. But it was true. I hadn't planned it. I tried telling her many times. But I ran out of ways to tell the story. Not that she wanted to hear it. Please, please, listen to me. I told him we needed to be careful, but he got overexcited and, No! I'm not giving you the chance to justify your life of sin. Don't call it sin, I said. It's a baby. Not a monster. You don't have to be so dramatic about everything all the time. Dramatic. Is that what I'm being? Oh, you just wait, girl. I've put up with it for too long. I've been too lenient. That's your problem. I've given you too much help, indulged your little attention-seeking stunts, fallen into the trap of pandering to you. It wasn't a stunt, I said, trying not to cry. Yes, it was. Cry for attention. That's what the nurse called it after they'd pumped the pills out of you. I lost my battle with the tears. Cry for help is what she called it. Not attention. I walked away from her. Not so fast, young lady. We haven't finished discussing this. I couldn't carry on. It was too much. But her voice echoed after me as I ran up the stairs. Fine. If you're not going to face up to this like a responsible adult, I'll make the arrangements myself. The threat at the end of that sentence became clear later that week. The brochure was placed under my bedroom door so that it was the first thing I saw when I woke. McGovern Hall, Private Maternity Clinic, Hampshire. I looked through it. The image on the front was of a large, stately home in the countryside. Inside, words like secluded and discreet were used. That last word, discreet, stung. I took the brochure downstairs, made my case, said that I didn't want to go to Hampshire. It was miles and miles away. I wanted to have the baby here or in the local hospital. Places I knew. I was told that I was an ungrateful girl, how I should be saying thank you and not making up problems. Making up problems, if only that were true. I didn't need to make up problems. I had enough of them to be going on with. I held my hands close to me, trying to feel movement from the human being growing under my skin. Even though I couldn't feel anything, I knew it was there. Like a sinister force, ready to turn my world inside out. Now I was the one being dramatic. I tried to be realistic, pragmatic, calm. But that feeling stuck, a sinister force. It was like a doom had settled over me. A doom leading me towards that big, imposing house with its stone steps and white pillars. McGovern Hall. 17. Dear Serena. February 2026. I haven't been on a proper date for over a year. The last one was a bit of a disaster. It was at a Soho pub with a sweet guy named Noah. He was a little younger than me and in the middle of setting up what he described as an online detective agency. But when he described it, it sounded more like being paid to trawl Facebook. I didn't get much of a chance to ask about it because an old friend of my mother's, a dreadful woman named Anita, spotted me from across the restaurant and came over, sliding into our booth without invitation, saying, "Serena, darling, it's been ages. Such a tragedy about your parents' deaths. It was dreadfully sad. They never really recovered after you got pregnant, so young, and waltzed off with your baby to become a cleaner." With a mixture of anger and humiliation, I was about to tell Anita it wasn't a good time. Before I could get the words out, she turned and looked at Noah, saying, "Goodness, is this your son?" I was about to inform her that no, my son was a good decade younger than the man I was with. Our food arrived, and she wandered off back to her table. So I hadn't got as far as telling Noah that I had a son. The meal that followed was painfully awkward. I was unsurprised when the poor guy didn't message to meet up again. But this time is different. That date was a Tinder-arranged thing. Meeting Paul happened organically. True, our first meeting wasn't exactly normal. But the fact that we've already gone through so much might count in our favor. Perhaps we're destined for success because of how it started. A foundation of trust, kindness, and respect. In the couple of weeks since our Tottenham Court Road coffee, we've been messaging most days. Light things about what we're up to, though I'm sure there's an undercurrent of flirtation. And I'm hopeful that might become more obvious tonight when we meet in person. He asked me to choose a place, and I suggested Boysdale of Belgravia. Terrific Scottish food, a relaxed atmosphere with live jazz, and only a short walk back to my house. I think about Art as I walk to the restaurant. I planned on telling him about the date with Paul, but for some reason never got around to it. I decide to see how tonight goes before I mention it. Besides, Art's barely been in the house lately. Always off on some social occasion or another. He's out at his friend Sebastian's 21st tonight, for example. I haven't objected, hoping this is a sign he's starting to let the troubles of last year go. We haven't spoken about university in a while, but now we're into February. September feels a lot closer. He should really start doing some preparatory studying before he goes back. I don't regret suggesting he took a year out to help him recover, but at the same time, I don't want his education to fall by the wayside. My mind is so caught up on Art. I'm at the other restaurant and being shown to a table before I've clocked that Paul's already here. When I see him, I almost gasp. If his transformation before was startling, this time it's eye-catching. He's simply beautiful. His chocolate brown hair has been newly cut, close at the sides, but still with a good amount on top. His fringe artfully styled. His cheeks and jaw now have a coating of flawless designer stubble and a pleasing tan, a tan that continues down his neck. And from what's visible from the open section of his crisp white shirt, his chest. "Hello?" Paul says, smiling at me. I'm standing there, open-mouthed, looking at him. It's like a repeat of our cinema meeting, only even more embarrassing, since the occupants of the tables on either side are now staring at me too. "Sorry, Paul, you look amazing." When he grins, he flashes a set of very white teeth. "Thanks. So do you." I put my bag on the floor and sit down. "Not as good as you." "Is this the result of your new, routines?" I gesture vaguely at his face and clothes. He seems to know exactly what I mean. "I'm embracing life, Serena," he says, putting out a hand and giving mine a squeeze. His palm is warm, and I feel a prickle run through me when our skin connects. He keeps his hand there for a few seconds, eyes on mine. Then he takes it off and picks up his menu. "Have you been here before?" "The food looks amazing." "Yes, I have," I say, still feeling a little dazed. "Meryl and I come here quite a bit. I think we must have eaten most things on the menu. I could recommend some dishes if you like." "I think I'd like that very much," Paul says. His eyes don't leave mine. It's like he doesn't need to blink. We chat through the options, and he defers to my experience in a charming, self-deprecating way. Our conversation continues smoothly while we wait for our food. We retread similar ground to when we had our coffee, with me describing the projects I'm working on, how I divide my time between my studio workshop in Battersea, and a small setup I have at home. He discusses his job at the gallery, his gym trips with his flatmate. Normal stuff. We don't get into his mental health, and I decide not to bring it up. He'll mention it if he wants to, I think. Everything's going so wonderfully. The food arrives. We both go for the venison carpaccio, and we're just beginning to eat when he says something that doesn't make any sense. "I'm so pleased we could do this. Meet up, I mean. And I'm glad it isn't awkward. What with Art?" I chew my venison slowly, processing the sentence. Convinced I must have misheard, I say. "Sorry. Well, yes, it is nice we could meet up like this, but what does that have to do with Art?" He laughs. "Well, because of him and me, of course." I have this strange sensation when he says this. It's like the room is being tilted. First to the right, then to the left. I don't understand. Paul's smile doesn't falter, but he raises his eyebrows. "Oh, I'm sorry, hasn't he told you?" My mouth is dry, but I do my best to say, "Told me what?" Him and me. Do you really not know? We're sort of an item. I mean, we're together. I stare at him, unable to speak. We spent the night chatting at the cottage when you took me in. We've been seeing each other ever since. 18. Serena. February 2026. I have a feeling of unreality passing through me. It's as though I've slipped into a dream. A surreal, absurd dream, where any moment the waiter will turn out to be my old gym teacher and all the other customers will morph into cheetahs. No such things occur. Everyone carries on eating as though nothing's changed. The waiter remains a polite young man who chooses that moment to pop up and ask, "Is everything okay with your meals?" I blank him, keeping my attention on Paul. "Explain." Paul looks up at the waiter. "The food's great. Delicious, in fact." The waiter leaves. Then, at last, Paul says, "Well, like I said, Art and I spent the night together at the cottage." I hear the words, but they fail to hit home at first. And when they do, I don't like them one bit. Spent the night? Oh, not like that. Well, not then. We just chatted. It was sweet. I needed some human closeness. I think he did too, perhaps without even knowing. It was a moment of connection. We didn't hook up properly until we were back in London. Hook up! I say weakly. Yeah, Paul says casually. It means, Jesus Christ, I know what it means. I'm trying to get my head around it. I'm sorry, I thought you knew. I mean, we tried to be quiet that night. I thought that was why you were so awkward the next morning. I thought you must have heard us chatting and maybe thought more was going on than it actually was. No, I say. It's all I can say at first. Then I find I can repeat the word over and over, like a quiet mantra. No, no, no. Yes, Paul is smiling. Why is he still smiling? That morning, you were flirting with me. Paul's smile changes into a laugh. What? Flirting with you? Yes, I say. The word comes out louder than I mean it to. I'm aware of people starting to look at us, but I press on. Yes, you were flirting with me. I didn't acknowledge it, because we'd literally just pulled you from the river. I thought you might have been a bit confused, so I didn't say anything. But when we met at the cinema, it was obvious, like it was at the coffee shop, and over WhatsApp and here, today, all evening. The mirth is still there. Honestly, Serena, I really don't think we're on the same page here. Same page? I've fallen into a different fucking book. Please tell me I'm not going mad. We're on a date. You knew this was a date. I knew this was a date. Serena, please, don't put words into my mouth. Or, I don't know, thoughts into my head. I didn't know this was a date. I never thought of this as a date. Then what is it? A pleasant dinner between two friends, Paul says. And I don't want to be rude, but there's a bit of an age gap between us. I feel like he's slapped me. Age gap? Yeah, I'm 27. You're nearly 40. I'm 36. I'm sorry, this has all spiraled out of control. I thought you knew about Art and me. His use of Art's name reminds me there's a bigger issue here than my own humiliation. It's my son. This man and my son. Situation, I still don't. What are we talking about exactly? I feel a burning wave of embarrassment as I ask this. It reminds me of being back at school. When you realize you've been the victim of a prank that everyone else knew about, although this is 1,000 times worse. Paul lets out a short laugh. I mean, I doubt you want details. We've been, seeing each other over the past weeks. And recently, it's become more. Something special. He's a wonderful guy. Even though it's still early days, I think we've got an exciting future ahead of us. Future. The word feels incongruous, like he's talking in a foreign language. A language that he and Art have developed together, without my knowledge. Again, I have that sense of being caught off guard, as though there's this whole alternate world that's been created in secret, and I'm only just hearing about it. And the sense of shame and humiliation is so strong, it makes me want to tear it all down. Because there's no future in anything he's saying. It has to stop right now. If it's true, that's it. It's all a lie. I don't believe him. This is a trick, an elaborate wind-up. Yeah, a great future. I'm sure of it, he continues. I'm sorry for the shock. I really thought you knew. Maybe he thinks it's funny. Or he's just sick and he's trying to mess with me, arranging to meet up for a romantic dinner, then telling me he's at it with my son. Thought of this last possibility makes me see red. Lash out. God, I knew you were unstable, but I didn't realize you were full-on warped. When he doesn't say anything, I snatch one of the glasses of mineral water from the table. It sloshes over my food, but I don't care. I've got no intention of eating another bite, not after this. I drink from it deeply, then slam the glass down. It's not true, I say. Can't be. It's not possible. Paul is frowning now. Serena, I think you need to calm down. Calm down! I say the words so loud the whole restaurant goes silent. You've told me you're shagging my son, my child, and I'm expected to remain calm. He's not a child, though, is he? He's an adult, a man. He's 21 in a matter of... I know when his birthday is, I snap. That's irrelevant. He's disturbed. He went through something awful and isn't thinking straight. I nod to myself as the explanation becomes clear. Yes, that must be it. He needs someone to take care of him. And he's fallen into the arms of this stranger, thinking it's a good thing. I feel ill with worry. I really don't think you need to make such a big deal out of it. I ignore this. So how did it work? I offer you a place for the night, and you think, oh, great, she's got a kid. I'd better seduce him like some sort of pervert. The last word seems to echo around the restaurant. I hear a woman at the table next to us gasp theatrically. Someone else laughs. I've already told you we didn't do anything like that in the cottage. I can assure you, whatever we've been doing since, he's been very much up for it. I, an adult, have started a relationship with your son, also an adult. There's nothing illegal or strange or perverted about that, unless you don't like the idea of two people of the same sex. Oh, don't give me that. You both being men has nothing to do with it, and you know it. Well then, he shrugs. Where's the problem? We're both free to do what we like. I'm sorry you're responding this way. Quite upsetting. You don't look upset, I say, reaching to the floor to snatch up my handbag. You look like the cat who's got the fucking cream. Was any of it real? The fall into the river? The being oh so grateful for our kindness? He tries to talk, but I'm done listening. I want to have my say. Or maybe all this started when I told you about Merrill leaving some money to Art. Is it about his money? Is that it? He starts to shake his head, but I press on, not waiting for an answer. Or was it all a game to see which of us you could screw first? Maybe I should count myself lucky that you got into my son's bed before I let you into my knickers. There's a sharp, high-pitched sound to my right. It's a woman at another table who is literally crying with laughter, unable to hold it in. Her friend trying to shush her. It's the thought that anyone could find this horrendous situation funny that finally breaks me. I get up and run out of the restaurant, not caring that my bag catches on an empty chair on the way out, sending it clattering to the floor. Serena, wait, I hear Paul call after me, but I don't turn back. Once I'm out onto Eccleston Street, I automatically start walking in the direction of my house. Then I freeze. Art, I need to speak to him urgently. And he's not at home. He's at Seb's birthday party. less than 10 minutes walk away. I spin around and set off towards Wilton Crescent. I'm going to get answers from my son, the son I thought I knew. 19. ART. February 2026. I've never liked parties. All the loud pounding of music, the drunk people behaving in increasingly stupid ways. None of it is for me. But Seb's my best mate, so I couldn't bail on his 21st. I've loved Seb since the moment I met him at the end of my first day at Westminster. Not loved in that way, just the way that you love a best friend when you're sure they completely get you, would do anything for you. Since I was 11, he's been such a big part of my life. It's like our brains are wired together. He's a lot more outgoing than I am, far bolder when it comes to drinking, partying, and he often has a few girls on the go at any one time. He's also someone I can stay up all night with, chatting. He listens to everything and understands straight away. Like on that first day at school, nearly 10 years ago, when two boys were picking on me because of my accent. I sounded a lot more Cornwall back then, and it was clear that I hadn't gone through the same posh machine as I thought of it as most of my classmates. I have ended up feeling like a fish out of water. For the whole of my time, there had it not been for Seb taking me under his wing, stopping other boys from ganging up on me. He had a charisma that made people respect him, and I've benefited from it for almost a decade. So yeah, there's no way I could miss his birthday party, especially his 21st. Even if it does mean I'm standing in a corner of the kitchen in his parents' Wilton Crescent home with a can of Dr. Pepper sheltering from the pounding beat infecting every room. When a loud group of people I don't know wanders in, shrieking and laughing, with one saying, "Ice! Get more ice!" I take that as my cue to leave. Out in the main part of the house, I spot Seb's mum, Charlotte, in conversation with her neighbor, an older lady named Cassandra. It feels strange seeing them both here, surrounded by all the inebriated young people. Charlotte ends up catching my eye and waves me over. "Are you okay, Art?" she says. "Having a good time?" Yeah, it's great." She gives me a sympathetic smile, always so polite. "I know this isn't your scene, but it was very kind of you to come." She looks at me as though I'm an adorable puppy. Cassandra's smile is thin and more reserved, suggesting she has no idea who I am, even though we've met twice before. And you're staying the night, is that right?" Charlotte continues. "I think Seb said he'd put you in the Eden room." "No, I'm in Churchill," I say. I try not to roll my eyes, but I do find the fact that Seb's family named their guest bedrooms after past Tory prime ministers a bit silly. His father's idea, apparently. "Well, if you need a moment of peace, go up there for a lie down. Nobody would mind. Or sit on the bed and read a book." "Ah, thanks, but I'm fine." I appreciate her kindness all the same. "How?" said a certain shite. "I already shelter in the guest room 20 minutes ago, only to find the room occupied by Seb and a girl I didn't recognize. Enjoying an activity I'd really prefer he didn't do on top of sheets I'm supposed to be sleeping in. Seb said he'd be out in 5 minutes, but it's now nearly half an hour later, and I still haven't seen him. Obviously, I don't tell his mum any of this. "Do you go to university with Seb?" asks Cassandra, forgetting she asked me this 6 months ago. "No," I say. "He's at Oxford. I'm not currently at uni. I'm having a year out," Charlotte chips in. I'm not sure how much Seb's told her, but I'm grateful to her for saving me from having to explain. Before Cassandra can reply, Seb bounds over, a big grin on his face, his cheeks flushed. I notice his Ralph Lauren shirt has been buttoned up clumsily, with the top 3 not fastened at all, and there's a smudge of lipstick on his chest. Art, there you are. I've been looking everywhere. He steers me away out into the hallway. Sorry to go a wall for a bit. Yeah, that was a long 5 minutes, I say, half shouting over a particularly loud club remix of a Billie Eilish song. I take out my phone to show him the time, then see a mass of messages on the screen. And I can see from the previews and 4 missed calls that something is wrong. Mum. Answer the phone, Mum. Call me back now. Seb is chatting away about how he had to use the guest room because his was occupied by some of his uni mates smoking weed, but I'm not listening. I'm hurriedly typing a message to Mum, trying not to imagine the worst. What's wrong? She must be online, staring at her WhatsApp, as her answer is instant. I'm coming to get you. This alarms me even more. Why? She doesn't reply. Maybe she's already rushed out of the flat, into the car, speeding through the streets to get me. Pending on traffic, she could be here in 10 minutes. I've got to go, I say. And I said to Thaddeus, if he's going to smoke that stuff in my room, at least open a fucking window. And Seb! I'm going to have to go. I'm sorry. It's Mum. She's upset about something. Seb stares at me. What? Go? Do you have to? He looks hurt, then seems to realize what I'm saying. Is your mum okay? I shrug. I don't know. She's coming over here, so it must be serious. I can't think what. I trail off. Because something's hit me. She knows. Mate. What's going on? I need to go. I'm so sorry. I'll explain everything later. I'll message you. I pull Seb into a hug and feel a wave of guilt. I'm sorry, I say again. When he lets me go, he looks at me, frowning. Is there something you're not telling me? I bite my lip, because it's true, there is. I used to tell Seb everything, but then things started to change. Although he was one of the first people I told that I was temporarily dropping out of university, I didn't tell him the real reason, not the full story. That was my first secret. And now I haven't told him this. I haven't told him I've met someone, that I've been involved in a huge, passionate, head-spinning relationship for over a month. A connection that's hit me like a train, winded me, caused me to feel differently zissy about myself, about life, about everything. I feel like it's reconstructed every part of my existence, and I haven't told a soul. There is, I say. I kind of, have a boyfriend. His name's Paul. 20. Serena. February 2026. I don't bother calling Art again when I arrive at Seb's house. I just hammer on the door. It's opened by a young man. Where is he? I demand. He looks taken aback. Sorry? I can hear music and laughter. I try to peer over the guy's shoulder, but I can't make out any faces. Hang on, Serena, isn't it? Art's mum? I was in too much of a state to recognize him at first, but then I see that it's one of Art's old school friends, Titus. Yes, hello, sorry. I need to speak to my son. Of course, come on in, he says, welcoming me inside as though it's his own home. I march through the living room, kitchen, and library, scanning every face I see, without any luck, so I head upstairs. I open doors to bedrooms and bathrooms. In one, I find a group doing lines of cocaine. In another, I spot a bed filled with at least 3 people. I back out onto the landing, people milling on the stairs staring at me. None of them is Art. I'm close to shrieking his name when at last I see him. He's downstairs in the hallway with Seb. They're approached by Titus, who points at the stairs, presumably telling him that his mad mother has gate-crashed the party. As I think this, Art looks up and our eyes meet. For a few seconds, we stare at each other, and I get an odd sensation. It's as though I'm staring down at a stranger. Someone who looks like my son, but isn't really him. Watch out, she's going to be sick. Someone shoves past me, and I turn to see a woman dashing into one of the bathrooms. I snap out of my trance and head down the stairs. "Art!" I shout, almost running now. I see his eyes widen in embarrassment. "Mum, what the fuck? We need to talk." "Yeah, you said." "I said we'd talk about it when Leth." "It can't wait till you get home." I see Art look around him. People are staring, and Seb and Titus stand behind him, almost like bodyguards. "Let's go outside," he says, then heads to the front door. I follow him, but don't wait for him to get to the pavement before I shout, "Is it true? You and Paul? Tell me it's not true." He steps down off the front porch and then spins around. "What's the big deal, Mum? Why do you care?" The question is so ridiculous, so redundant, it almost makes me laugh. Why do I care? "I'm your mother," Art shrugs. "So?" Most mothers let their kids, their adult kids, get on with their own sex lives without interfering. Sex lives? You don't have a sex life. I'd know about it if you did. "Mum, keep your voice down. People are staring." He looks behind me. I assume we must have attracted spectators from the party, no doubt gathered around to watch the show. I don't care. I left any sense of embarrassment behind me at the restaurant. When that man imploded my world, and did it with a smile. So it is true. You and Paul at the cottage, and since, Art is biting his lip. It's his classic expression when he doesn't want to tell me something. Then, at last, he says, "I'm not a child. This is weird, Mum. This is too much." "No, what's too much is you shagging a random stranger. I don't know if you remember how Paul came into our lives, but it wasn't exactly a meet-cute, was it?" "Wow," Art says, shaking his head. "I never thought you, of all people, would be so judgy." "I'm not being judgy, Art. I'm trying to keep you safe. Just because he's had struggles with his mental health, it doesn't mean he's unsafe. That's the definition of judgy. It's not that. It's because, what? What terrible thing has he done that's making you freak out like this? Do you think he's a gold digger or something?" "Well, now you mention it," I start to say, but he's not done. "Or do you think it's so impossible that a guy as hot as him could fancy me?" "No, it's because he fancies me." The words burst out of me in a shriek, and I hear people behind me laugh. "What?" Art says, his eyes wide. "He's been flirting with me. We met at the cinema, then had coffee, and then arranged to go on a date tonight. He didn't tell you any of this, did he? Because he's manipulating you. And me. He's been leading me on, making me think that we might be. That he might." I find I can't finish the sentence. A feeling of shame starts to creep over me. Shame for believing what I had with Paul was the start of something. Disappointment at realizing it was all a mirage. Anger at my own naivety, not being able to spot what was happening with my son. I suddenly feel in need of comfort. A hug, even. I look at Art, wondering if he can see it in my eyes, but to my shock, there's a look of disdain in his face. It's not an expression I've seen before, and it makes his handsome, boyish features look much older and harsher. I see what this is. You're jealous. I shake my head. No, that's not it. I'm embarrassed, yes. Anyone would be. Not jealous. You are. It's so obvious. I caught you at the cottage trying to cozy up with him, tending to fall into him, your hands on his legs. I did fall into him. That wasn't theft. Oh my God, I'm so stupid. You were trying it on with him, weren't you? No, he was. He's been flirting. Look at these messages. I pull out my phone and furiously tap at it until I get to Paul's WhatsApp. Here, read these. Art takes the device, scans over it, then hands it back. Mum, I don't know what you think you're showing me, but there's nothing here. He holds the phone back to me. I grab it out of his hand. For a second, I wonder if I'm going to see an empty chat history. Nothing showing up, as though the past has been rewritten. But They're there, all our messages. But as I read through, I do wonder if I've fallen into an alternate universe. Because these messages don't seem flirtatious at all. Just ordinary conversation. Have you had a good day? Or, hope you're enjoying the rain. Fingers crossed it dries. Before we head to the restaurant later. They're the same words I've read previously. Only now it's as though they've been whitewashed with a coat of banality. Friendly conversations. Perhaps everything else was in my head. I stammer, the humiliation sweeping through once more. No, I'm not having this. There is something weird going on here. He's being nice. But why wouldn't he have mentioned you? All these times we've spoken about what we've been up to. When we arranged our date, because that was what it was, I'm sure of it. It was a date. Why didn't he say? Oh, by the way, I'm sleeping with your son. Art sighs. I don't think he wanted to tell you before I had. I wasn't ready to tell anyone. Why not? Because I knew you'd react like this. He's shouting now. Calm, quiet boy is yelling at me in the street. I knew you'd be weird about it. I knew you'd act like I'd done something wrong. Because it's my choice. That's what you can't handle, isn't it? I always do what you want. I did the A levels you chose. I went to the uni you thought I should go to. I wanted to leave uni completely, but you forced me to take medical leave and defer my final year. Because I didn't want you to throw away FLAFT. You didn't want. It's always what you don't want, isn't it? Well, I'm sick of it. Sick of everything being so perfect. In our perfect house. With our perfect posh friends, our perfect dinner parties. It's all too perfect. Perhaps I'm enjoying being wild. Helping him get better, get strong again. I've helped him do that. He needs me, and I need him. It's my life. But this isn't possible. You can't see him. You're a child. Jesus, Mom, think about what you just said. I refuse to be distracted. Art, I know you think I'm being overprotective, but you're the one who needs to get better. Get strong again. I'm not about to go into a full-blown therapy session right now. But if only you knew how tough things were when it was just me, pregnant at 16 with nobody else, sent to a dreadful place to have my baby alone, nobody holding my hand. It was awful. Then, when you were born, I swore I'd protect you, that I'd be your whole world and you'd never feel as alone as I had. Mom, please, this is too much. It's important, I say, taking a step towards him, but he backs away. Please listen. When you got hurt last year, I couldn't bear it. I couldn't. No, Mum. Ever since what happened at uni, you've acted like it was terrible for you. But I think you actually bloody loved it. I think it was the best thing that could have happened to you. Because it brought me back under your wing. Well, I don't need to be under it anymore. He walks away. Art, I shout after him. I begin to walk, to follow him, force him to talk, but he starts running. Running so fast, he's vanished around the curve of Wilton Crescent into the night. I stand there, on the pavement, staring down the street, hoping to see him, hoping he'll come back. But he doesn't. "21 years ago, break time 5s. The nurses were so cold, so distant. They made me feel as though I'd done something wrong. Something awful. It was like I'd woken up in a cruel Victorian period drama, transported to a time when women were seen to have fallen from grace. Perhaps the staff had been told I was difficult and to treat me with suspicion, to teach me a lesson. Or maybe that was all in my head, my unsettled mind magnifying everything, twisting perfectly ordinary things said by busy, overworked nurses into a story personal to me. I couldn't be sure. Can you stop crying, please? You're disturbing the patient in the next room. I raised a tear-stained face from my pillow to look at the stony-faced woman holding a tray. I hadn't even realized I was crying until she said it. I wiped at my wet face and pulled myself up. I could feel the bedclothes were damp from tears, where I clutched them in the darkness as I tried to get to sleep. "Stop crying," I said, blinking at her. "Yes, it's very loud. The woman next door has just given birth to twins who have had to be transferred to hospital. It's been an ordeal for her. A bit of consideration goes a long way, you know." I was tempted to scream at her. Instead, I said quietly, "Yes, it does." She disappeared back into the darkness of the dim corridor, her footsteps echoing on the hard floor. I hated everything about the building. It felt like a prison, or an old-fashioned asylum, a place you'd read about in history books, where bad things happened. People suffered at the hands of medics who should have known better. Even though I knew the place was just a former stately home, not a house of horrors, I was still at the mercy of my imagination. As I drifted off to sleep, I felt the baby kicking, and my imagination became my biggest tormentor, a never-ending source of nightmares. And when I woke to see a woman in a long white nightdress in my room, I was convinced I was still sleeping, that she'd crawled out of the corners of my mind, sprung from the pages of the woman in white, and sent to terrorize me in my loneliest moments. She was real. "Hello," she said. "You were calling out in your sleep." "I'm sorry," I said, sitting up. The nurse before said I was crying and I didn't realize. "You weren't crying exactly. More like moans." I couldn't make out the words. "Are you okay? Can I get you anything?" I was taken aback by her kindness. Her voice was posh, even posher than mine. I wondered if she was like me, sent here because she was a disgrace. "That's nice of you, but I think I'm okay." Trying to get used to this place, she let out a low, humorless laugh. I'm not sure anyone in their right mind could get used to this grim old house. It's about as fun as a mausoleum. Her words made me feel uncomfortable, though I tried not to show it, because I wasn't in my right mind. I hadn't felt in my right mind for a very long time, and if I tried to tell anyone, if I tried to do anything about it, I got told I was making a scene, or crying for attention. Makes me wonder what the family who used to live here were like before they turned it into a hospital. It feels more like a prison than a home, don't you think? I nodded. I agree. I felt like I should have more to say and leapt on the first thing that came into my head. "Are you the woman with twins? If you are, I'm sorry if I disturbed." The woman gestured to herself, and I stopped talking, realizing it was obvious she was still pregnant. I felt stupid. Before I could say anything, someone else came through the door. She was wearing a chunky cardigan over her nightdress, and even in the darkness, I could see it was bright pink, with the outline of rabbits on it. "Hello. Is this where the party is?" she said, grinning. She marched over to my bedside table and switched on the lamp. "Better not let the Ward sisters catch us, or we'll get in trouble." The other woman looked a bit put out, as though she had been interrupted. I felt like reminding them both that this was my room, and I wasn't sure I was in the mood for visitors. As soon as I had the thought, I knew it wasn't true. I did want visitors. It was exactly what I needed. So we chatted and talked. I shared a little bit of my story. The cardigan woman had already given birth, and talked quite casually about the experience. To my shock, the other girl took out a cigarette and a lighter and began to smoke. "I don't think you can do that in here," I said. "Let them shoot me," she murmured, puffing away, then smiled at my shocked face. "Don't worry, I won't set the place alight. I'll finish this one, then I'll be good, I promise." She winked at me, and for some reason, That wink made me feel happier and warmer than I had in ages. I waited for someone to come and tell us all off, or a smoke alarm to sound, but it didn't happen. Instead, we chatted for nearly an hour, and I felt a huge relief. It was like, with each sentence, each shared experience, I was making the place more human, making the night less dark, keeping my demons at bay. 20. Serena. February 2026. I don't go home. The second I turn on to Eaton Square, I know who I need to see. In minutes, I'm on the west side of the square and pressing Meryl's apartment buzzer. She lets me in, and I take the stairs 2 at a time, nearly falling over in my rush to get into the sanctuary of her flat. "Serena, darling, what on earth's happened?" she asks, stepping aside to let me in. I walk straight down the hallway and into her living room, where I drop onto the sleek white Minotti sofa, put my head in my hands, and cry. Proper racking sobs. Meryl heads into the kitchen and comes back with a glass half filled with brandy. "I'm not sure that will make me feel better," I say, the words barely coherent. "It might," she says, holding it out. I take the glass and have a sip. The warm burn as I swallow at least serves as a distraction. I take another sip, then put the glass down on the coffee table. "Oh, God, tell me what's happened," Meryl says, sitting down next to me and putting an arm around me. "Is everything okay?" "Well, obviously not, silly question. I meant, is Art fine?" "He isn't hurt or anything." I shake my head. "No, not hurt, exactly. I struggle with how to put it into words. Unsure how to fully communicate the gravity of what I've learned tonight. My worry about Art, my feeling of betrayal towards Paul, my suspicions, my anger at my own naivety. The feeling that I've been tricked, somehow. All of it presses against the walls of my mind, until I feel like my head might break. In your own time, dear, try starting at the beginning. You know how the song goes. I let out a half sob, half law. A very good place to start. I wipe my eyes and force myself to take a deep, slow breath. Okay. Well, I guess it starts when Art and I were on holiday over the New Year. When we took in Paul, the man, you know, the man whom you saved from taking his own life. Yes, him, I say with a sniff, although he sort of evades when it comes to that. Suggests it wasn't exactly a suicide attempt. I don't know. I'm not a psychiatrist. I didn't believe it at the time, thought it was minimizing. Now I'm more inclined to believe it wasn't actually a suicide attempt because of what he did after it. "What did he do?" Meryl asks quietly. He and Art, he got him to. Meryl doesn't gasp or look shocked. She surveys me over her half-moon glasses, then says, "Got him. You mean he pressured Art in some way? Forced him?" The tears start flowing again. That feeling of sickness resurfaces as I think about it. My mind starts to play a horror show reel of Paul, heading up the stairs, destined for my son's room, even though he says it didn't happen that way. Climbing into his bed, a strange, unstable, manipulative man I invited in. Well, he says not. Meryl continues to look at me. Paul says not? Art. Both, I say, pulling my bag to me, trying to find a tissue. Guessing what I'm after, Meryl brings me a small, white wooden tissue box. I gratefully take 2. "So, Art says this is all okay?" Meryl asks. Art doesn't know what he wants. I snap. He's all messed up. Has been since what happened last year. I think he'd say yes to anyone who offered him a bit of kindness and attention. That's irrelevant. The main thing is that man seduced my child, practically under my nose, and has been shagging him ever since. I feel embarrassed about the word shagging, so add, sorry. "I've heard of such things before. Don't worry," Meryl says, still looking unshocked. Then, to my surprise, she smiles. "And, as you know, I have a son and a godson, both of whom I care for very much, and both of whom have had their fair share of complications when it comes to their love lives. This is all part of being a parent. Instead of soothing me, her calm, gentle tone irritates me. Somehow I haven't managed to get across how awful this situation is. This isn't the same thing. It really isn't. This is sinister. He's weird. He led me on, making me think he was interested in me, and all the time, he and Art. I dab at my eyes with the second tissue. We went on a date tonight. Or what I thought was a date. That's when he dropped his bombshell. Meryl's smile vanishes. Oh, well, that is odd. Thank you, I say, relieved to have some agreement at last. It's weird, right? Him to be flirting with me, messaging me, taking me out to dinner, when he's apparently at it with my son. Who does that? Meryl is looking troubled now. Darling, don't take this the wrong way. I understand this is upsetting for you, but have you thought about it from another perspective? I don't like the sound of this. What other perspective? If you're going to tell me that I mistook friendliness for flirting, don't bother, because Art has already laughed fast. I can't finish. That creeping feeling of doubt is back. The doubt I felt when I was reading the messages and failing to find the flirtatious tone I'd been convinced was there. Meryl makes a shushing noise. Don't upset yourself. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that, well, there's always more than one way of looking at a thing. I sniff. Perhaps. God, it's such a mess. Meryl's silent for a moment. Then she says, has Art suggested to you in any way that he's worried about Paul or afraid of him, or that he doesn't want to be in a relationship with him? I pause, then shake my head. No, the opposite. He defended him. Right, says Meryl. If you ask me, dear, you have a straightforward choice. You can rage against this and probably make things worse. Get Art's back up, make things tense and miserable. Or she holds open her arms. I frown at the gesture. Or what? Her smile returns. Go with the flow. I'm not saying it will be easy. Whether he intended to make you think he was interested in you or not, what good would it be in reveling in the awkwardness? Except that this has gone a different way than you were expecting, rather than trying to control the situation. She stops for a bit, then says, in a quieter voice, you can't control every part of Art's life, my dear. That isn't a criticism, it's a fact. Letting them fly the nest is full of challenges. Take this wisdom from a wise old lady who's seen it all. Celebrate those challenges rather than fighting them. They're a sign your boy is growing up. That's a good thing. Embrace it. I let out a shaky breath. That's not the sort of advice I came here for. Meryl makes a gentle tutting sound. I know, honey, but it's the advice I'm giving. Sometimes, if you try flipping a perceived problem on its head, it turns out not to be a problem at all. So you're saying I should let Art sleep with this guy and see what happens? Meryl lays both her hands over mine, her rings clinking together. I'm saying, give letting go a chance. You might be surprised how freeing you find it. Give him a chance to find out what sort of Paul is for himself. I pull my hands away. Sounds incredibly risky. Meryl rolls her eyes. Sweetheart, I know it's unfashionable to think it, but it's my belief that most people are generally good at heart. Now it's my turn to tut. I should have predicted this. Meryl's insistence on seeing the best in people. That philosophy didn't serve you very well with Rachel Holden. I regret it the moment I say it. Rachel was a personal assistant to Meryl, a very disturbed character who ended up going to prison. Several of Meryl's friends, including myself, warned her there was something odd about the woman. But Meryl was resolute in her determination to see the good in her. It was the closest we ever came to a row. And I've tried to stay off the subject since, especially when I owe so much of my success to Meryl's generosity. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I put a hand on Meryl's arm and try to smile through my tears. I am grateful for your advice. Truly, Meryl pulls her cream cardigan around herself, then smiles too. I know, my dear. It's okay. None of us is infallible. I let out a bitter laugh. You don't have to tell me that. To this day, I still mentally torture myself over. I don't finish the sentence, but Meryl understands. Over the incident that happened when Art was born? As I've said before, guilt is just a feeling created by thoughts. Stop giving those thoughts power, and the feeling has nowhere to go. She gives me a sympathetic look, then continues, returning to the subject at hand. I'm not saying you're definitely wrong about Paul. There are bad apples out there. I urge you to hold fire before we know whether Paul is one of them. I tell her she's right, though I'm unconvinced. Excusing myself, I walk away from her, trying to get my tears under control. Inside the bathroom, I splash some cold water onto my face, then take out my phone to see if Art has messaged or tried to call. He hasn't. I'm about to lock the device. Then I see a notification symbol, and a preview email pops up at the top of the screen. New, Lorraine Miller, knife found in cottage. Intrigued, I pull the full email up and read. Hello, Serena. Sorry to trouble you so many weeks on. We're putting in a new sink in the cottage and have been clearing out the drawers and cupboards and discovered a large knife, picture attached, that doesn't belong to us. Is it yours? We haven't had any bookings since you and your son were here, and we don't remember seeing it when we prepared the cottage for your stay. But there's a chance it could have been left by a previous guest and we didn't notice. If it's yours, I'd be happy to have it sent to you. Let me know. All the best, Lorraine. At first, I'm puzzled. I look at the picture of the knife, the sort of thing that looks more like a hunting weapon than a kitchen tool, and then open a new email, planning to quickly respond saying it isn't ours. Then I have a horrible thought. I freeze for a moment reading back her email. Haven't had any bookings since. Don't remember seeing it when we prepared the cottage. It must have been left there during our stay. And if it isn't mine and it isn't Art's, then that can only mean one thing. Twaint, 23. Bite Hurried. February 2026. I'm furious with Mum. So furious. I walk through the dark streets of London for a good few minutes without thinking about where I am, where I'm headed, what I'm planning to do. Then the answer is obvious. I need to see Paul. I need to ask him what the hell he was thinking, telling Mum without clearing it with me first. No sooner have I thought this than I feel my anger towards him melt away. It's like everything I love about him makes him immune to any annoyance I feel. His smile, the way he holds me close to him in bed, the way he ruffles my hair. Just picturing him makes my heart do a little lurch. A reminder that, whatever is happening with Mum, this new thing I have with Paul is something wonderful, something huge. Biggest thing that's happened in my life so far. I can't forget that. And nobody, not even Mum, is going to make me think differently. As I feel myself calming down, I look at a street sign coming into view at the end of the road. Cadogan Lane. I take out my phone to check the quickest route to Kilburn, but before I can unlock it, the screen changes to show an incoming call from Mum. I reject it, and then navigate to the Maps app. I've walked to Paul's before, and it took ages. But I'm feeling riled up and want to burn off some energy. Jeans and a smart shirt aren't ideal. But there's no way I'm heading back to the flat to change. Mom would probably push me into my room and barricade the door. Once I've sorted out my route and am walking in the right direction, the guilt sets in. I think about Mom's face as she shouted at me. I was embarrassed, sure, with the party guests coming out to watch the drama unfold. But I'd also noticed her eyes. She wasn't crying, exactly, but they were swimming with tears, as though full-on sobs could start at any moment. It's how she looked when she came into the A&E department in Coventry. On that terrible night at uni, she wasn't angry then, not like today, but her eyes were the same, full of worry and fear and a million other emotions, because her boy had been hurt. I had been hurt, and now I am the one who has hurt her, and despite that, I still know she cares. Then I remember the nonsense she came out with. "You can't see him, you're a child." That ridiculous statement echoed around Wilton Crescent like a bomb blast. And to make matters worse, I heard one of the Pooch Oxford twats at the party call into the house, "Hey, Felix, you've got to come and hear this, mate." Because that's what Mum and I had become, a spectacle, an amusement, having a domestic in the middle of the road. And the word child really hit home, underlining everything that is wrong with our relationship. She still thinks of me as a little kid. Even though I've finished school, even though I've gone off to uni and lived away from home, in her head, it is as though I still need overseeing. Like I am a toddler who might run out in front of a car or go home with a stranger. This last thought makes me stop. Go home with a stranger. Then, the irony of the whole thing strikes me, almost makes me laugh with the hypocrisy of it all. She is the one who brought a stranger into our home. Mum was so keen for us to help Paul, give him time to heal. I am the one who tried to be the responsible adult, and she overruled me, made me feel like I was being insensitive or selfish. And now she's complaining that I've got too friendly with the guy she brought into our lives. I haven't messaged Paul to tell him I'm on my way. I feel like I don't need to, as he'll already know in some supernatural, cosmic way that I need him, and he'll be there, waiting for me to fall into his arms. When I look at my phone, I see he's already sent one. It got lost amidst the 100,000 messages and calls from Mum earlier. Bit of a difficulty. Your mum knows about us. We should talk this through. She seemed upset. But it's all going to be fine. Seeing his words makes me want to talk to him, desperately. I also know I can't walk for an hour through the night. Can't delay being with him any longer. Spotting Hyde Park Corner Station coming into sight, I head straight for it, pressing the phone to my ear. "Hey, I was about to call you." Paul says, "Did you see my message? About your mum?" More than that, I say. She hunted me down and shrieked at me at Seb's party. "I'm sorry," Paul says. "It's my fault." Can I explain? The idea that Paul would think it's his fault hasn't occurred to me. Thought of him feeling guilty or regretful pains me, and I hurry my steps to the tube, dashing around a woman and a man walking painfully slowly. "I'm on my way to you. Won't be long. About to go underground. Okay." I meant what I said, though. It's going to be fine. Really. I say a quick goodbye and head for the Piccadilly line. And with every second that passes, I cling to his words and really hope that he's right. 24. Serena. February 2026. After reading Lorraine's email for a third time, I rush out of the bathroom and back into the living room. "I've got to go. Where's my bag?" "Sorry," Meryl says. I said I've got to go. "Art, he's in danger." A look of skepticism passes across Meryl's face. "Serena, I think you've got yourself into a bit of a state and need to calm a pheasant." "I haven't got myself into a state," I shout. "The psychopath had a knife with him when he came into the cottage that night. He left it behind, and the people I rented the place from have just found it. It's proof that he's. Meryl has risen to her feet and is guiding me back down to sitting. She takes my bag out of my hand, then my phone. The email is still on the screen. She reads it quickly, locks the device, and places it on the coffee table. I can understand why you want to follow this up, she says, her tone once again infuriatingly calm. I need to go to the police, I say, wondering if I should phone 999 or head to the nearest station. You don't, at least not yet. But he might hurt Art, I protest. What if he already has? Meryl is shaking her head. But why would he? From what you've told me, it sounds like they've been, well, involved for several weeks without incident. If he was going to harm Art, wouldn't he have done it that night? Or in the many days since? Why would he have left the knife there if he was intent on hurting him? Jumping to conclusions won't answer these questions. It will just make you more anxious. I'm about to snap back a retort, but she cuts in before I can. Here's what you should do. Sleep on it. I know you're probably planning on storming this man's flat or trying to convince the police to do it for you, but I really don't think that's the answer here. Get a good night's sleep if you can. Wait a while, then when things have cooled down between you and Art, ask him if he recognizes the knife. My eyes widen. Of course, it doesn't belong to Art. I know that, but pay him the compliment of asking him about it calmly and not assuming his boyfriend, or whatever this Paul is to him, regularly carries offensive weapons about his person. I consider Meryl's words. It's like my mind is so full and working so fast, I'm struggling to think or make a decision. When I don't answer, she adds, "Why don't you stay here tonight? I'll make up the guest room. I promise you, everything will feel different in the morning." Meryl's right. Things do look different in the morning. They look 1,000 times worse. After only managing to sleep a couple of hours, I searched for the knife online. I discover it is, in fact, an Emberleaf Periton knife with a 4-inch blade and a Peak Pines fat carbon and white corian handle, whatever that is. I save a screenshot of the product page on the website in case I need it later. Then I try phoning Art and become increasingly stressed, though unsurprised when he doesn't pick up. By the time it hits 6:30 a.m., I give up on sleep. Putting on yesterday's clothes, I slip out of the guest room, keen not to wake Meryl. On the way out, I write a quick message saying sorry for the fuss last night and that I'll call her later. Then I head out into the cold February morning and start walking in the direction of Pimlico. When I reach my house, however, I don't go inside. I unlock my car, get in, and begin my journey to Kilburn. 25. Something. February 2026. No need to knock when I get to Paul's flat. He's waiting in the doorway, puffing on a cigarette. I don't like smoking, but I haven't told him this. Maybe I will one day. But the moment has never arrived, and I've always been nervous about upsetting him. That first time we slept together, about a week after Northumberland, he asked if I minded if he had a quick smoke. I said I didn't mind. I was so dazed, having just had sex for only the 3rd time in my life. The rush and excitement of the whole experience causing my head to spin. He could have asked if he could do lines of coke off the nightstand, and I'd have probably nodded along. Part of me even found it incredibly sexy, watching him standing there, puffing smoke out the window, partly lit by moonlight, his naked body beautifully toned like a marble statue. Now, 7 weeks on, the smoking is starting to irritate me. But tonight isn't the moment to bring it up. We have something else to discuss. Slow down, Paul says to me as I hurry towards him. I told you, everything's fine. You don't need to worry. He smiles, looking totally relaxed. In fact, he even looks happy. Happier than I've ever seen him. It's been awful, I say. It's all I can think of saying. He pulls me into a hug. He doesn't smell of smoke. Just Davidoff cool water and the washing powder he uses. A combination that makes me feel excited and relaxed at the same time. I suddenly feel tears in my eyes. Paul steps back and says, "Come inside. I'm going to make you an Aero hot chocolate and a bowl of chips, and we'll chat about everything." 2 minutes later, he's chucked his flatmate, Carter, out of the kitchen and has the kettle boiling. "How many chips?" he asks, opening up the freezer. "As many as you can fit on the tray," I say, gloomily. Which self-balanced on top of a pile of junk mail advertising fried chicken takeaways and supermarket deals. Paul swipes that into the sink. That was Carter's tea. He's not happy, clearly didn't have much of an appetite. His brother's parole has been turned down, and he hates going to visit him in prison. Reminds him of his time inside. I say, not interested in the family issues of Paul's flatmate. I have enough of my own right now. "I'm sorry I told your mom," Paul says, perhaps sensing the need to get to the point. He sets down a mug of hot chocolate next to me. I blink at him. "You told her?" I see a flash of surprise in his face. "Yeah." "I thought I said, I understand if you're angry." I try to think back to what Paul's message said and his brief words on the phone. But my head hurts, and I'm exhausted. I'm not angry. Why did you tell her? The oven clicks, and Paul turns his back on me to put the tray of chips inside. When he turns back around, I see his relaxed expression is back. "I've been chatting to her. On WhatsApp. That's why I said it would be fine. I thought it would be good for me and her to become friends. There was a little bit of a misunderstanding along the way, but I'm sure we can smooth it out." I think back to what Mum shouted. The moments, back in January, both in the cottage and on the journey home, when I wondered if she, too, fancied Paul. She hadn't let on. Probably because she'd been in the position of savior and carer. She likes saving and caring, I think to myself, feeling that mix of frustration and affection I often get when thinking about her. The misunderstanding being that she has the hots for you, I say wearily. I put my head in my hands, rub my eyes. She seems to think it was some sort of date. God, it's such a mess, isn't it? Please don't freak out, Paul says. And it wasn't a date. Not in my eyes. For the first time since Paul and I became a thing, I feel a prickle of doubt, a sense that something isn't right. Then what? And why didn't you tell me you were going to see her? Paul sighs. I thought you'd worry about it. Yeah, I would have, I say bluntly. I wonder if we're about to have our first ever row. Although I'm far from happy about where this story seems to be going, I'm not sure I'd be able to handle a second argument this evening. I went to see her to try to get her on board. About us. I wanted to explain that we'd been seeing each other, to assure her this wasn't a casual fling, that both of us were serious about it. He smiles as he says this, but then looks more somber when he adds, I realize now I probably should have asked you beforehand, but I wanted to try to sort it out on my own. You, for us. So we can be open about what we feel for each other. I look at Paul, see the seriousness in his eyes. I believe him and, in an instant, find I can't possibly feel angry with him. I'm unsettled, confused, tired, upset, and, miraculously, happy. I'm happy we don't have to hide anymore. Things aren't sorted with Mum. Far from it. But maybe, just maybe, this has been for the best. I open my mouth to try and put all this into words, then decide I can't, so I kiss him. And he kisses me. Then his hands are on my shirt, unbuttoning it. "Not here," I say, breathlessly. "The bedroom. Now." He doesn't stop to argue. I don't even remember the journey across the hallway and over to his room. We only break apart properly when the sound of the smoke alarm cuts through flat and Carter bursts in holding a smoking tray of cremated chips, saying, "You two trying to bloody kill us all?" We don't go to sleep until 4 a.m., having spent most of the night in bed, laughing about the burned chips and Carter's indignance, his repeated shouts of, "You kamikaze loons," with his strong Glasgow accent. The hilarity of the night before is the first thing on my mind when I wake, not the row with Mum, or the awkwardness about Paul's meetup with her. The laughter is the thing that remains, and I allow myself a smile as I snuggle into Paul's arms, him still sleeping peacefully. It's a few minutes later when something snags in my mind. The word kamikaze. It brings the subject of suicide to the forefront of my mind. I look over at Paul, his peaceful expression as he sleeps, the morning sunlight shining a V-shape down his bare chest as it rises. Up and down, with each slow breath, he looks totally different to the man Mum and I. Dragged from the river. Someone so desperate, he felt he had to plunge into icy waters. Maybe hoping never to come up again. Trying to rid myself of this memory, I look around for my phone and spot it attached to its cable, resting on the plastic set of drawers on wheels that Paul uses as a bedside table. I must have forgotten to plug the charger in at the wall, as it only has 3% battery left. But it's enough for me to see some of the many messages Mum has sent. Messages that plead for me to come home. Messages that say how she worries Paul is unstable. Then follow-ups apologizing for saying that, but saying we should still talk. I lock the device and set it down, thinking I should count myself lucky she hasn't come over here and hammered down the door. I get out of bed and pad my way to the bathroom to pee and splash some water onto my face. Carter's already awake, sitting on the floor of the tiny lounge area in his pajamas, playing Xbox, a stack of Pop-Tarts on a plate next to him. He gives me a quick thumbs up, then goes back to his game, jabbing at the control and muttering, "Die, you little pricks! Die!" When I return to the bedroom, Paul's awake and sitting up, looking at his phone. "Morning," he says, flashing me a grin. I try to respond to it, but he must see my worried expression and says, "What's wrong?" I go over to the bed and climb back in, enjoying the warmth of his body against mine. "Oh, you know, the stuff with Mum." He nods, his chin brushing the top of my fringe. "I guessed. She's messaged me too. I replied while you were in the bathroom last night that you're safe here and best not to bother you until you'd had a chance to think things through." "Oh," I say, feeling a little blindsided. "I didn't know you'd spoken." I sit up and turn around so I can see him properly. I wouldn't say spoken, just a WhatsApp. I presume she sent some to you too. I nod and focus on flicking a loose thread on the Asda label, poking out the end of the duvet cover. "She thinks you're unstable." I wait a few seconds before I look back at him, and am thankful to see the words don't seem to have bothered him. He leans forward and lays a hand on my arm. "It isn't an entirely unfounded concern," he says, his voice measured and understanding. "Considering how we first met, I can see why she might have worries about my, you know," he taps his head, "mental state." He pauses, apparently gathering his thoughts. "I haven't had any thoughts that have caused me to spiral, and a lot of that's down to you." He brushes one of his long fingers across my chin. "I don't think your Mum has anything to worry about, but it's natural she thinks she does. I think about this, then say, I know you've said you'd prefer not to talk about it. Do you think you'll ever be able to talk about your, trauma? The things that happened that made you want to... I want to understand. Paul doesn't respond for a few seconds. Then he says, I think you'll know one day, for sure, but I'd prefer not to rake over it now. Or anytime soon. If that's okay, I nod quickly. Of course, sorry, I shouldn't have asked. It's okay that you asked. I want you to know that you can tell me, because I understand. Because of what happened to me at uni. There are things about that. Things that you've never told anyone? I look at him, eyes wide. How do you, Fatty? There are always details about trauma that we hold close. Don't dare tell others about, in case we're judged, criticized, even blamed. That's totally normal, I nod. But I don't say anything. There are things I want to say. Things that are bursting to break free of the horrible, twisted cage of my mind. Still, I can't say them. Paul pulls me close. We don't have to talk about any of this now. In fact, I think it's better if we don't talk at all. Instead, he says, a mischievous glint in his eyes, there's something else I'd rather do. He pulls the duvet up over his head and disappears beneath it. I can't help but laugh and feel myself relax as I lean back, putting my hands behind my head and closing my eyes as Paul starts to kiss down my chest, getting lower and lower. Then there's a loud thudding sound, like someone hammering on a door, the front door. What was that? I say. Paul comes up above the duvet. More pounding can be heard, followed by footsteps and voices. Before either Paul or I can say anything, Carter comes into the room and says, Oi, Art, your mammy's here. Jesus Christ! I half shout, leaping out of bed. I told her to wait, but I think she's... Carter starts to say, looking amused, before Mum pushes past him and marches into the room. Mum, get out, I say, trying to get dressed faster than I ever have in my life. No, there's something we need to talk about. She's rummaging in her bag and pulls out her phone. Mum, please, just leave. I'll meet you outside. No, this can't wait. She's tapping at her phone, swiping at a strand of hair that's hung down over her eyes. She looks disheveled and exhausted, in the same clothes she was wearing the night before. The shadows under her eyes suggest she's barely slept. Here! She holds out the phone. Not at me, though. It's directed at Paul. He's standing now, holding the duvet around him, looking confused. Serena... You're going to explain this. I move to see what's on the phone screen, but she grabs my arm. Don't go near him, Art. He's dangerous. It's so overly dramatic. I can't help laughing. Oh, for God's sake. This is deadly serious, she says before turning again. Explain this, Paul. She shakes the phone at him. Tell us about the knife. "26. February 2026. I pull my arm out of Mum's grasp and look at the phone. There is indeed a knife on the screen. A large knife. Maybe the sort of thing an outdoorsman would use. Or a serial killer. I stare from the knife, up at Mum's wide eyes, full of fear and anger and something else. Triumph, maybe. Then over at Paul, who is standing there, his skin reflecting the now gray light from the window, his face partially in shadow. But when he steps forward, I see that he is smiling. Not a happy smile, more polite confusion. I don't know what this is. I've never seen this knife before, she tuts. Well, of course you're going to say that. It's obvious it's yours. Why is it obvious? Paul asks the question in a reasonable tone, as though he and Mum are having a perfectly ordinary conversation. She scoffs and pulls her phone back. I got an email, she says, as though this in itself is proof of something. An email saying I own a knife. Serena, you're very welcome to search this flat. You've probably got better things to do with your day, but there aren't many rooms, so it wouldn't take you too long. I don't know who's been emailing you, saying I have weapons hidden. I watch Mum. It's from Lorraine Miller. I don't know anyone called Lorraine Miller. He folds his arms, which causes the sheet to drop, and he hurries to pull it back up. Quick movement seems to have shaken his calm resolve, and I see a flicker of annoyance. I don't know what this woman has said. But this woman is the lady who owns the cottage in Northumberland, Paul. I'm sure you remember the place. She was doing a tidy-up and found this knife. She emailed me. She shows Paul the screen again, which is a bit silly, as the text is obviously too small to read. Mum doesn't seem in the right frame of mind to realize this. Lorraine doesn't have such a knife, nor does her husband or son. They've never seen it before. Art and I wouldn't own an offensive weapon like that. I reach forward and grab the phone. I scan the email, then look up. Mum, she literally says, there's a chance it could have been left by a previous guest, and we didn't notice. So, there we are. It must have been the guests before us. And why would I have put a knife in the drawer at your holiday cottage? Paul asks. Exactly, I begin to say, but Mum's found her voice again. Because I imagine you didn't want to be found with it. Perhaps one of us came in when you were about to use it. Interrupted you. Spooked you, maybe, and you ended up changing your plan? Rather quick thinking on your part, putting it in the drawer. But you didn't bank on Lorraine Miller emailing to check, and you certainly didn't bank on me putting 2 and 2 together. I watch in horror as Mum seems to be gaining energy with each word, as though we're all going to be floored by this speech. Paul doesn't look floored. It's not mine, he says simply. His lack of further pushback takes the wind out of Mum's sails. I watch as she stares open-mouthed at Paul, her eyes darting from him to me. Then she moves quickly. She scoops up my shirt and holds it out to me. Put this on. We're going home. I start to shake my head. I'm not that. Art, don't test me on this. I'm absolutely serious. You're not staying with this man for another moment. Or in this flat, she says the word flat, as though it has a sour taste. I've never heard Mum sound snobbish in my whole life, but she does now. Like Paul's home is beneath her, beneath people like us. She seems a million miles away from the kind, generous person who convinced me to take in a distressed, desperate man. In this moment, I feel ashamed of her. Maybe she sees this in my face because her expression softens. Look, I know you're an adult. I can't lock you up, but I'm asking you to come with me now. We'll go home and discuss this properly, just the two of us. She lays a hand on my shoulder. I look over at Paul. He raises his eyebrows at me. Then he says, Go on, Art. Go back with your mum if you want. She seems upset. You should talk. Mum rounds on him, anger lighting up her face again. She seems upset. Christ, could you be more condescending if you tried? After everything I did for you, Thet. Serena, I know what you did for me, and I will forever be grateful for that, Paul says, sounding very serious now. Whatever is going on here, it isn't my fault. Whatever difficulties there are between you and your son isn't on me. That's on you. He hitches the bedsheet up closer and takes a step forward, but she backs away. Difficulties? We don't have difficulties, she looks over at me. Do we? I don't say anything. Art? She says, her eyes wide. I look down. Then, out of my peripheral vision, I see a lunging movement, then hear a bang. A sudden, horrible moment. I wonder if it was a gunshot. Then I see the cord being pulled across the floor and realize Mum's grabbed my phone from the top of the plastic drawers, wrenching the charger from its socket, causing the plug to swing around and hit the wardrobe. "We're leaving," she says, stuffing the phone and charger into her handbag. "Give me that," I say, reaching for her bag. She pulls it away and heads for the door. "If you want it, you'll need to follow me," she says briskly. Then she's out of the room. Momentarily stunned, I stand still for a brief second. Then, after a quick apologetic glance at Paul, I bolt after her. She's already left the flat by the time I'm in the hallway. But the front door is still open. "Mom!" I call as she heads in the direction of the stairwell. She turns back and looks at me, then pulls something out of her bag. For a moment, I think she's going to give my phone back, but then I see she's holding out my shirt. "Put this on. It's winter. You'll freeze to death." I was so caught up in chasing after her, I hadn't stopped to realize my chest was bare, and suddenly I feel extremely cold. I haven't got any shoes on, either, and the dusty concrete under my bare feet feels rough and harsh. I take the shirt and pull it on. She watches me in sad silence as I button it up. When she meets my eyes, I see a tear fall. "I'm sorry," I say, even though I feel like it should be her apologizing to me. "It's okay," she says. "We'll talk about everything at home." "Come on, I've probably got a ticket by now." I shake my head. "I'm going back to Paul. I'll come home tomorrow morning, so long as you give me my phone." "It's not right, you holding it hostage." She seems to think about this. Then I see her eyes flick to a space beyond my shoulder. I look around and see Paul has come out of the flat. "Don't go back to him, Art. Please," she says this in a quiet voice, and it almost makes me relent. But I stand firm. I will come home tomorrow. In time for dinner, I promise if you give me my phone back. If you don't, I'll stay here all week, possibly beyond. Part of me can't believe I'm doing this, bargaining with Mum in this way. We've never spoken to each other like this. But in the space of 24 hours, we've screamed at each other in the street, had bizarre rows about knives and phones. It's like we've become different people. "Fine," she says, at last. She hands me the phone and the charger. 5 p.m. Tomorrow. No later or I'll send the police. Then she turns to go. I'm about to leave too when she comes back out of the stairwell and hugs me tight. Then, before I've had time to respond, she's gone, properly this time. Anxious, confused, and shivering, I walk back to the open door of the flat. To Paul. 27. Serena, February 2026. Time, I'm in the car. I renege on my promise. To wait until 5 p.m. the next day before involving the police. Instead, I look up the nearest police station and start the 20-minute drive. I have to do it. There's no way I can leave things as they stand. If anything happened to Art, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. There's no parking available when I reached the station, and I end up having to leave my car a 10-minute walk away on a very dodgy-looking street. Queue for the front desk when I enter the station, and I join it, my phone clasped in my hand, ready to show whoever will listen the evidence I have that my son's boyfriend is a manipulative psychopath. Man currently talking to the tired-looking officer on duty has a dog in his arms and is saying, "If she comes in here moaning that he bit her, she's bloody lying. Look at him. Wouldn't harm a fly." The officer tells him gently that nobody has made any complaints about a Pomeranian this week and confirms that the snuffling creature does indeed look harmless. "If that's all, sir?" he says to the man, who wanders off, muttering to himself. The woman ahead of me, thankfully, only takes less than a minute, asking detective, who requested she come in. That leaves me, and the duty officer gives me a blank look and says, "Yes?" I want to make a complaint. I leave a gap, though I'm not sure why. Perhaps I expected the man to leap into action. pressing a button, and an army of officers would flood the foyer, complete with guns and battering rams, ready to storm Paul's flat as soon as I gave the word. Just blinks at me. I think my son's in danger, from a man, and I think he's got an illegal weapon. This gets more interest. I'm asked my son's age and why I might think he's in danger. I give a jumbled and clumsily abridged version of the situation. Then I'm asked to wait on one of the cracked plastic seats. Eventually, I'm shown into a room where a uniformed young man who looks about 12 asks me my name, address, date of birth, and types them into a computer, taking an achingly long time, humming a little tune to himself as he does so. When we get to the subject of Paul, I try to be clearer and less panicked than I was with the desk constable. What's the nature of the complaint and the risk you believe your son faces? The young man asks. It's his boyfriend. I'm worried about my son when he's with him. I think he might end up being harmed in some way. He types something, then turns back to me. My colleague said you mentioned he's armed. We can act on that right away, if you can give us more details. I feel my face going red. Well, I didn't use the word armed. Exactly. You said he had an illegal weapon? He might have. At one point, I take out my phone and explain about the knife, showing him the picture that Lorraine sent. Surely, if he's known to have carried such a thing, that's suspicious, right? He must have left it in the cottage we were renting when we took him in. I mean, it must be illegal to wander around with one of those. The officer looks pained. I'm sorry, Mom, but not necessarily. Firstly, that isn't an illegal weapon in itself. It looks like a hunting knife. Not one that's banned like a flick knife or a so-called zombie knife. So it's not a crime to buy one or own one. Going about in public with one is where it gets complicated. In the UK, it's illegal to carry a knife like that without a good reason. If, as you say, he was in the forest and it's a hunting knife. He wasn't hunting. Well, actually, he might have been, but not for rabbits or deer. Sounds like he was hunting boys, like my son. The young man winces. That's another thing. Leaving aside the fact that you never actually saw the weapon on him. If your son is 20, he isn't a boy. He's a man. Obviously, this guy Paul is allowed to have a sexual relationship with him. So long as your son is over 16 and consenting. And it sounds like it's a yes to both those things. Unless you have anything else to tell me, it seems like neither of them has done anything wrong. Even if you don't like the guy. I feel the same sense of hopelessness and frustration I felt when talking to Merrill. No, you're not getting it. He flirted with me. He asked me on a date. Then he revealed he slept with my son not long after I saved him from a possible suicide attempt. I mean, what the fuck? And has been seeing him ever since. Manipulating him ever since. How do you think he's manipulating him? The fact I can't properly answer the question makes me more annoyed and I brush it aside. I don't know. Maybe through threats or, coercive control perhaps. That's a serious crime, isn't it? And then, if we add the whole knife business into all this, surely you can see that it paints a very weird picture? I'm not mad. This is odd, right? The constable is biting his lip. He looks at the computer, then types something for a few seconds, then says, I've made a note of what you've said, so we have a record. You didn't type much. I'm not sure you appreciate it. I do, Mom, and I can understand you feel protective of your son. I know my own mum's very protective of me. It's what parents are for. He smiles, probably hoping we can find more friendly ground. I stare back at him, stony-faced and unimpressed. I want you to take this seriously, I say. That man, I struggle to find the words, or at least words I haven't already used. Hasn't committed a crime, as far as I can make out. He clicks the mouse in a final way, like a full stop. If your son feels differently, or wants to make a complaint himself, we're here to listen. Or, if anything else happens, we've got your information on file, so anyone you speak to will be able to see it. But for now, that's all we can do. I end up sleeping most of the day. I should be focusing on a new painting. I'm supposed to be taking part in a Sky Arts documentary, and they wanted a brand new work for me to debut exclusively on camera. A lot of pressure, a lot of preparation, and I feel a tug of guilt when I crawl into bed and sleep rather than heading to my studio in Battersea. But the meeting with the police has drained me of any energy I still had after my disorienting 24 hours, and I need to let my mind rest. When I wake, it's gone lunchtime. I decide I can get in a good amount of work if I carry on into the night. I used to do this a lot when I was younger, but less since Art grew up. With him not here, I can't sit around the house and imagine the worst. I shower, dress, and make a quick salad. Then I grab my bag and head to my car. The gallery is a converted warehouse over 100 years old, originally used to store grain back in the 1910s. Now, I'm one of 3 creatives who use the space. The others consist of an award-winning Italian textiles-based artist named Natalia and Ken, an experimental photographer. I see Natalia coming out of her studio as I pull up into my parking space. "Hey, Serena. I didn't think you were coming today." I get out of the car and smile at her. "I had some stuff to finish off at home. I think I'll work late." "That crazy girl Anya was looking for you, by the way. This makes me freeze." "What?" "Uh-huh. She was here the other day. Says she wants you to rewrite a reference or something. Says she can't get a job. And you've messed up her life, apparently. She called you a bunch of other stuff too, but I closed the door on her." "Christ, that's all I need," I mutter as I head inside. Talia follows me, talking away about various things. Her elderly mum, who she's trying to convince to come over from Rome and live here, her 16-year-old daughter, who apparently wants to work in a hospital morgue. I mean, what's wrong with the girl? And her 17-year-old son, who is dating a girl who is no good for him, distracting him from his A-levels. I've developed a way of tuning out Natalia's chat, especially when I'm working, but I start to pay more attention as she lays into her son's girlfriend with enthusiastic relish, referring to her as having the eyes of a harlot and injected lips to match. While she talks, I do my hair up into a ponytail, remove my earrings, and change into my old Adidas tracksuit. Once my transformation is complete, Natalia looks at me and says, "My God, Serena, you look practically the same age as the girl when you're dressed like this." "I can't paint any other way," I say. "Hopefully I don't have harlot lips, though." "You're way prettier. If only my boy would settle with someone like you. Don't want to take him off my hands, do you?" She laughs to show she's joking, but the question unsettles me. If your son were to end up with someone older, someone you weren't sure about, in terms of their motives, what would you do then? Natalia considers this. Then she says, "I would probably take the same approach I have with his current hussy." The word makes me laugh. "Natalia, you can't talk about girls like that. I don't think harlot and hussy are acceptable now." She bats away my disapproval. "Oh, shush, what do I care?" As I say, I would do the same as I do now, be serene as a pond, a tranquil expanse of water. She spreads her hands and runs them smoothly through the air. "What?" I say, confused. "Do you mean you'd do nothing? Not care?" "No, I care," she says, her voice low, humor in her eyes. "I don't react, if you see what I mean." "I'm not sure I'd be very good at that," I say. I'm quite reactive to everything and worried about getting things wrong. My words threaten to take me back into the past, to times where I have got things wrong, devastatingly so. Natalia starts talking again, and it helps me refocus. Always calm. Tranquility is the most terrifying thing to the teenage mind. They expect, no, they want you to scream and shout. You can't do this, you can't do that. My way is, say what you got to say, but say it with the calmness of a dove. The disapproval lands with the impact of a bomb, but none of the noise. It freaks them out, you see. I find this very compelling. And it works? Oh, it works all right, Natalia says. It may take them a while, but they soon see the error of their ways. The quietness, it's disturbing. The shouty mother is a character they can dismiss. The calm one, they're not sure what to do with. She smiles. When I don't, her expression grows more serious. Why? Is there something you're worried about? For a moment, I'm tempted to tell her everything. After pouring my heart out to Meryl, then a police officer, I can't bring myself to go into it all over again with another person. No, I say, shaking my head, rolling up my sleeves, then lie again. Try to give it conviction. No, everything's fine. 28. Art. February 2026. I rehearse what I'm going to say to Mum all the way home the next day. But as soon as I'm face to face with her, I struggle to remember what I planned. The whole reason I've come home this early is to get this awkward chat over with. And now I can't get my brain into gear. I open my mouth, but before I can say anything, Mum says, "Let me get you some breakfast." Without waiting for an answer, she's reaching for a large loaf of sourdough from the countertop and cutting doorstop thick slices. Then heating some butter in a pan. She's making French toast. Cinnamon French toast with diced apples. She doesn't even have to ask what I want. She knows my favorite. Knows everything about me. Almost everything. "Mum," I say, uncertainly. "We do need to talk," she says, without looking up from her chopping. "But first, let's have a nice breakfast. No arguments, no disagreements. Just normal." The frying pan gives off a satisfying hiss when the egg-soaked bread is added to it. "That sounds good," I say. "Do you mind if I take a quick shower and get changed?" She turns and smiles at me. "Of course. Be quick, though. Better when it's hot." She nods at the pan. 5 minutes, I say, nodding. I rush upstairs and shower in record time. As soon as I'm out of the shower, I walk quickly across the landing and into my room. My phone is halfway out of my jeans pocket, my eyes drawn to it when the screen lights up. I see it's a message from Paul. I scoop it out as I begin to towel myself dry and read the message on the screen. "Hey, sorry I wasn't awake to say goodbye, but I understand why you wanted to head off early. Hope the chat with your mum goes well. I'm sure you'll manage to be fair with her while sticking to all the things we spoke about last night. Call me whenever you want and we can chat. XXX. The message makes me feel bad for not waking him up to say goodbye. I was worried about losing my nerve. As I reach for some clothes from my chest of drawers, I notice how everything is so neatly folded and ironed, all by Mum. I take out one of the t-shirts and pull it on, feeling confused and conflicted. "Art, you ready?" I hear her call from the kitchen. "Coming," I say back, reaching for some jeans. I still take the stairs slowly, each one feeling like it's taking me uphill rather than down. In the kitchen, Mum serves up the slices of French toast. She has one, and I have 3. "Wow, not sure I can manage all this," I say. "Oh, you will," she smiles. As I begin to eat, I notice she isn't quite as relaxed as she wants to appear. Her smile looks tight, and she's sitting more upright than normal. And she doesn't make a move to pick up her fork. "Mom, is everything okay?" "Yes," she says immediately, still smiling. "Because you're being weirdly. I don't know." "Calm? Why shouldn't I be calm?" she asks with a shrug. "There's no reason why we shouldn't behave calmly, is there?" I suppose. This is starting to freak me out now. After all, we're both grown-ups, both adults. You've been keen to point that out to me recently, so I'm not going to tell you off like a naughty child. I'm going to approach all this in a sensible, matter-of-fact way. "Right," I say, partly wishing she'd go back to shouting. At least that was less weird than this unnerving performance. "I'm going to say some things, and I don't want you to get angry or upset or fly off the handle," she says. I stare back at her. "Go on then," I say tentatively. She nods at the plate in front of me, keen for me to start eating. I begin, the taste of the sugary, buttery bread as delicious as ever. But I can't help wondering if she's made me such a large amount of food to keep me occupied while she lectures me. "I spoke to the police about Paul," she says quietly. "You did what?" I say, allowing my fork to fall to the table with a clatter. "Art, you promised," she says. "I didn't actually," I say, but she carries on. "And the police officer I spoke to, a lovely young man called Bernard, said he could dash my suspicions." I take another mouthful of toast, glaring at her. When she doesn't say anything further, I swallow and say, "And? Is that it?" She looks annoyed. "Isn't that enough?" I let out a breath, trying to keep calm but feeling myself go cold with anger. "So let me get this straight. You went and spoke to." "No. Wasted the time of the police. And they did nothing because you gave them nothing. Because there isn't anything to give them." I stand up. "You haven't finished your breakfast," she says, looking hurt. Well, surprise, surprise, I'm suddenly not hungry. "Art, don't be like this, please." I rub my face with my hands, grainy smears of cinnamon sugar coating my chin, but I don't care. I wish I could go back to sleep and wake up in Paul's bed and start this day all over again. Only this time I'd stay in his flat, renege on my promise to come home, pretend I don't have to deal with this shit. "How did you think this was going to go?" I ask. "Did you think I'd say, 'Oh, thanks, Mum, for speaking to the police about my boyfriend. That was really kind of you'?" She tuts. "He's not your boyfriend. You barely know him." "I know him better than you." I half shout. "I want you to stop seeing him. Please. There's something not right about all this. About the way he came into our lives, about the way he set out to seduce a boy so much younger than him." "I am not a boy." There's no half-shouting now. I yell the words at her, not caring if the whole street hears me. "How many more times do I have to tell you?" Her eyes fly wide. "Don't shriek at me." "I'm not shrieking. I'm shouting. There's a difference." My words ricochet around the kitchen. I try to lower my volume so I can get my words out. "You see, though, this is exactly what I'm talking about. You're trying to baby me, make me out to be some child having a strop over nothing. But I'm not. I have a perfect right to be furious about what you're..." I let out a strangled sound, halfway between an F word and a roar, and then march out of the room and head upstairs. I stay in my room for hours. At one point, I start packing a bag, planning to leave without saying goodbye. Those folded clothes stop me again. Something about the care and attention Mum takes, shown so clearly right in front of me, makes me think I owe her a chance to discuss this. So, even though I'm still furious with what she did and her attempts to justify it, I come up with a plan. Or rather, return to the plan Paul and I came up with last night. The one I was determined to follow before she dropped the police bombshell. It's gone 2 p.m. By the time I finally venture back downstairs, Mum's in the living room. TV's on, and she's got a book open in front of her. This is her favorite Sunday activity. To sit on the sofa and read a book. A whole book. If time allows. While an old film plays along in the background, just about audible. I remember asking once if it spoiled her concentration, and she grinned and said, "Not at all. It makes me feel less alone." I think I was about 8 or 9 at the time, and I remember so vividly looking up at her and saying very seriously, "But you're never alone, Mummy. You've got me." I feel my tears pricking as I approach her. I blink them away hurriedly and clear my throat. She looks up from her book, a chunky paperback by Joe Nesbo. It's called The Sun. That about me, I say, attempting a bit of humor. Is it about what a nightmare I am? She smiles, but her eyes are sad. Oh, love, you're not a nightmare. You could never be a nightmare. I stand awkwardly in the doorway for a few seconds. Then I walk over to the armchair nearer the TV. Even if I said I'm going to carry on seeing Paul. She sighs and stays silent for a bit. Then she says, "You're right when you say that you're an adult. And I'm sorry if, I don't know, I babied you or futh. This isn't about that," I say quietly, even though it kind of is. Well, leaving that aside, I can't do anything to stop you. Not really. If you won't listen to me, I suppose I'll have to trust that you know what you're doing. She says this in a way that makes it clear she thinks this is very unlikely. I guess that's what being a parent is about in the end. I want this to be your home, not a cage. I lean forward. I'd never think of it like that. I'm not saying I'm moving out. Not unless you force me to. By stopping me from seeing Paul, Mum's eyes seek out mine. I'm unable to hold her gaze. She reaches for the control and turns off the television. "So that's your condition, is it? You won't dash off to be with him in Kilburn so long as I don't make things difficult?" In a way, yes. I find it painful to be talking to Mum this way, but I can't see an alternative. And I have one other one, too. Mum doesn't say anything, just waits for me to continue, perhaps worried what I'm going to say next. So when I tell her my other condition is that I want to have a birthday meal with her and Meryl and a handful of friends so Paul can meet everyone properly, she looks a little relieved. "Birthday meal? Of course, love. We can do that." I give her a weak smile. "Okay, good, thanks. Think, once you get to know him, you two can start again. And I'd love Meryl to meet him too." She gets up and comes over to me, hugs me. A few tears fall from my eyes then, but I have my chin on her shoulder, and she doesn't notice. I can see her, though, reflected in the blank screen of the TV. She's biting her lip, her face full of worry. 29. Serena. March 2026. "Very nice," Meryl says, looking at the largest of the 3 canvases in front of her. "What made you choose the fox as the main animal?" I walk over to stand next to her, looking at the half-finished piece. There's nobody. I'd invite to see a painting that wasn't complete. I don't even show art until I'm ready. But I always show Meryl the works throughout the process. I think it's because when I first met her, I was halfway through a series of paintings, and she accidentally saw them unfinished. So we've carried on that way. I think it was the color of the fox, that bold orange and brown. I love it. And the Sky program is going out in September, so I thought an autumnal theme might be nice. I look at the other 2 smaller canvases that sit on either side of the fox, a partially painted hare and a squirrel that's just a pencil sketch at this point. "When are they filming?" Meryl asks, moving to look at the hare. "Next week. They're doing it in stages, segments throughout the coming months. They did want some stuff about my life, behind-the-scenes things." at home with the artist. But I've backed out of that. Meryl doesn't say anything, but raises an eyebrow. I know. I probably shouldn't have done. Things are still weird. With art? She asks, even though she must know the answer. Yes, with art, I say, tension creeping into my voice now. I mean, I didn't want him being on camera anyway. But they were keen, so I was going to give him the choice. I don't think we're in the right place for that. Meryl's, turning one of her rings thoughtfully, always a sign she's choosing her words with care. You said last week you hoped things were getting back to normal. Is that no longer the case? I sigh. I think that was wishful thinking. Things are still not right between us. It's making me quite depressed, if I'm honest. He's home a few nights a week. The other nights he spends at Paul's. We don't talk anymore. Not properly. He's polite, but he doesn't meet my eyes or linger over meals. He'll watch something with me in the evening, then head to his room, and I hear him on the phone to Paul. It's like we've become strangers. I feel my eyes filling with tears, and I move away quickly, going over to get my things, stuffing my tracksuit bottoms into a carrier bag to take home and wash. I'm determined not to cry, determined to keep things under control. Serena, are you okay? I'm fine, I say, my voice coming out fake and too loud. Meryl gives me a look. Okay, I'm not fine. I don't want to keep talking about it. Apart from the times when I need to talk about it, in which case I'm very grateful for you listening to me. Any time, she says. You know that, and at least you have his birthday tomorrow. I say, picking up my bags. Right, I'm starving. Let's get to dinner. We don't make it out the door, though, before Meryl asks about my reaction to Art's birthday. Is it because Paul's going to be there? She asks. It's not only that, though it's a big part of it, I say. It's that we're spending the day with each other. Art and me, yes. Going to that exhibition of Iraqi artifacts, wasn't it? Yes. In a research center in Luton. Not what many young men would want to do on their 21st birthday. But I love that about him. I love his passion for things like this. It's a quiet passion. He doesn't say too much, but you can feel the energy of his enthusiasm. Or rather, I could back before Paul? Meryl finishes the sentence for me. I assume, because of all the awkwardness, you're worried about how it will go. I bite my lip, thinking, I'm probably worrying about nothing. Even if it isn't awkward, I know I'll be spending the whole day dreading sitting opposite that man over dinner. Meryl puts a hand on my shoulder as we step out into the car park. One piece of advice, dear, she says. Might be best if you stopped referring to your son's boyfriend as that man. It's after dinner, when Meryl's driver drops me home after a delicious Turkish meal, that I get the text from Art. Hey, Mum, about the plan tomorrow. I think I'm going to pass on the trip to Luton, if that's okay. Might go shopping with Paul. Meet you at Pizza Express in the evening. Sorry for the change of Plan X. I'm upset and disappointed, but I realize I've been half expecting a message like this all day. Part of me was surprised there hasn't been a quiet bailing on our plans before. I feel a surge of guilt, like I manifested this situation through my discussion with Meryl earlier about how I wasn't looking forward to our plans. Well, now I have no plans to look forward to at all. I pour myself a glass of wine and This must be Paul's influence. He must be using Art's birthday as a power move, a way to prove his dominance over my son, to show that he is calling the shots now. I think back to the knife found in the cottage. The strange fall into the river, the ambiguity about that whole event, then the flirting, and hiding his relationship with Art. There must be more, I think to myself. Must be. I've already tried to search online. The first time I attempted it, I realized I didn't know Paul's surname. When I asked Art, as casually as I could, he replied, Smith, which is probably the most unhelpful surname a person called Paul could ever have. One Google search prompted thousands of pages crammed with cashmere jumpers and designer socks. I tried Facebook and Instagram with no useful results. But tomorrow might be an opportunity. If I'm going to grin and bear it at this meal, I might as well use the time wisely. Try to find things out. Trip him up somehow. Expose irregularities in his story, whatever his story is. As I comb back through my memory of our chat over coffee last month, I realize he gave precious little away. The same as when he gave us that guarded explanation in the cottage. He was a closed book, and I need to find a way to open him. Then I have an idea. I send a message to Meryl. Thanks for a lovely dinner. I meant to say earlier, do you think you could try to find out more about Paul tomorrow? I don't think he'll want to talk to me much. Not after our bizarre date. That wasn't a date. But I think he might speak to you. Art loves you, and he'll have told Paul this. And I think he might trust you. I just want to know more about his history. He mentioned he was adopted fostered. Maybe by a rich family, but doesn't have any living relatives. You could start with that, okay? I click send, then wonder if I've been too demanding. Maybe she'll refuse or disapprove of the idea. A few seconds later, the reply that comes back gives me some hope. I'll see what I can do. 30. Paul. March 2026. Paul is glad Art has decided to spend his birthday with him. He worried persuading him to change his plans would cause too much upset. That was before things had become strained between him and his mum. Before the fractures started to appear, he suspects that those fractures have been there for a long time. So long, Serena didn't see them growing bigger and bigger until they reached breaking point. Over the past weeks, Paul has listened to Art sing her praises about how amazing she's raised him in challenging circumstances when he was a child. But he's said other things, how he feels suffocated, feels like she's having trouble letting go, how the violent incident when he was at uni inflamed her protective instincts, made her a lot worse. We could always go rogue. Paul says during one of these discussions, for your birthday, I mean, give you a break. Art looks unsure. She was really excited when she saw the ad for the exhibition. I might have missed it if she hadn't suggested it, and I really want to go. Paul leans closer to him on the sofa, moving his arm around him, their legs touching. I'll take you, he says. Let's make it a romantic day out. The first birthday of yours we spend together. Art frowns. And Mum? Paul shrugs. You'll see her at the dinner. We can still do that, of course. Make sure we're back from Luton in time. They have a lovely day out. Early on, Paul suspects Art is struggling not to feel bad. He sends Serena a message, and she replies simply, Fine X. As the day goes on, he seems to relax, and Paul does too. He buys Art a large coffee table book called Ancient Visions of Petra, trying not to let the 45-pound price tag bother him. While his job at the museum has helped with his financial issues, to an extent, he has to be careful. He decides to mention this as a prelude to his surprise. I need to make sure I don't spend too much today. You'll see why later. Art looks immediately embarrassed. You don't have to get me the book, honestly. Paul shakes his head. No, I want to. I only mention the money because, well, you'll see. I have something very exciting to tell you. He doesn't say any more, merely smiling and winking whenever Art asks him about it. You don't have to worry about money, Art says. I told you. I'll get my trust fund from Merrill soon. We'll be able to do a lot more when I have that. Paul does know this. He's also intrigued by Merrill, who seems to have played a large part in Art's life. At the meal at Pizza Express. That evening, he gets the feeling Merrill doesn't trust him. Perhaps he should have been prepared for this, considering she's Serena's friend. No doubt she's heard that thoroughly biased account of how Serena felt tricked into thinking she was going out on a date. He doesn't want to go into all that at the table, with Serena right next to Merrill. But he still feels uneasy about the way she quietly but firmly asks probing questions about his background, his financial situation, his plans with Art. He gives friendly, if vague, answers to all of these and emphasizes how committed he is to Art. I think it's wonderful what you've done for him, he says. Your generosity and support is truly amazing. She smiles, but doesn't comment on this, so he decides to shift the discussion, asking Merrill questions instead. I heard you sold your cosmetics company to Superdrug? That must have been exciting. It was Boots, she says quietly, and I'm not sure exciting is the word. A planned winding down. When he comments on how it must have been a lucrative winding down, she looks at him silently again, this time even more pensively, as though trying to read his mind. He gets the impression he's made a faux pas. But he doesn't get a chance to correct it, because something happens that makes them all jump. (31) R. Tard. March 2026. The Pizza Express on Morton Street in Pimlico has been a long-time haunt for Mum and me. It's situated a 2-minute walk from our old flat on Lupus Street and less than a 10-minute walk from the house we moved into 4 years ago. We go there at least a couple of times a month, and always on my birthday, without fail. Sometimes for lunch, sometimes for dinner, depending on when I'm seeing friends. But it's a tradition we've honored ever since moving to London from Dorset when I was 10. But this is the first time I've had a birthday meal here with multiple guests, and it's taking some getting used to. Paul seems relaxed, though, and I'm relieved. He's been chatting away to Seb and the date he brought with him, Keisha. They've been telling him about some all-night rave they went to the night before. And Paul's making it sound like he's interested, even jealous of their wild night. I know he isn't, not really. He's like me. Maybe slightly more outgoing and at ease in social situations, though. He's certainly getting on well with Seb and Keisha. After the dough balls and garlic bread starters have been cleared away, I nip off to the bathroom before the mains arrive. I'm washing my hands when the door opens and Seb enters. Hey, I say, looking up at him in the mirror. Hey, mate, he says. Having a good birthday? Yes, I say. Went shopping with Paul. Made a bit of a day of it. I see Seb's brow crease. Oh, I thought you were out with your mum? I head over to the dryer and yell over its surprisingly loud roar. Change of plan. Spent it with Paul. I expect Seb to nod or smile, but he doesn't. He just looks oddly thoughtful. He makes a move as if to go over to the urinals, then stops and turns back to me. You okay? I ask, confused by the look on his face. Yeah, Seb says. I'm truly puzzled now. At first, I wonder if he wants me to leave before taking a piss, but Seb's never shy. So it must be something else. Is everything all right? I ask him, lowering my voice, even though we're the only people in here. Your mum doesn't look too happy, he says. She looks like she's at the dentist having root canal, rather than out to celebrate your 21st. Have you, argued or something? I bite my lip. I feel bad that Seb's noticed this and not me, But I've become so used to Mum's weird mood over the past few weeks. I haven't picked up on it. Yeah, we've had a bit of a disagreement, I say. I don't want to go into it all now. Feeling like it's too long a story to launch into, while a bunch of people are waiting for us to return. As I think this, I realize how strange it is that I haven't told Seb about the disagreement with Mum. The person I used to tell everything to is totally in the dark about the biggest drama I've had in years. I'm sorry to hear that. I guess, well, I heard a lot during your little screaming match outside my house. When I messaged you, you said things were fine. They're not fine. I suspect Seb's less bothered about Mum looking tetchy at my birthday meal and more hurt that I haven't spoken to him about it. I'm reminded of his face when he found out I was seeing someone. That look of quickly covered disappointment, as though I'd let him down. For a split second, I'm annoyed about this. Pissed off that getting a boyfriend has led to all these weird reactions from my nearest and dearest, as though I'm somehow failing in my responsibilities or something. But a little part of me knows he has a right to be upset. Or at least, for a right to some answers. I'm sorry, mate, I say. I really am. I've been caught up in the whirlwind of it all. You know how it is. Like you and Keisha. Seb scoffs. What I have with Keisha is definitely not the same as what's going on with you and Paul. I don't think she's too fussed about me. I buy her expensive presents. She likes that my parents have a nice house and don't mind her staying over. It won't last, but I'm enjoying it while it does. I've never seen her look at me the way you look at Paul. Something about this causes that prickle of annoyance to return. You're spending a lot of time watching the way people look at each other, I say. Then, add a laugh at the end to make it sound like I'm joking rather than criticizing. Seb says. Well, anyway, I'd better. He nods at the urinals and I move towards the door. I'll head back, I say, wanting this conversation to be over. I make for the stairs, feeling unsettled and guilty. I need to spend more time with Seb. I've been a bad friend, becoming one of those people who ditch their mates the second they end up in a relationship. So caught up in my thoughts that I walk headlong into someone. It's a waiter, carrying 2 glasses and bottles of Diet Coke on a tray. Full bottles. The liquid sloshes over my new beige chinos, and the glasses smash to the floor. God, sorry, the waiter yells, his words thankfully covering my stronger swear word. It's okay, I say, as I feel the ice-cold liquid soaking through my trousers. The chinos are probably ruined. Even so, I can't help feeling sorry for the guy. He only looks about 16, and as he bends down to pick up the tray and mutters about a dustpan and brush, he looks like he might cry. A managerial-looking woman zooms onto the scene, full of apologies for me and instructions for him. I head back to the table with a wad of napkins clamped to my groin. Are you all right? Paul asks, standing up. Yeah, just a bit wet, I say, trying to laugh it off. You might get a free meal if you complain, Keisha says. If you email customer support, they'll probably send you a gift voucher. My friend got a 30 quid one once because the waitress sighed sarcastically when she mentioned her pineapple allergy. I'll bear that in mind, I say, even though I wouldn't dream of complaining since the whole thing was my fault. Remembering what I'd been thinking about before I collided with the waiter, I look over at Mum in the corner. Her head is turned to the window, though from the glassy on her face, some pass, she isn't focusing on anything in particular. Did she even notice the smashing glasses? When the main courses arrive, I watch her pick up the pizza wheel at the side of her plate and begin sawing at her padana romana without enthusiasm. When her eyes flick up and meet mine, I give her a grin, and she blinks at me, as though surprised to see me there at all. "You having a good time, love?" she asks. There's something about the distant way she says this that makes it sound like I'm somewhere far away from her, the same way she would sound on the phone if I were spending the night at Seb's, rather than at a birthday meal she helped organize. "Yeah," I say. "Hopefully a hot wash will save the trousers." She frowns, apparently unaware what I'm referring to. Old Mum would have rushed to comfort me, worried that I'd be upset from the public spectacle and wrecking new and expensive clothes. But instead, she just nods slowly, still seeming unsure what she's agreeing with. "It's good luck to have a drink spilled on you," Meryl says, nodding at me kindly. This instantly makes me smile. It's one of Meryl's long-running quirks to say it's good luck for various things. Over the years, Meryl has told me hundreds of things are good luck. Things as various as missing a tube train, losing my PE socks, forgetting passwords, treading in a puddle, being late to a party, and catching a cold twice in one winter season. No matter what the situation, big or small, being told it was good luck somehow made it feel better. So I'm grateful for her saying it now. I get the feeling she's about to say something else. Perhaps to Mom, as her eyes are on her, assessing her glum demeanor, but she's interrupted by Paul. He's got to his feet, holding a glass, as if he's going to make a toast. Seb and Keisha's conversation falters, both of them looking up at him. "What are you doing?" I hiss. But Paul smiles and puts a comforting hand on my shoulder. "This isn't a big speech or anything. I'm not good with those. This is just a quick thank you to everyone for welcoming me, having me here and being so kind." For one horrifying moment, I wonder if he's going to cry, but his little pause seems to be a nervous clearing of the throat. There's a bit of an awkward silence. The speech was certainly brief, and I get the feeling everyone's waiting to see if there's more. Feeling like I should say something, I open my mouth. But Seb gets there first. "You're so welcome," he says, getting up and slapping Paul on the back. "Any friend of Art's is a friend of ours. Come here, mate." He pulls Paul into a hug. When both men sit down, I feel my face burning with embarrassment, even though it wasn't me who made a speech or hugged anyone. Perhaps I should have. Perhaps it should have been me who got up and hugged my boyfriend, rather than leaving it to my best friend to save the situation. I feel out of my depth, awkward, and Mum's still acting like she's come to a wake, not a party. It's pissing me off. "You are indeed welcome, Paul," Meryl says. "We're looking forward to getting to know you." There's something about the way she said, "getting to know you," that doesn't help my uneasy feeling. It's as though she's planning a test of some kind. I know she's protective of me, but I don't need another person trying to mess with my love life. As soon as I look back at Paul, though, I feel myself relax a little. His deep blue eyes, beautiful lines of his face, his movie star jawline. The effect just looking at him has on me is instant. To everything right in the world. Then he does something else that makes it even better. "I was going to give you this earlier today. It's taken all my strength not to, but wanted to save it as a surprise," he says, handing me an envelope he seems to have magicked out of nowhere. "What's this?" I say, looking at it. It's a gold envelope with a shiny finish. "Open it and find out," Paul says, his voice now lowered. It's like it's only him and me in the restaurant. Nobody else. Just us. And then I open the envelope and gasp. "What's this? Are these?" "We're going to Spain," Paul says, nodding, a wide grin lighting up his face. I look at the printout. It's a booking for a trip to Malaga. Hotel, flights. And it's in 2 weeks' time. "Naughty weekend away, eh?" says Seb with a laugh. Hey, Keisha, how about we join them? I know Seb's joking, but Paul looks briefly worried before he focuses back on me. You're pleased, right? I realize I need to react. Yeah, definitely. I haven't been away in ages. I half embrace him, and he kisses my cheek. I want to kiss him on the lips, but I haven't quite got to that level in terms of PDAs, not with everyone watching. I'm way too much the center of attention already, and it gives me a giddy feeling, as though I've been downing alcohol instead of 2 soft drinks. The hotel has great reviews. Paul says it's for 4 nights. We're right by the beach. Our room has a balcony, and there's an outdoor pool. And the sea, of course.
Art isn't one for swimming.
The statement is said in such a blunt, clipped way, it seems to ring out across the restaurant. Everyone turns to look at Mum, including me. I do know how to swim, and I swim sometimes, I says. Though, truthfully, I can't remember the last time I did. Not that it really matters. You always used to cry during swimming lessons, Mum says. Her eyes aren't on me. They're on the printouts in my hand, as though they've personally offended her. Yeah. When I was 8 years old, I'm sure I'll be able to hold back the tears by the pool in Malaga. Have to practice your front crawl, mate, Seb says with a laugh. I return his smile, but I haven't finished with Mum. I really don't think swimming is the issue here, I say to her. I didn't say it was an issue, Mum says with a little shrug. I'm just saying you'll need to be cautious. People who aren't confident swimmers shouldn't suddenly go out of their depth, especially not in open water. This is getting weirder by the second, and I decide I need to close the conversation down. I'll be fine, I say, but she hasn't finished. I thought you were going to get a head start on your university work for the autumn. You have a lot of reading to do if you want to pick up where you left off. I gape at her. Yeah, and I'll have time to do that when I get back. It's barely spring. I'll be gone for 4 days. I'm not worried, so I don't see why you should be. If I decide to go back, I'll have weeks, months to study. I see Mum's eyes go wide. If? What do you mean? There's no if about it. I'm about to speak, but Paul cuts in. Art and I feel like it might be good to keep his options open. There might be some work at the museum he could do, get some experience. Mum makes a noise of disbelief. Oh, for God's sake, you work in the bloody cafe. You're not a curator or archaeologist or anything important. Certainly not enough to wangle a uni dropout an actual job. Mum, I say. In my peripheral vision, I can see Seb and Keisha exchanging glances. Meryl has her lips pursed, looking embarrassed. I'm well aware what my job is, Serena, Paul says. He's keeping his tone polite, but I spot the harder edge to his voice. I don't want Art to feel trapped or suffocated. Mum gasps. Is that what you think I've been doing? I only want what's best for him. She's almost shouting now, and not for the first time. I get the feeling that every other person in the restaurant has their attention on our table. He didn't say that, I say, hoping for a last-ditch attempt to avoid this exploding into a row. Too late. Mum rises from the table so quickly it rocks, plates and glasses rattling. Nothing breaks, but the sound is loud enough to cause a silence to fall, as though a bomb has gone off. Are you sure? Because I feel like that's been the bloody narrative you've been spinning ever since you brought that man into our lives. No, correction. You brought him into our lives, Mum. The words are out of my mouth so quickly, I don't stop to think of how they might land with Paul, how referencing that night he felt so low and desperate, might feel, especially in such a public setting. When I see the look in his eyes, I feel awful. I reach out to him and grab his arm. And I'm so pleased you did come into our lives. I really am, I say, quietly and earnestly. His gaze meets mine, and I know things are fine. Between us, at least. But not with Mum. She's already gathering up her bag and coat and heading for the door. "I'm sorry, Meryl. I'll come and see you later." Meryl doesn't reply. She has her eye on Paul. "Mum, don't go," I say, not caring that my voice is carrying across the restaurant. We've already become a spectacle. That ship has sailed. I reach for her, meaning to grab her arm, but I catch her handbag instead, wrenching it off her. She snatches it up from the ground before I can get it for her. "Leave it," she snaps. Then she's out the door. "Let her go," Paul says. "Give her some space." I pause, looking back at him, then out the door, watching Mum hurry down the street. She's marching so fast that she almost causes 2 teenage girls to drop their burritos. One shouts, "Oi, watch it," but she doesn't notice. "Art, you haven't finished your pizza," Paul says. I nod. Then I turn back to the doors and dash out of the restaurant. Mum's already down the end of the road. "Mum!" I shout after her. She turns around looking furious. "No," she says, putting up a finger. The word catches me by surprise, stopping me in my tracks. "What?" I said no. I'm not having it. I'm not having another shrieking match in the street like we are some degenerates from EastEnders. We are not like that. Oh yeah, I forgot. We're supposed to be fucking posh now. She looks outraged. "Don't you dare talk to me like that, Art. Everything I've done." "Yes, I know. I know. You had a terrible time when you were pregnant. Your parents were awful. You were a poor single mum. You turned it all around just for me. What does that matter if I'm not happy?" A woman walking past with bulging Waitrose bags clutches them close and skirts around us, looking scared. For a moment, I think Mum's going to cry. Then she says, "We were happy." Then I made the mistake of bringing that man into our lives. "Can't you see what he's doing? Can't you see what he's done?" "No. What has he done? Really?" "This," she says, gesturing to herself, to me, to the space between us. "He's done this." Then she turns quickly and walks away. T. Double O. Serena. March 2026. I barely even remember the walk from the restaurant. When I arrive home, it's like I've been teleported onto my doorstep. I've been so lost in my thoughts about Paul and Art, so wrapped up in my sense of losing control of my life, or my son's life. Meryl phones me later in the evening to check how I am. She asks if I want to come over, but I tell her I need to sleep. Not that I do. I drift around the house restlessly, imagining various terrible situations. The central question of why Paul is doing what he's doing is one that tortures me the most. I don't buy the fact that they're both madly in love. Art might feel an attachment to him, of course, but that's because he's a sweet, kind, caring boy. Paul, on the other hand, is clearly playing some sort of game. But I don't know what, or how to stop him. I've never felt so hopeless, so powerless. Actually, that's not true. As I pour myself out a large glass of mineral water and stare out the window at the night sky, I think back to when I was pregnant with Art, alone and scared in a private maternity home, miles from my parents and everyone I knew, sent to have my baby in secret, like some character in a Victorian novel. There were nights then, as I felt my baby move inside me, when I truly believed things were hopeless. Days when I convinced myself of my own powerlessness, certain that my future was going to be destroyed by the thing living inside me, that my life would end as soon as it was born. Then Art came into the world, screaming and crying and in need of comfort. And with the flick of a switch, my life had purpose. I wasn't powerless. I wasn't beaten. And above all, I wasn't without hope. I've carried that resolve with me ever since, through every difficult chapter. all of them pale into insignificance compared to the situation I find myself in now. 33. 21 years ago. I really hope it all goes well with the baby, she said as she picked up her pink bunny cardigan. She didn't offer me her contact details, and I didn't ask. It was like we were anonymous pawns, passing across a chessboard that existed in a different world. Even so, once the door closed, as she vanished into the cold winter morning with her silent, good-as-gold baby, I couldn't help regretting not asking for a phone number, at least. Don't worry, you'll be next, the smoking girl said next to me, hand on her stomach. I was about to answer when a nurse strode into the entrance hall and shrieked, "Put that cigarette out at once! Are you insane, girl?" I hadn't even been the one smoking, but I felt like I'd been told off. I saw the girl standing next to me roll her eyes, then turn on her heel. "I should really give up, I suppose," she said in a depressed-sounding voice, screwing the cigarette into a bit of tissue and tossing it into a waste paper bin. Then she smiled at me. "Come on. Let's steal some biscuits from the staff room. I know where they keep them." She had a wicked but fun glint in her eye. "Up for it?" "Okay," I said, feeling a thrill, like we were about to do a jewel heist rather than snatch a pack of Garibaldis. As it turned out, the biscuits had been moved, but we did manage to snaffle a box of milk tray, lying open on the kitchen counter. We took it back to my room and sat chatting for a while, passing the box between us. We compared choices for baby names, and I said I was thinking of something unusual, like Bram or Joss. I want something people will remember. I like the idea of it being one syllable, too. I'm not sure why. Don't get me wrong. There are lots of more common names I love, though. I tried talking to my parents about it before I came here, but, she prompted, frowning. "Did they not like your choices?" I took my time eating a strawberry cream, dabbing at my mouth with the side of my hand. Then I said quietly, "I think they're going to make me give the baby up. For adoption, I mean. They think I'm—" She waited while I found the strength to finish the sentence. "Unstable," I said at last, feeling like I'd run a mile. I picked up another chocolate without checking its flavor and popped it into my mouth. It gave a satisfying crunch as it broke in two, which sounded like a gunshot in the silence. "I'm so sorry," she said. "Maybe you'll be able to convince them to let you keep him. Or her. It's a boy," I said. "They haven't told me, but I know it." I felt tears prick the corners of my eyes. Sometimes I wonder if I should let them take him, that it would be better for everyone. She looked troubled. "Don't make any snap decisions, okay? Not with something as important as this." She pushed the chocolate box towards me, then yawned. "You have the last one. I need a rest. The little one kept me up half the night with the kicking." She got up off the bed, stretching. "Are you going to be all right?" Yes, sorry, I'll be fine," I said, not sure why I was apologizing. I watched her go, walking slowly out of the room, offering me a smile before disappearing into the dark corridor. I still felt lonely in this place, still abandoned and unwanted. But being able to talk to others in a similar position meant more to me than I could ever say. I was grateful to have a new friend. Even if it was just for my time here, the difference it made was huge. It was like I had a glimmer of light in the darkness to help see me through what was to come. Fower. Paul. April 2026. Paul looks at Art's face as they get off the airport shuttle bus. He sees him look up at the 3-star hotel he's booked, take in its less-than-grand exterior. He can tell he's disappointed. It definitely doesn't look like the online brochure he sent him. It might be a bit rough and ready on the outside, but so long as they have a bed and a balcony for us to watch the sunset, I'm happy. Paul says, speaking close into his ear. Art seems to recover himself, blinking and smiling. Yeah, it looks nice. You lie well, Paul says with a grin. That's what I love about you. One of the many things I love about you. Art doesn't smile back. He stays silent as Paul heaves up his shoulder bag and takes up Art's travel case. I'll get that, Art says. No, I've got it, Paul says. Come on. They head into the hotel foyer, which consists of a plastic desk where a bored-looking woman sits in front of an ancient computer monitor and a rattling metal fan. Paul steps forward and coughs. Hey, I have a reservation for 2. Booking number, the woman says in a flat voice. Her English accent catches Paul by surprise. Here it is, he says, offering his phone. She doesn't look up from her screen. Read it out, the woman says. Paul does so, then the woman hands over 2 key cards. These are electronic, but they don't often work, so come down and tell me if you get locked out and I'll give you old ones. Can't you give them to us now? Paul asks, smiling at Art, trying to share an amusing moment, but Art avoids his eyes. No, the woman says without explanation. The shower in your room doesn't work. Same situation with all the rooms on that floor, so no point moving you. So you'll have to shower by the pool. That's not a problem, Paul says, valiantly keeping his grin on his face and his voice upbeat. There's no aircon, the woman scene says. The rooms have fans on the ceiling. There are desk ones, but there are only 10 available across 300 rooms. So if you want one, say sooner rather than later. Paul assures her he will call down if they need one and continues to smile as they climb the stairs. Art is still silent. What's up? Paul asks. Art shrugs. She was a bit rude. Paul doesn't raise the subject again until they're inside their hotel suite, which consists of a small living room area with an old blue sofa and a pot of plastic fruit on a flimsy plastic coffee table on top of a flat plastic rug. Tell me why you went all quiet. Paul says to Art, setting down the bags and putting a hand on his cheek. Art frowns and pulls away. I wasn't sure about what you said, about me being a good liar, and how you love that about me. Paul laughs. Really? That bothered you? Art looks down and nods. Why? Paul prompts. Art scuffs his trainers on the tiled floor. I don't think I lie. I mean, not generally. I'm not a liar. I don't get why you said that. Paul steps forward, frowning now. It was just a joke. I didn't mean anything by it. Get it? Art has that pinched look in his face that usually means he's annoyed or unsure. Paul puts his arms around his shoulders. Smile, relax. We're in Spain. We're going to spend days chilling by the pool, eating delicious food, getting drunk on the balcony. He leans in closer and whispers, doing it in every room. He looks at Art again and sees a smile beginning on his lips. That won't be a challenge, he says. There are only 3 rooms. 4, if you include the balcony. Oh, I'm very much including the balcony, Paul says, grinning. Art is now fully smiling too. Okay, I'm glad we're here. I'm fine. I was being silly. Good, Paul says. Now, let's grab our swim things and head to the pool. Then, I'll take you somewhere nice for dinner down by the sea. After dinner, they relax on the balcony, drinking cheap red wine out of the small, chipped glasses they found by the bathroom sink. There's something more to you being upset by that liar thing, Paul says. I know there is. Art looks at him sharply, then turns his head away. Even in the diminishing light of the dying sun, Paul can tell he's blushing. Come on, you can tell me. The whole point of us going on holiday is to get to know each other. I want you to know every part of me, and I want to know every part of you. So, What's this about? Have you lied to me? He sees Art clench his hands over the edge of the frayed fabric coating of the sun lounger. Is it a big lie? He sees a tear slip down his cheek. He doesn't brush it away, just lets it fall. Tell me, Paul says quietly. There's a pause, filled only by the sound of the crashing waves of the sea and laughter coming from people in one of the adjacent hotel rooms. Then Art leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees. You know, I said, I dropped out of uni because of a mugging, that I was attacked, and that was why I didn't finish my degree. Paul nods. Yeah, a man in a park, right? Art is swaying slightly. Yeah. Except it wasn't a mugging. Paul doesn't say anything, just waits for Art to continue, watches him as he sways, takes in a deep breath. Then he swallows and says, It wasn't a random theft. Right, says Paul. So, what was it? Art looks at him. Much, much worse. 5. Art T. 10 months ago, June 2026. I first matched with Clay on an app. I'd seen him around the campus, though I'd never spoken to him. He wasn't in any of my classes. We weren't even doing the same degree. But each time I saw him, I felt my skin prickle, my heart race. He was a bit shorter than me, sandy-haired, square-jawed, and amazingly handsome. So when his face popped up when I was swiping away, I literally gasped out loud. What is it? My flatmate, Billy said. Looking up from the burned microwave lasagne he was scraping onto a chipped plate. It's him, I said, then wished I hadn't. Although I was friendly with Billy, I wasn't sure I wanted to share too much about my crushes. Who's him? He asked. You got yourself a date at last, Tass? Maybe, I said. My hand hovered over the tick button on Clay's image. Then I tapped it. The action was electric, and the words that appeared on the screen added to the charge. It's a match. Whoa, I whispered, the chat opening up automatically. What should I say? Should I say anything at all? Seriously, man, either share or stop teasing. I sighed and decided to be honest. To an extent. I've matched with a guy I've seen on campus. I think he's like. Billy laughed. Jesus, you need to be a bit bolder, Art. I don't know how to do that, I muttered. Or what to say to him. What is it you're after? A romantic date? Or a quick hookup? Dinner and a movie? I laughed. I wouldn't say no to any of those options. But I want a boyfriend. A long-term thing. I'd watched various friends, including Billy, coupling up over the past 2 years and often felt jealous. I was, to quote Billy's girlfriend, Christina, the perennial singleton. I was tired of being that guy, the one always without a date, always skulking in a corner on his own. I was ready for a bit of excitement, something new. My phone made a pinging sound. Oh my God, he's messaged. That him? What's he saying? Nothing. Just hello. I quickly typed hello back, but my hands were so jittery, I accidentally sent hellod by mistake. I swore under my breath and tried to correct it, but the app wouldn't let me change it. Going wrong already? Billy said, through a mouthful of food. You need to try and charm him. How do I do that? I asked. Dick pics, he said with a wink, then laughed. No, seriously. I think you need to chat. As much chat as possible, get any awkwardness out of the way. Chat about stupid stuff, anything. Just be yourself. Then when you meet up, it will be less awkward. I took Billy's advice and spent a lot of time that week chatting to Clay about a huge range of things. He told me about his life, too. He was from Edinburgh, the middle child of 5 boys. Brothers. All wanted to be politicians or lawyers, but he wanted to be a mathematician. He was sweet, funny, honest. Then, towards the end of the week, things started to get flirty. Very flirty. I'd done a bit of this sort of thing before, but it had never ended up going anywhere. This time, I was determined it wouldn't remain an online relationship. When Seb and I had a Zoom chat at the weekend, I told him about the messages with Clay and how they were getting spicier by the day. "Do you think you're going to meet up?" he asked. "I want to, but what?" Seb asked. He shared some things about, what he likes. About what he'd like to do with me. Let's just say it isn't coffee and a chat. Seb was nowhere near as shy as me, and his face lit up. Do tell. Remember, I'm unshockable, mate. I'm a man of the world." I took a deep breath and said, "Okay, he wants to hook up." Seb frowned. "Is that it? That's the big shocking news? I thought that was a given?" Outside, this got a laugh. "Jesus. Art, you make it sound like that's the kinkiest thing you've ever heard. I've had fun outside loads of times. Just go with it, fool around. Have some fun. I mean, don't get arrested or anything, but at the same time, don't overthink it. If that's what turns him on and you're up for it, just go with the flow." I looked down at the phone on my desk, half buried underneath a large textbook. I pulled it out and scrolled through the messages with Clay. Read some of the more recent ones. They made my heart race with excitement. "Okay, I'm going to go for it. Tonight. That's the spirit," Seb said, giving me a thumbs up. "Give me a full debrief afterwards." 5 hours later, I took a bus to St. John's Road Park, not far from the center of Coventry. I trembled as I got on board. "This is ridiculous," I told myself. "You don't do stuff like this." I was so close to getting off. There were 6 stops between my house and the park. At each one, I gripped the rail in front of me, forcing myself to stay seated. When the time came to finally get off, I almost couldn't stand. I felt sick with worry, but at the same time, I was dizzy with excitement. At the thrill of what I was about to do, I walked through the dark streets, found the entrance to the park. I was surprised it was still open at 11:30 p.m. The main gates were wide. I spotted the shuttered ice cream and sweet shop, counted the large oak trees after it. 4 trees. I looked around but couldn't see anyone. I took a few steps into the dense mass of bushes and trees beyond. "Hello?" I called out. I took out my phone and messaged, "I'm here." His reply came instantly. "There in a sec." I waited. It was a very warm night, so I hadn't bothered with a coat or jumper, but I felt a chill over my bare arms. I don't have to do this. I could be home in half an hour. I don't have to stay. This self-talk didn't win over the other little voice in my head. The little voice that knew I wanted to stay. That chickening out would make me hate myself. Then I saw him. He walked slowly into view, coming out from behind one of the trees. This area was almost totally in darkness, but the warm light from one of the lamps on the main pathway through the park just about reached us. Enough for me to see what he was wearing. A balaclava. Then the obvious fact hit me. It wasn't Clay. This man was taller. Much, much taller. My body was paralyzed with fear as he moved towards me. I needed to run. Needed to get out of there. But my legs just wouldn't move. I was still holding my phone, gripping it tight. Only had a split second to consider calling for help when it was knocked out of my hand by the force of the punch. Fell sideways, hitting the grass with a thud. I didn't even realize I was being dragged until I felt the ground scraping my face. "Hey, get off, Fuff." Another punch, then another. I was being dragged somewhere dark, into the undergrowth. Perhaps a hedge or underneath trees, I wasn't sure. The 4th punch was to my stomach, knocking the breath out of me. I curled up into a ball, crying out. Then the boot landed in my face, and I heard a horrible, sickening crunch. Through the dirt and the blood, I tried to look up at my attacker. I barely had a chance to raise my head before he hit me again. Eventually, after what felt like ages, he left me. After that, I waited, perhaps a minute, maybe more, then tried to move again. Every single part of me hurt. It was as though my limbs, my muscles, my bones, like every single part of my body, had been hooked up to the mains, electric shocks ricocheting through me. He'd taken my wallet and phone, and I was surprised how much this simple fact added to the pain, as though being without those two things made my body even more vulnerable. Slowly, I got to my feet. I took a step forward, then another. Each one sent more pain through my joints. Every meter I gained, the worse I felt. There was blood on my face, and I tried to wipe it away, tried to see where I was headed. The gates. They were so close. And I could see people in the street, cars going by. It astonished me that this had happened to me so close to normal life. People passing the park with no idea of what was happening. If only someone had heard. If only someone had come to stop him. An elderly couple found me and took me to hospital. By the time Mum arrived, I'd been tidied up, washed, and was in a gown, waiting for a CT scan and to speak to the police. 2 officers had arrived, but had been called away when a fight had broken out between a group of drunk people at the entrance to the A&E. Mum looked paler and more stressed than I'd ever seen her. She looked as though she'd been told I was dead. She rushed over to my bedside and went to hug me, but a nurse stopped her. "He's too sore for that," she said. "Careful with him. He'll be very bruised." "Of course," she said, tears running down her face. "Oh, my poor baby." She reached for my right hand and gently took it in hers. "What happened?" "Sweetheart, are you okay with me giving your mum some details?" the nurse asked me. I was confused by why she was asking me this at first, but then realized it must be to do with confidentiality. I just nodded. She began to give my mum a rundown of my injuries and likely recovery times. Doctor will be able to clarify a few things. This was a very vicious attack. Mum looked stunned. "Who did it? Did you see his?" The nurse was called away, drawing a curtain around us as she left. Even though we were still on a busy ward, it felt like it was just me and Mum, her having one of the worst days of her life. Me about to lie to her, to make things a little bit better, both of us. I didn't see his face. He was wearing a balaclava. Came out of nowhere. I don't know who it was. This caused fresh tears to fall from her eyes. She went again to hug me, but stopped herself in time, and instead gripped my hand all the tighter. "What did the police say?" she said. "They might have CCTV in the park. They could catch him." "I haven't spoken to the police yet. They're coming back later." "Well, they'd better," Mum said, tossing her bag on the plastic chair at the side of the bed. "I'm going to find them." She threw the curtain aside and walked off. A few minutes later, she returned with 2 disgruntled-looking officers, the same 2 women who had spoken to me before. Some of what I told them was true. A lot was lies, some by omission, some outright deception. The excuse that I was in the park for an evening stroll. I said I'd gone into town to see a film, but it was sold out. So I went for a walk before planning to get the bus back. My God, Art, why the hell would you go walking in a park alone at night? Mum said with weak exasperation. I didn't answer. I just carried on, giving an abridged version of what had happened to me. I left out a lot of it, but added something I knew would skew everything. He took my wallet. He searched my pockets. My phone had already smashed, so maybe he didn't want to leave empty-handed. I tried to stop him getting it, which is when he really hurt me. I was changing the order of events, assembling things in a way that sounded the most believable. A plain, simple mugging. Violent, yes, traumatic even. But, in its own weird way, it felt more normal and respectable than what had really happened. You should have given it to him, Mum said. You don't carry much cash. We can cancel all your cards. I'm sorry, I didn't think. I just held on to it. So he hit me. I felt bad lying to her. I felt bad lying to the police. But I knew it was better than the alternative. The shame of everyone finding out what I'd gone to the park to do. I could never tell. Never. After the police had gone, Mum gently brushed my fringe out of my eyes and said, "My sweet boy, this isn't your fault. You didn't ask for this. You've done nothing wrong." I nodded, and I wished, with every broken, bruised fiber of my body, that she was right. Six. Paul. April 2026. Oh, Art, you could have told people the truth, you know. Paul says when Art's finished speaking, nobody would have judged or blamed you. He looks disbelieving. You know that's not true, Paul sighs. Well, yeah, maybe some people. You need to let go of that shame. When Art says nothing, Paul tries a different tack. I know the attack must have been traumatic, but I think you could try using some CBT techniques. I've tried it with trauma. So when you think back to when the guy, "Don't!" Art says, wiping at his eyes. I don't want to relive it all again. It was hard enough telling you. There was a moment when I thought he was going to kill me. Paul rubs his hand on Art's shoulder in a soothing circular motion. It's okay. I can understand why you didn't want to tell your mum. Art sniffs. When she came to find me in the hospital, she looked so upset. And once I lied, it just carried on. Does Seb know? Paul asks. Art shakes his head, then says, a little bit more than Mum. He knows I went to the park for a hookup. He tried to persuade me to tell the police everything. But I just couldn't face going into it all. So lying seemed the simplest way. And the police never got anywhere with it? Art shakes his head. No, the police officers I spoke to were all lovely, but I got the feeling they were being careful not to overpromise. If I'm honest, I was glad. I would have hated having to go to court. The fear of that happening got so strong, along with memories. That's when my nightmares started. Almost every night back then. The uni was really good. They said I could carry on with my degree, with free therapy, but I just wanted to go home. So I did. I went home and didn't go back. Paul leans back on his lounger, thinking, I'm honored you told me. I wonder what your mum would think. Me knowing, and her being left in the dark. He regrets saying this when he sees Art's head snap over to him. Promise you won't tell her. Please, please, don't. Paul takes Art's hand. Hey. I'm sorry, I wasn't suggesting telling her. I meant, I'm pleased you have someone to tell. I'm pleased you don't have to hold this secret inside you anymore. I'm honored I'm the only one you've told. Paul sees the relief in Art's eyes. You mean you really don't think, I don't know, differently about me? You don't think I'm reckless, stupid, irresponsible? Because those are all the things Sam I call myself sometimes. You shouldn't. Paul says gently, I'm telling you now, you really don't need to talk to yourself that way. Like I said, you need to let go of the shame. You trust me, right? Of course I do, Art says. Then take it from me. Negative self-talk like that doesn't get you anywhere good. And if you catch yourself doing it, tell me. I can help you. I'll always be here to help you. Art gives him a small smile. He's silent for a few seconds, then says, I feel bad about Seb, too. He's my best mate. I tell him everything. Or used to. Paul nods. Don't blame yourself for wanting to keep this secret. No matter how close you are to someone, it's okay to keep part of yourself private. Although I've never had a best mate, so I can't really relate. They sit for a bit, listening to the sea, watching the last sliver of sunlight disappear behind the horizon. Then Art says, very quietly, You have me. Paul looks at him and smiles. That's very true. In fact, that reminds me. Hold on. He gets up and goes back into the living room and locates his bag. He reaches inside for the box, tucked between a folded pair of shorts, then comes back out to the balcony. What is it? Art says. A question I wanted to ask. Paul says, allowing his grin to spread across his face. A very important question. 37. Serena, April 2026. I think I go a bit mad while Art is out of the country. I don't like the nights when he's staying at Paul's, but at least I know he's just a short drive away. But with him in Spain, it's like my main pillars of reality have been removed, and I'm living in a weird hinterland. Everything's normal, but at the same time different. I sit in my studio, eyes fixed on the squirrel, unable to motivate myself to apply any paint to the outline. It's been staring back at me for months now, and my progress has been glacial. I start to have weird dreams, too. In one, I get notified by police that Art and Paul have vanished. Absconded and hopped over to France, and the French authorities have learned they're making a dash for the Mexican border. The two countries are inexplicably next to each other. In another, I bump into Paul in the Harrods food hall, and he claims never to have heard of Art, let alone been on holiday with him. I become so hysterical. The security team summons the floor manager, who looks remarkably like Nigella Lawson, and I'm told I must leave the shop at once, because as I'm not a mother anymore. When I wake after these dreams, further sleep is always impossible, and I end up sitting alone in the lounge, watching the gray dawn, wondering how everything went so wrong. I know the answer to that. It all went wrong because of a bad dream. Not mine, but Art's. A dream that caused him to shout, which caused me to wake and go to his aid, which in turn caused me to go for a nighttime stroll in the snow. And then I met Paul. Cause after cause. Like a terrible game of dominoes. The night before they're due back, I get a message from Art. Hi, Mum. Everything's fine. I had a good time. Flight lands tomorrow afternoon at 4:15. I messaged once to check they'd arrived safely, which Art replied to. But I resisted contacting him again throughout the holiday. Although it went against all my instincts, I decided things needed to cool off between us. And the best way to do that might be to give him the impression I was taking a back seat. So when I see his message, I feel like my patience has been rewarded. Maybe things will be okay. Not completely, with Paul still in our lives. But when that burns itself out, Art hopefully will see that I was in the right. Shall I pick you up from the airport? I text back. Art's reply comes an hour later. No need. Paul's got it all in hand. This disappoints me a little. I hoped Art would come back single, having broken up with Paul, whether from normal arguments of the kind couples often have when traveling together, or from realizing his boyfriend is a psychopath. That horrible word, psychopath, seems to cling to me through the night and the next day, following me around as I begin a thorough clean. Psychopath. Is that what Paul is? Do I have any evidence, other than vague suspicions? Should I trust my instincts? There are no easy answers, and when I hear the front door being unlocked, I can feel myself almost shaking with nerves, fueled by sleep deprivation and my own racing mind. Mum, we're home, Art calls out. We. Oh God, he's brought Paul here. I knew it was a possibility, but I'd hoped he would be alone. Hi, love, I say, fixing my eyes on Art and trying to smile naturally. I step forward and embrace him, completely ignoring Paul, who is setting their travel bags down. Did you have a good time? Was it hot? Yeah, it was. Paul answers as though I'm talking to him. Both got quite the tan. He's right. Paul looks only slightly different, but Art's normally pale skin is noticeably darker. Gosh, you never tan. You must have been soaking up the sun 24/7, I say. Did you use sun cream? Factor 50, I hope? Yes, don't worry, Art says. His little sigh suggests he isn't impressed, and I see him and Paul exchange a look. I guess I'm being too motherly again. So, I say, feeling awkward, not knowing how to behave around them both. Mum, shall we go and sit down? He pauses, then looks at Paul again. I could show you some of the photos. I get that prickly feeling on the back of my neck. The sort of sensation you only get when you know something's not right. Something's going on. All right, I say. I was thinking we could get a takeaway or something. I hadn't been thinking anything of the sort, and the idea of sharing foil trays of Indian food with the two of them fills me with dread. I have no idea what else to say. Have you been cleaning? Art asks, nodding at the Hoover as we go through into the living room. Yes, just a quick vacuum, I say. I know what Art's thinking. Since we have a cleaner, Mary, who pops in twice a week, I only ever do housework if I'm having difficulty with my painting in progress and need to procrastinate. Sure enough, his next question is, how are things at the studio? Paul chips in, saying, yeah, I heard from Art that Sky are making a documentary about you. That's exciting. He drops down onto the sofa. He looks completely relaxed, as though this were his home. Well, it's not entirely about me, I say, as Art sits himself down next to Paul. It's going fine. I think guiltily of the unfinished work languishing over in Battersea, wondering what I'm going to say to the producers when they next get in contact. Can I get either of you a drink at all? They both accept a cup of tea, and I retreat to the kitchen. They've only been in the house 5 minutes, and I already need a break. I think of the weeks and months ahead, wondering if it's always going to be like this. Art looking awkward, Paul acting like there's nothing wrong, and me, cursed to feel like a stranger around my own son. All the things we used to do together. The annual trip back to Cornwall each summer, our little autumn getaway to the New Forest before the academic year begins. Trips to the Christmas markets in Germany or Prague. Will Paul now be accompanying us, or will they just not happen? Scratched out of my future as though they never really mattered. Mum? Art calls out. I've been staring at the kettle. I haven't even turned it on. Sorry, coming, I say. When I return to the living room, I set their mugs down and don't bother returning to make myself a drink. I'm not sure I could swallow anyway. Mum, can you sit down? Art says. We want to talk to you. This sounds horribly serious, and I guess it isn't a prelude to showing me holiday photos. Okay, I'm sitting, I say, settling in the armchair to the left of the television. Well, Art says, then closes his mouth. He's scratching the back of his hand, clearly very nervous. Then he looks at Paul, who puts an arm around him. It's all right, he says to Art, giving him a squeeze. He pulls him close and kisses the side of his head. It's only a short peck, but the open display of affection makes me tense. I don't like this man touching my son. I don't like anything about this situation and would love to run from the room, preferably dragging Art with me, desperate to find out what it is they've got to tell me. It's Paul who says it. His mouth goes wide into that white-toothed movie star grin. Eyes fixed on mine, a look of triumph glinting in their deep blue depths. Then he says, we have some amazing news. We're getting married. At first, I think it's a joke. That they'll both suddenly burst out laughing. Then I feel the warmth drain from my body, as though someone's slowly pouring ice-cold water over me. Mum? Art says in a small, tentative voice, Mom, please don't be mad. It's what we both want. I'm 21 now. I want to start building a life of my own. I want that. I don't wait to hear what else my son wants. I rise from my seat, run from the room, dashing into the kitchen. Mum, come back. I hear him shout, but I can't speak. I throw myself in the direction of the sink. I reach it just in time before I vomit. 8. IRT. April 2026. I spent most of the journey back from Spain worried about Mum's reaction. I imagined her screaming, crying, shouting. At one point, when I'd ignored one of the cabin crew twice without realizing, "Sir, please, you really must put your seatbelt on now." Paul turned to me and said, "It's your mum, isn't it? You worried about what she'll say?" I told him he was right. I was worried. "What's the worst that could happen?" he said. "We'll end up having another screaming match. Probably in the street. We're getting pretty good at those." Paul smiled and put an arm around me. The hug was awkward in the tiny airplane seats, but it managed to calm my racing mind. Temporarily. By the time we were heading through passport control, I was back to imagining Mum doing increasingly strange things. Locking me in my bedroom, installing iron bars across the doorway and windows, and throwing away the key. The reality is much stranger. And it catches me off guard. After she vomits, Mum dabs at her mouth with a tea towel, turns on the tap for a few seconds, then leaves the kitchen, walking past us without speaking. She heads straight upstairs. When I start to follow her, Paul puts out a hand to stop me. Let her go. She might need some time to get used to it. So, we stay in the lounge with the TV on to fill the silence and sit through the second half of a bright, cheerful movie called Easter Under Wraps, waiting for Mum to come downstairs. When the credits roll, Paul says, "Well, that was sweet." He looks at his phone, then says, "Maybe we should get a move on. We could go back to mine?" I'm not sure if I like the idea. I don't know how I feel. I'm not fired up with anger, which would have been the result of a full-blown argument. It's less normal than that. I think I should go and check on her, I say. Paul looks unsure. Look, it's clear she doesn't want to get into a discussion about it. I'm sure she knows we're still here and ready to chat. And she's chosen to stay upstairs. She's probably waiting for us to leave. I nod, slowly. But I'm not convinced. I know I need to at least try. "I won't be long," I say, heading up the stairs. Paul doesn't say anything, and I'm grateful he doesn't follow. It's best if I try to manage this alone. Her door is closed. This itself is very unusual. Even at night, she always keeps it open a little. "Mum?" I say, knocking softly. No answer. All I can hear is my own breath and the sound of rain starting to patter on the roof. "Look, can you come out and we can talk about this?" When there's no answer, I try the handle. Bedrooms don't have locks, but still, the door doesn't open. So I guess she must have wedged something against it. "Come on, Mum." I get that you probably think I'm rushing into this, but it's not like that. Paul's got a great promotion at work. Some more money coming in. I know you don't want me living on that estate, so we've started to look for a new place. Paul has somewhere in mind. This is good news. I think I hear movement. Maybe Mum's shifted position to hear me better. I try the handle again, hoping she might have unblocked the door. But no luck. After almost another minute, I turn away and head back down the stairs. "Anything?" Paul says. Even though he must have been able to hear, I didn't get anywhere. "Let's go," I say, walking past him to the front door. "Uber is less than 5 minutes away," he says quietly. I nod and sniff, clenching my jaw and focusing my eyes on the wet pavement. I don't want to cry. I don't want this day to be ruined. with me sobbing in a taxi like some kid while my fiancé, even, does his best to comfort me. I don't want that to be what defines today. Once we're in the car, Paul puts his hand over mine and says, "I think you need a pick-me-up." I frown at him. Like what? He has that glint in his eye that I've come to know well. He's got a surprise in store. Another one. And when the driver turns down a street in Bloomsbury, I'm both intrigued and confused. "Where are we going?" I ask. "You'll see," Paul says. He pats his right jeans pocket, although I'm not sure what that means. I stare back at him blankly, and he grins and ruffles my hair in the affectionate way he often does. A few seconds later, we're pulling to a stop outside a row of terraced buildings, some with shops built into the ground levels. I glance at the sign and see we're on Marchmont Street. "Come on," says Paul. I say a distracted, "Thank you." Thank you to the driver, and then climb out of the car and follow him as he heads up the 2 steps to the door of a house. Then he pats his pocket again. Reach inside. I do as he says and pull out a pair of keys, 1 silver, 1 gold, attached to a purple plastic fob. I stare at it, then look at the lock of the door in front of us. "Put it in," he says. "The silver one." Stunned by what's happening, I slip the key in the lock and turn. It's clear from the plain decoration and numbered doors that this building has been divided into flats. Up the stairs, all the way to the top, Paul says. We climb the gray-green carpet stairs until we get to the upper landing. "Now the gold one," Paul says as we reach a door marked 7. I unlock it and step inside the room beyond. "Isn't it wonderful?" Paul asks, stepping past me to turn on the lights. I love the vaulted ceilings, and not that you'd notice it now, as it's so gloomy outside, but you get so much natural light in here. I stare around at the beautiful apartment. Smells of paint and wood. It must have been newly refurbished. "How did you bought this place?" Paul smile dims. No, not yet. I just thought it could be a potential home. If you wanted, I walk into the kitchen. There's an island with a shiny marble surface and a sleek, rose gold-colored sink. "I don't understand," I say. "How come you've got the keys?" I stare down at them in my hand, as though the answer might be engraved onto the metal. It's currently owned by one of my colleagues, Ruby. She let me have the keys. She's away at the moment, and I promised I'd water her pot plants. Does she work in the cafe? How does she afford a place like this? She doesn't work in the cafe. She's a researcher working on a PhD. We got talking back when I started, and she's become a friend. "You haven't mentioned her before," I say. "Haven't I?" He shrugs. "Well, she's heading off to America and wants a quick sale. Her dad's loaded, owns a pet shop chain, and bought her this place while she was studying in London. I get the feeling she wants to sell before he decides to do something else with it." He comes up close to me, hands on my shoulders, then my neck. "And she could sell to us." I blink back at him. "But can we afford it? How much is it?" "Only $500,000, he says. The same way someone would say, "Only £2 after finding something in the reduced bay in Tesco. "Whoa, that's a lot." Paul shakes his head. "No, not really. Not for central London. For a property of this size. It should be much more. We're saving well over $100,000, maybe more." He spreads his arms wide, clearly wanting me to be excited. I'm trying to take it all in. And I'm clearly taking too long because I see a flicker of annoyance in his face. "I thought you'd be pleased. I am, I hurry to say. It's just, yeah, like I said, that's a lot. But I thought you said your trust fund was 7 figures. "I told you, I don't know exactly how much," I say, biting my lip. I look around the kitchen again, wondering what Mum would say if I told her I was throwing so much money at a flat in one go. I'm not sure about this. But you just told your mum we were looking for a place. You thought the ones I showed you online were nice. Not that different to this. They were like half the price and further out. They weren't in Bloomsbury. But don't you see, that's the very thing that might win her over. You're only 3 or 4 miles from home rather than a 50-minute train ride. She'll love it. You'll be able to drop in on her. She'll come round here for tea. I know she thinks I'm trying to take you away from her, but this will prove the opposite is true. This is a good point. The more I think about it, the better I feel. Paul's right. Mum can't argue that I'm being stolen from her if I'm just 20 minutes away. In fact, it could be the perfect compromise. With time, she'll realize things aren't that bad. I'll be able to see her regularly. And in turn, she'll be able to see me living happily with Paul. As time goes on, she'll change her mind and admit he isn't the monster she's made him out to be. And I'll be even closer to Meryl, too, so I can visit her easily, which will be nice, considering it's her money I'll be using. Mum will like that. She's always said we owe Meryl so much. It might be possible. It might. He looks so pleased, I can't help but smile back. That's the spirit. He starts to kiss me. On my lips, on my cheek, then down my neck. I'm backed up against the island, and he turns me around, so my palms are flat on its surface. We could christen it now to celebrate. His hands are snaking around my front, starting to unbuckle my belt. I'm tempted, but I stop him. Maybe we should save that for when we actually do own the place. I turn back around so I can look him in the eyes. I like that you said when, not if. Paul says. He strokes my cheek. Art Callaghan, you really are a marvel. Captured my heart. You do know that, don't you? I feel a warm rush spreading through me. Whatever obstacles Mum puts in our way, whatever people say, whatever issues there are, with money or mortgages or any of that stuff, I'll do anything to keep this feeling going. Feeling of joy, excitement, possibility. Yeah, I know that, I say, staring into his eyes. And you've captured mine. I don't think I've ever been as happy as I am now. 39. Serena. May 2026. I don't come out of my room until I'm certain they've gone. I can't look at Art, nor can I bear to see Paul's Cheshire Cat grin. After sitting still for a while in the kitchen, I get up, grab my keys and leave the house, hoping some exercise will help. I end up walking around Hyde Park. On my second lap of the Serpentine, my phone starts to vibrate. I take it out, dimly wondering if it will be Art trying to talk me around, but it's Meryl. Serena, darling, are you at home? No, I say. When I don't elaborate, there's a pause at the end of the line. Then Meryl says, Are you all right, my dear? Has something happened? You could say that, I say, a sob rising in my voice. They're getting married. Another pause. Then Meryl says, this makes me laugh. A loud, almost deranged sound that surprises both me and the young woman jogging nearby. She speeds up her pace as though I might lash out at any moment. I'm terrified and exhausted. I don't know if this is just money or if he's planning something truly awful. Maybe he's going to kill him for the inheritance. Or perhaps he's a sadist, a full-on sadist. Like, we'll find Art without any limbs in an old freezer or locked in a dungeon being made to eat his own fingers. I don't know. Perhaps I need to stop rewatching old episodes of Criminal Minds on Disney+. Serena, I think you need to calm. How can I be calm? I snap, cutting her off. I'm trapped in a nightmare, and I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, where do I go from here? I can't forbid Art from seeing him. He's aware of how I feel. And he's not stupid. I mean, surely he knows the idea of marriage is a joke. The fact Paul would even propose must mean he's insane. Meryl says. Are you sure it was Paul who proposed? Of course it was, I say, tutting. I know Art. He wouldn't be so ridiculous. Even as I say it, the words sound foolish. I clearly don't know my son as well as I thought. If I did, I wouldn't be here, walking around the park at dusk, cold and alone. Well, this may be either the worst time to tell you this, or the best time. Perhaps a bit of both. But there are things you should know. I feel a familiar, sinking feeling. Oh, God, that sounds ominous. I'm not sure I can take any more bad news right now. You'll want to hear this, Meryl says. I've done something a little controversial. I come to a stop in front of a row of slow-moving geese and grip the phone tighter. Meryl, the suspense is killing me. What have you done? I hired a private detective to look into Paul. I think you should come over right away. They've found is very interesting. I expect to find Meryl alone when I walk up to her flat, but I see 2 coats I don't recognize hanging on the pegs when I walk in. They're through here, she says as she leads me into the sitting room. Who are? I ask, but Meryl doesn't answer. And a second later, I come face to face with 2 strangers. One of them is a large, overweight man who looks to be in his 70s. He's dressed in a brown tweed suit and smiles warmly at me as I walk in. This must be Serena, he says, getting up and clasping one of my hands with both of his. Charmed. I don't think we've met before, but I've certainly seen you at parties and the like. I look over at Meryl, thoroughly bewildered. This is Bartholomew Quinn, she explains. Allerton and Quinn Consultancy. You've met my business partner, Michael, who sadly couldn't be here today. Bartholomew says. He bought an enormous Eurasian wolf painting of yours last year. So you see, even though you and I are strangers, we practically know each other already. That's how I like to think of people. All connected like a big tangle of string, 6 degrees of separation and so on. He laughs heartily. Sometimes it's my job to untangle that string. Right, I say, blinking at him, not really taking any of this in. Okay. Nice to meet you. I turn my gaze to the other man present. He's much younger than Bartholomew, probably about the same age as Art, dressed in a gray Star Wars t-shirt and black skinny jeans. This young fellow is Jed, Bartholomew says. Jed doesn't offer his hand. He barely even raises his head. Just mutters, "Hey there." Jed is a genius, says Bartholomew. We subcontract some investigatory jobs out to him, and he never fails to turn up the goods. He's been digging into this Paul fellow you're concerned about, and Meryl felt you might like an in-person briefing on what we've discovered. Meryl lays a hand on my shoulder, guiding me onto the opposite sofa, and then sits down in an armchair. I hope I haven't overstepped here. I didn't want to tell you until I was sure there was something worth mentioning. I look at her, then, over at the 2 men. And there is something worth mentioning. There is indeed, Bartholomew says. Or rather, the absence of information speaks volumes. I'm sorry, I don't understand, I say. Bartholomew looks as though he's about to say more, but to my surprise, Jed pipes up. He isn't who he says he is. He's living under an assumed name. He talks quietly, feeling around on the floor for his satchel and taking out an iPad, tapping at the screen. His real name is Paul Thompson. Or at least that's the name he adopted when the Thompson family took him in. I haven't been able to discover what his name was before that. The Thompsons were, and still are, quite wealthy. They paid for him to go to private school, and then university, though they don't seem to have had any contact with him since then. He says all this without much enthusiasm. I turn to Meryl, but we knew all this. The fact that he's changed his name is certainly suspicious. But he'll say it's because he doesn't want to be reminded of the past and chalk it up to something about starting afresh. The first time we met, he spoke about his trauma, and I guess it's to do with that. I'm not defending him, but I don't think there's anything useful here. Ah, wait a moment, Bartholomew says. Absence of information is what I said. It's interesting, believe me. They wouldn't speak, Jed says, looking up at me now. His voice grows firmer, bolder. Thompson family. They've blanked nearly every attempt and refused any offers of payment for information. Their reaction was strange. The closest I got to an answer was a reply saying, "Absolutely not. We're not talking about Paul." It was as though they were frightened of him. Frightened? I repeat, feeling a prickle on the back of my neck. Yes. They also moved to South America during Paul's time at university. Something to do with their business dealings. Perhaps to put many miles between them and the boy they brought into their lives. Wait, slow down, I say. The new information making my head hurt. Are you saying that he did something bad to them? Have you got proof of anything? Jed shakes his head. No, we have no proof. They just refused to talk about Paul and asked me to leave them in peace. Wouldn't give any more info. So his parentage remains unknown, as does his wider family, if there are any. What was more useful and maybe more relevant to you was a guy called Edmund. He taps again at the iPad and props it up on the coffee table. What appears to be a recorded Zoom conversation begins playing. On the right side of the screen is Jed, sitting in front of a plain white wall. On the left is another man, a little older, probably around 30. He's classically handsome, similar to Paul, though with light blonde hair. In the video, Jed says, "Okay, Edmund, I understand this might be tricky for you, but can you tell me what it was that made you break off your relationship with Paul?" Edmund looks pained. I wonder if he's going to cry, but he just sniffs, looks to the side, then turns back to the camera. He was being very controlling, trying to turn me against my parents, complaining when I wanted to spend time with them. I mean, I'm not going to lie. My parents can be difficult, and they didn't take to Paul. They worried Paul was a gold digger, and in the end, I think they were right. He got really pushy about making sure I had access to large amounts of funds so we could be secure in our lives together, rather than depending on my parents to buy things for us. Thing with my sister, though, that was the weirdest thing, and that wasn't about money. Jed, what was that about? Edmund takes a deep breath and looks troubled. This is going to sound weird, but it was about her having a baby. There's a short silence. Then Jed says, "Can you elaborate?" Edmund bites his lip. Even though he wasn't close to my parents, he seemed to like Kelsey, and she liked him. He started to get really weird about her pregnancy. She'd got pregnant by accident in not the best circumstances. She's quite a bit younger than me and would hang out in this squat near where we lived. They'd all drink and smoke weed. Well, it turns out she was doing even more than that, and one day announced she was going to have a baby. My parents were surprisingly good about it, saying it would be her new start. It gave them a way to get her away from the bad crowd she was with. The boy who'd got her pregnant had no interest, didn't turn up to any of the meetings, and Kelsey was quite hurt by it. So Paul stepped in. He started taking her to appointments, or would turn up to them, even if she'd arranged to go with my mum. He was constantly giving her advice. It was like intense, really intense. As though she were his sister, not mine. Or actually, no, it was like it was his baby. In the end, I told him it was driving me and my family mad, and I had to end things. "And how did he take that?" asks Jed. Edmund sniffs again. He pauses for so long. I wonder if he is going to avoid answering the question completely. Then he says, quietly, he threw himself into a lake. I gasp when I hear this. I can't help myself. It's like everything's becoming clear before my eyes. Was it a suicide attempt? Jed asks. Edmund still looks uneasy. He pauses again, then says, I don't know, not for sure. But I don't think it was. It was too, well, staged. We'd argued the evening before. Then during the night, I heard the back door slam. He left a note saying, I can't carry on. There was a path at the bottom of the garden that led down to a lake. I saw him going towards the path. I called after him, then ran after him, just in time for him to throw himself in. What made you doubt that it was a real suicide attempt? Edmund looks like he's thinking. Then he says, lots of small things. First, the door banging. It was like it was designed to wake me. Then there was the note. It was written on posh paper, you know, like old-fashioned paper would write letters on. He must have bought it specially. He wanted me to find him. I'm sure of it. At the time, I was so worried. Afterwards, as he slept, I thought about it and realized it was all bullshit. The whole thing. I broke up with him the next day. Properly. Even then, he tried to get money out of me. Said he had depression and anxiety and wanted money to book himself into a private clinic. I didn't fall for that. I told him I never wanted to see him again, and if he went anywhere near me or my sister, I'd phone the police. He moved out straight away. At one point, Kelsey thought she'd seen him in the doctor's surgery, maybe watching her, but she wasn't 100%. Then the pandemic hit. She never saw him after that, and neither did I. Who knows? Maybe the pandemic, awful as it was, came at the right time. Without that, things might have escalated. So if he's with someone new and his family is worried, I can sympathize. I mean, who knows what he's capable of? The video clip ends. Jed taps the iPad screen and folds down the cover. I sit there stunned. My God, I whisper. Oh my God. I know everyone's looking at me, but I can't meet their eyes. I stand up and go over to the window and look down on Eaton Square. Evening descending, the streetlights, now on. With a jolt of worry, I see a tall figure standing against a lamppost. A young man watching this very building. Then a woman appears and embraces him. It isn't Paul, but part of me wouldn't have been surprised if it was. Is this going to be my life now? I think to myself. Looking over my shoulder, worried he's there, about what he's going to do to me or to Art. I think of what Jed said about Paul's adoptive family, how they've cut contact. I think about Edmund's last words. Who knows what he's capable of? As I pull my cardigan tighter around me, suddenly feeling cold, I see that my hands are trembling. Serena, are you okay? I hear Meryl ask. I turn back around. I'm fine. It just feels a bit strange hearing all that. It's like having something you knew confirmed. I should imagine you feel vindicated. Bartholomew says, rubbing his hands together. While I appreciate this leaves you with a problem, I hope you at least get some peace from knowing that your concerns weren't without foundation. Yes, I say as I retake my seat. That is something, and I think Art will see it too. Meryl reaches forward and puts a hand on mine. We can talk to him together if you'd like. I nod. That might be good. It'll be harder for him to avoid it that way. Otherwise, he might think I've cooked all this up myself. We can send you details of everything, Bartholomew says. I should say, we haven't gathered any evidence that would indicate the police should be involved. I don't imagine it's what you want to hear. But there is nothing we can find that proves that he's committed a crime or a suggestion of criminality strong enough that would prompt a formal investigation. There are, of course, clear areas of concern. The sign that he's very interested in money may be disquieting, but perhaps unsurprising. I think it's possible he became used to an affluent life when living with the Thompson family and has struggled to replicate that. Then there's that rather unusual preoccupation with a pregnant young woman. Yes, I was going to ask about that, I say. It feels sinister. Bartholomew's expression clouds, and he twists his hands awkwardly. Can I ask, my dear, is there any chance you might be expecting? He gestures vaguely in the direction of my stomach. I almost laugh. No, there isn't any chance of that. I don't have any plans on having another baby, and nobody we know is pregnant. Well, that's probably for the best. Bartholomew says, we'll email our report to you. Thank you, I say, feeling dazed. Thank you so much. If there's a fee at all. I've sorted that, my dear, Merrill says. Indeed, Bartholomew nods, then gets to his feet. Well, we shall take our leave. Once both men have left, I turn to look at Merrill, my eyes swimming with tears. I hope you don't mind that I went rogue, as they say. No, not at all, I say, still a bit shocked. I didn't want to get your hopes up. Well, not hopes, of course. That's the wrong way to put it. I thought it would be better to keep things discreet until I knew what's what. It seems you were right to be suspicious. It must feel like you've climbed a mountain, my dear. But it's okay. You're on the other side now. We'll deal with this together. And now we know what's what, I say, nodding. I really am grateful. Then I burst into tears. Full sobs. This has been such a terrible day. The weight of it all suddenly hitting me now. Because even though I do feel vindicated, I also feel something else. Exhausted. And not the sort of exhaustion after climbing a mountain. For me, it's as though the mountain has only just become visible. The climbing is yet to come. 40. Hazard. May 2026. Before I get Mum's call, I spend the morning exercising. It sounds silly, but exercise is something new for me, and I'm still getting the hang of it. I've always been naturally slim and never had much of a need to work out, but Paul enjoys it and has taken me to his gym a few times. Bit of a rough and ready sort of place. A free community gym with equipment that looks second-hand and angry-looking muscled men slamming weights down and shouting for no reason. I prefer our runs out on the streets, seeing the trees gaining their leaves as we deepen into spring and edge towards summer. It makes me feel like I've achieved something, helps me push away that nagging feeling that I should be doing something, like preparing for uni or getting a job. Paul sets off early for the museum, and I spend an hour running through Maida Vale, then Marylebone and Hyde Park until I reach Piccadilly. I've come this route before, and the past few times I've spotted a light gray-blue zip-up jumper in a shop on Jermyn Street that would look good on Paul. And this morning, on a spur-of-the-moment whim, I go in and buy it. 154 pounds. Not the most outrageous thing in the world. I'm sure Mum's got heaps of things that cost more than that. But it's a first for me. The large cardboard bag means I can't run back, so I'm about to get the tube when I feel my phone buzz. Mum. Hi, honey. Are you free at all? The little pause puts me on my guard. Yeah. Why? I wondered if you'd fancy lunch with me and Merrill. This surprises me. I thought Merrill was on Sunday evenings. I do see her at other times of day, Mum says, her tone still light. It doesn't sound like she's gearing up for a fight. I just thought it was a nice day to have lunch. Okay, I say, still cautious, but deciding to count this as a good sign. Maybe Mum is coming around about the wedding. In fact, I think, as I turn around and begin to walk in the direction of Belgravia, This could be about the trust fund. Perhaps I have to sign some forms for it to be transferred into my account. This could be the day I get my money. Yeah, I'm up for that, I say. Where? Meryl's apartment, Mom says. Not a restaurant? No, she'll cook something nice for us. This is odd. Meryl has never once cooked for us. Again, I wonder if this has something to do with the money. There might even be a lawyer or banker there. I walk quicker, the sharp corners of the bag hitting my bare legs with sharp jabs, but I don't care. Suddenly, my $154 purchase doesn't seem so much of a big deal after all. But, as it turns out, I'm walking into a trap. It is about the money. All right, about the fact that I'm not getting it. And not just that. They've paid some private investigators to dig up shit about Paul. We think it's for the best if we put things on hold for now. Meryl says in her usual calm, sweet way. Mom looks uneasy. But we've made plans, I stammer, not wanting to believe this is happening. That's what I'm afraid of, Mom says. Look, we're not angry with you. I'm fucking angry, I half shout, then feel bad when I see Meryl's face. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. But Paul and I looked at a flat. We were going to get somewhere nice, move in together properly. Meryl doesn't reply. She just folds her hands in her lap. I get the feeling I've disappointed her. Mum, on the other hand, makes a sound, which I find maddening. Mum, you've told me nothing that I don't already know or anything that bothers me. So what if he's got a nutty ex who wasn't empathetic enough about his trauma? She tuts. You're twisting it into something more convenient for you, Art. No, that's what you're doing. I can't believe you hired people to investigate him. Meryl starts to say something about how I've got that wrong, how it was all her doing, but I haven't finished with Mum and cut over her. You just don't want me to be happy. Actually, no, correction. You can't bear the idea of me being happy independent of you. I'm deliberately wounding her. A small part of me knows it, is ashamed of it, but it's nothing compared to the rage I feel. I get up and leave, not saying goodbye, letting myself out of the flat while I ignore Mum's pleas for me to stay. How could they do this? How could they be so spiteful, so cruel, so judgmental? Because that's what it is, I'm sure of it. Judgment. Mum pretends her years in Cornwall mean she's one of the people. Acts like she knows what poverty is like. But in the end, she's the same as all the other posh snobs who live in the houses that surround me now. If Paul had gone to the same school as me, if he'd grown up on a country estate shooting pheasants, or knew all the best restaurants in Chelsea, we'd never have had that shit show of a conversation. I'm almost at the end of Eaton Square when I remember I've left the shopping bag in Meryl's flat. I swear out loud, wondering whether to leave it. But then I remember how much I've spent and feel sick. It hasn't cleared out my account, but spending over 100 quid on a jumper feels ridiculously foolish now. Maybe I should take it back or give it to Paul and screw the consequences. Either way, I need to retrieve it. I swear to myself again and spin around, running back down to the building where Meryl lives. Mum looks instantly relieved when she sees me. She's the one who opens the door, though I can see Meryl in the background. Oh, Art, I'm so pleased you've fat. I forgot something, I say bluntly. This, Mum says, turning to get the bag. Yes, I was looking at it. Did you try to hide it from me earlier? No, and I don't want to talk about it. With a sinking feeling, I notice the receipt isn't in the bag. It's lying flat on the hall table like evidence in a police investigation. Give me that too, I say, pointing at it. Mum picks it up and looks at it. Though I'd bet anything she already knows the figure printed there off by heart. Quite expensive, she says, like you can talk. How much did that coat cost? I say, nodding at where it hangs on a hook near the door. There's no need to be nasty, Art. You were never nasty, not in the past, not even when you were angry. I didn't think I'd ride you that way. She takes a step forward. If you'd just read the report, I'm sure you'd understand that this isn't snobbery. I'm worried about what you've got yourself into. You're already changing so much. She looks at the receipt again. You never used to care about expensive clothes. I snatch the bag from her. It's a present. For my fiancé. Right, Mum says. She screws up the piece of paper in her hands. Well, you won't be needing this then. I'm sure you and your fiancé are all sorted when it comes to your finances. Everything budgeted and organized. You're going to have to be, considering you've got no job, no degree, and no money. Now who's being nasty? I snap at her and leave the flat before she can see my tears. I'm at the bottom of the stairs when I hear Mum call out, Art, wait, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said fet. I let the door slam shut behind me, cutting off her words. "41. Part E Art. May 2026. I've never been a big drinker, but so much is changing. I decide I might as well change that too. I end up in the Star Tavern on Belgrave Mews, simply because it's the first place I see. I drink beer and then wine, and top it all off with a bowl of chips. Then I'm sick in the gents. Even though I've vomited most of it up, I still feel horribly nauseous on the bus ride to Great Russell Street. As soon as I see the British Museum coming into view, I stagger out of my seat and nearly throw up again as the bus lurches out of the way of a pedestrian crossing the road. By the time I reach the cafe, I'm regretting the decision to come. I should have gone back to Kilburn and waited for Paul there. But I want to speak to him. Need to speak to him. I feel like everything I know, every safe structure in my life, is collapsing around me. Apart from him, he's the one pillar holding me up. Art, what's wrong? Paul asks when he sees me. Although this isn't the first time I've visited him at work, he can instantly tell something's up. Christ, you look terrible. I feel terrible. Everything's shit. I can't believe her. Who do you bloody think? Mum, I say. I don't mean to shout, but the words come out much louder than I expect them to. I see two women eating paninis turned to look at me, one of them tutting. Paul casts a look over to his colleague, a woman I don't recognize. Art, have you been drinking? He says quietly. Uh-huh, I say, nodding. Then I burst into tears. I cried a little when leaving Eaton Square, but nothing like this. Paul springs into action. I hear him tell the woman he needs to take a break. Then I'm being ushered around the side of the cafe and through the door of the men's loose. Are you going to be sick? Paul asks. Maybe, I say, hurrying to the sinks. I cough into them, but don't actually vomit again. It's only when I look up that I realize there are two teenage boys crouched on the floor, apparently in the process of repacking their rucksacks. Sorry, these facilities are closed for cleaning, Paul says. Please, can you leave? The boys blink at him for a few seconds, then begin to stuff their untidy mixture of phone chargers, socks, and water bottles back into their bags. Once they're gone, Paul presses a panel in the wall, and a small door opens. He takes out a plastic yellow closed for cleaning sign and sticks it outside. Tricks of the trade, he says, winking at me in the mirror. I give him a small smile. So what's going on? I turn on the tap and splash some cold water onto my face. When I look back up, my cheeks tingling. I try to talk as normally as I can, but can't manage much more than a whisper. Mum's messed everything up. The trust fund from Merrill. They're not giving it to me. I see the shock in Paul's eyes. What? I know, I say, pulling a face at him. My mouth tastes awful, and I bend down to take a sip of water from the tap. When I glance back at his reflection, I see he's still looking stricken. When did this happen? Just fucking now! I half shout, volume and strength returning to my voice. Literally just now. Well, actually no. I went to the pub after. That's how I got, but I came straight from Merrill's. It was like an ambush. They made me think I was going over there for lunch, like some reconciling bullshit. I thought maybe Mum was going to say she'd been wrong about the wedding, or even start the trust fund process. Something like that. But no, they were sitting there, both of them, telling me what a bad little boy I've been, how they no longer trusted me. Or you. It's all about you. I see a flicker of something in his face. Worry, perhaps. I see. He lets out a long breath. Tell you the truth. I've been expecting this. You should have warned me, I say. At least then I might have guessed what was coming. What did they say about me? Paul asks quietly. I shrug. Didn't add up to much. Mum just tried to tell me some shit about one of your ex-boyfriends and how he thought you faked a suicide attempt. But I didn't believe it. It's all part of Mum and Merrill's plan to try and make you seem messed up, bending stuff to suit their stories. Paul is nodding slowly. Okay, I'm sorry you had to hear that. We can talk about any of the things they told you, and I can explain. I raise my hands to my head, pounding, a sharp pain throbbing on the left side of my forehead. It's fine. I wasn't taken in by it. So it's all done and dusted, Paul says. Nothing you can do? About the trust fund, I mean. Well, done and dusted in the sense it doesn't sound like they're going to change their minds anytime soon. I say, lowering my hands. I see, Paul says. He's still nodding as though he's thinking deeply. It reminds me of Merrill's solemn, thoughtful face when Mum was speaking to me, nodding occasionally when Mum said things like, it's about trust and decision-making. Was your mum angry, Paul asks. In a weird, I'm in control now sort of way, I say, wiping my mouth, then looking around for some paper towels. She was pissed off about the... I stop mid-sentence. About the what? The present. I look around, stupidly, but I know it isn't here. The shopping bag is nowhere to be seen. For the second time this day, I've carelessly left it somewhere. Shit. It must be in the pub. What's in the pub? Paul says. I shake my head. It doesn't matter. Just something I bought. I don't feel too good. I think I should go home. I'm sorry to come here like this. I hiccup and rub at my face again. Didn't think. I'm pleased you came. I'm going to get you an Uber home. I start to say he shouldn't be spending money like that, but he holds up a hand. No protesting. I want to know you're safe at home. I know you're upset, but try to put this out of your mind. I'm going to have a think, then we'll talk later. I nod weakly. All my energy has left me, and I don't have anything else to say. Okay, I reply. I'll go home. Don't lose hope, he says. I know better than anyone that the moment when everything feels hopeless is when the real possibilities start to shine through. 40, Tuwo. 21 years ago. The way the nurses talked to me reminded me how my boyfriend used to speak to me. Like an object or an animal. Someone to be instructed, dismissed, pushed around, worthless. He called me that once, just after I'd told him my mum said I couldn't see him again. It was ironic that she didn't approve of him, since they both said the same things about me. Called me the same names. Stupid. Good for nothing. The more I heard those words, the more I believed them. That was why I kept going back to him, I think. That was why I turned a blind eye to his drugs and drinking and parties where people would be passed out on the stairs. Crack pipes crushed under careless feet or needles, sticking out of pale, scarred arms. The last time I saw him was like that. An all-out party, as he used to say. At some point in the night, he'd make it clear he wanted sex. In one of the cluttered bedrooms, if I was lucky. But sometimes it was on the sofa or up against the wall in the kitchen. Him stoned out of his head, getting my name wrong as he grunted into my ear. Then he'd just zip up and help himself to another vodka bottle. And I'd go home ashamed, knowing the way my parents would look at me would make that shame bigger and louder in my head, until they were louder than my thoughts, louder than the beat of my heart, louder than my love for my own child. I held onto my stomach as I thought about all this, trying to sleep. Perhaps I wouldn't love this new baby. Perhaps it would just be a constant reminder of how useless I was. How right my parents were about me. They were usually right about most things. And if they weren't, they twisted truths and manipulated situations until they were. They were good at getting what they wanted. "I'll never do that to you," I whispered to my unborn son in the darkness. "I'll always protect you, fight your corner. I promise. No matter what." "You look tired," my friend said to me when she came by to see me the next morning. "Didn't sleep? Lots of kicking?" "Not so much that," I replied. "More, you know." I tapped my head, thinking about stuff. "You look like a girl worried about a man," she said wisely. "Listen to me. Don't bother. They're not worth it. I got pregnant with a guy I was having an on and off thing with. He has zero interest in being a father, and I have zero interest in forcing him to be." "Same," I said. I felt a huge relief, hearing a story so similar to mine. It made me feel less weird, less alone. The fact that other people did what I did and could talk about it so easily was both astonishing and comforting. "You can do this alone, you know. Plenty of women do," she said. "Yes," I said weakly. "You don't sound convinced. Take my advice. Believe that above anything else." I let out a long, shaky breath. "I'll try. I struggle to think anything good about myself. One of the many things I fail at. I promise I'll give it a go." I reached forward and took her hand. At least I now have one person's on my side. That makes all the difference. 43. Serena. May 2026. I'm not even going to Merrill's when I see the police cars. I'm out on a morning walk, a little later than normal. I've been finding mornings difficult. My sleep patterns still messed up. My nights filled with rumination about art. Last night, there were memories of our disastrous lunchtime meeting to add to the mix. A light drizzle begins to fall as I turn onto Eaton Square, and I pick up my pace, eager to get home before it turns into a downpour. Then I see the police cars, and the officers traipsing in and out of the building. The building Merrill lives in. A cold feeling floods down my back. I walk towards the entrance, telling myself not to panic. There must be at least 5 or 6 flats in the building. The police could be here for any one of them. An ambulance, too. "Excuse me, what's happening?" I say to one of the police officers, a young woman who looks irritated by the distraction. She probably thinks I'm a busybody, looking for some local gossip. "I can't tell you that. I'm afraid. Could I ask you to carry on your way, please?" Even though it's a question, she makes it sound very final, then turns away. I'm not passing by. I'm here to see Merrill Bianchi. She lives at number 4. Can I go inside? I see her expression change as soon as I say Merrill's name. She glances at the doorway, then back at me. "Can I ask your name?" "Serena," I say. "Merrill's a friend of mine. Is she okay?" I feel my legs starting to shake. The ambulance, the police, something's happened. "Wait here a moment," the police officer says, I'm going to get one of my colleagues to come and speak to you. Just wait right here. Please, tell me. I start to say, but she walks away, putting a hand out to tell me to stay where I am. She disappears up the steps and into the building. I stand on the pavement. I watch as a middle-aged man in a suit walks past, craning his neck to look, but he doesn't stop. Then a woman with a little dog comes to a stop next to me, scooping the tiny chihuahua into her arms. "Do you know what's going on?" she asks. I recognize her. She's a daytime TV show presenter. Seeing famous faces around these streets isn't uncommon, and I'm not in the right frame of mind to be starstruck. "I don't know," I say. "They've been here a little while," she says. "They were here when I took Trixie Belle for her walk. We always do a lap of 3 garden squares. Well, when I have a day off." She flourishes her strawberry blonde hair, and I get the feeling she's inviting me to recognize her. When I don't, she carries on. Her next sentence makes me feel sick. "I saw them carrying out a body." When the police officer starts to walk back over to me, accompanied by another female officer, still uniformed but much older, the woman next to me scurries off with her dog, leaving me standing alone, knowing what I'm about to hear, but still hoping it isn't true. Still hoping there's some way out. Hoping this isn't real. "Hello, it's Serena, is it?" the older officer says. "I understand you were expecting to visit Meryl Bianchi at number 4. Yes, that's right," I say, my voice shaking. I can see it in her face. It's the most obvious thing in the world. "A Psi-D officer will need to talk to you," she says. "First, I'm afraid I need to give you some bad news. I'm too stunned to cry." I dimly think back to the sobs I let out 2 days ago, after I'd learned about Paul's history. Meryl's hand on my shoulder, her gentle, comforting touch that I'll never feel again. I don't cry. I just feel nothing. I understand this must come as a bit of a shock. Detective Constable Rayner says, Yes, it is. I don't look at her. I keep my eyes on the kitchen island. The light on it shimmering as the breeze from the window makes the blinds sway. Then something occurs to me. Is it normal for a detective to be looking into a death like this? I mean, she was an elderly lady who fell down the stairs. I kept telling her that living in a building with no lift was foolish at her age. I'm not trivializing it or blaming her, of course. I'm trying to get my head around it. Surely it isn't normal for the police for you to. I see D.C. Rayner look at the uniformed officer, a young man whose name I've forgotten. Then she takes a deep breath. I don't want to jump the gun here, and I need to be careful what I say before we've assessed the situation properly. But there are things about the death that give us cause for concern. All of this has a horrible sense of inevitability. You think she was pushed? I say, the words barely audible. As I said, we're going to have to wait until we that. You think she was murdered. I say it as a statement, because it's clear where this is leading. In my mind, there's now no question. Too early to be using words like murder, she says firmly. I just want to get a picture of Meryl's last few days. A bit of background from you. People she may have been meeting. Anyone she's had disagreements with. Perhaps? I understand she has a son. Do you know how her relationship was with him? I shake my head. What? He has nothing to do with this. He lives in the U.S. There's someone else you need to talk to. I see the surprise in D.C. Rayner's face. I'm listening, Serena. If you know something that can help us, we'd be very grateful to hear it. I clench my fists and stare back at her, tension coursing through me. I certainly do. I know who killed her. 44. R. May 2026. I'm shocked when I hear about Meryl. I've been avoiding Mum's calls, But when I finally read her texts, I see a blunt 2-sentence WhatsApp, a message that changes everything. Meryl's dead. Call me or come over. I go straight to the house. Paul offers to come too. And part of me wants to say yes, but I worry it will cause a row. And I want to avoid a row with Mum at all costs. Not when something like this has happened. We don't mention our argument. She doesn't raise the trust fund or her problems with Paul, and I don't either. When I ask her about the death, she says she fell down the stairs inside her building. A stupid, simple fall. Like so many other elderly people, she probably shouldn't have been going up and down the stairs at her age. I nod, hugging her. There's something in her face when I pull back that makes me pause. Is there something she's not telling me? I avoid asking too many questions. We sit in the kitchen and talk a bit about Meryl and the likely funeral arrangements when her son arrives from America. After a while, it feels weird not to talk about the last time we saw her together. Like it's this big, scary elephant in the room, poisoning our shared memories. Eventually, I tell her I should get back to Kilburn. She hugs me again before I head out the front door, but by the time I'm on the tube, I feel a wave of guilt. I should have offered to stay. I should have swallowed the awkwardness and been there for her, rather than letting it put me off. Instead of turning back, I carry on. And I hate myself for it with every second that passes. Once I'm inside the flat, Paul asks, "Are you okay?" I nod slowly. I think so, surprised mostly. It's very sad. Then, I guess, she was old. I don't mean it doesn't matter if an old person dies. I just that. I know what you mean, he says. If someone young dies, it's a tragedy. If it's someone elderly, he lets out a breath and tilts his head. It's a fact of life. How it's supposed to work, I suppose. He puts this more matter-of-factly than I would, but I know what he means. As I watch Paul cook dinner, I notice how cheerful he seems. He starts humming a little tune as he makes pasta. When he notices me looking, he grins, that charming grin that lights up his handsome face and always makes my stomach lurch. I smile back, but can't bring myself to feel happy. Not with the bad news still sinking in. Our dinner isn't peaceful. By the time the pasta is on the plates, Carter has crashed through the front door, accompanied by a giggling and drunk-sounding woman. We don't see either of them, but we do hear them. They have loud, thudding sex in Carter's bedroom while we're eating. Although it's over in 2 minutes, next the bedroom door opens and he says, "I'm taking a shower." He does this while listening to The Killers on full volume. I don't know about you, but I'll be pleased to see the back of this place. Paul says, winking at me when he picks up the plates and takes them to the sink. I'd normally offer to do the washing up, but instead I stay seated, thinking about what he said. But I thought you told that woman at work that we couldn't buy the flat because of the whole trust fund issue. Her dad might not have sold it yet, he says. And even if he has, we can always find somewhere else. After all, I don't expect the money to be an issue much longer. I frown at him, still confused. Why not? What would... Oh, it hits me, and when it does, it seems obvious. Meryl's trust fund. Mum's plan to divert the money may not come off. It might be all mine. To do whatever I want with. Oh my God, I say quietly. I hadn't thought of that. I feel a rush of excitement. Then, a second later, feel very guilty. I shouldn't be thinking about getting my hands on a load of cash. Not when Meryl has just died. It feels wrong. Callous, even. And I'm not sure I like the fact Paul's brought it up, either. We shouldn't ask about it, I say cautiously. Oh, I know that, Paul says quickly. He dries his hands and comes over to me, places a hand on my shoulder. I can feel its warmth through my t-shirt, comforting me. But a little feeling of irritation still remains. Irritation and doubt. My mind flitting back to that awful conversation with Mum and Merrill. The things they said, their suspicions and concerns. "You're not glad Merrill's dead, are you?" I ask. Question sounds blunt, and I wish I'd found a way of wording it better. "Of course not," Paul says. "Sorry. I didn't mean to sound insensitive mentioning the inheritance. I get you must be grieving, and so will your mum. I only brought it up because I know how worried you've been about money. I wanted to ease your mind in any way possible. I'm sorry if that was wrong." "It wasn't wrong. Sorry. I didn't mean to sound. I'm just a bit shocked." "Yes, you're right. It does change the inheritance side of things. I shouldn't get my hopes up, though. Just in case. Well, the law's the law," Paul says. "Her executors are going to have to work out where her money is going. And I imagine that trust fund goes directly to you." "It might not," I say, trying to keep a lid on the thrill that last sentence has caused. She might have fixed it so it goes to Mum. Then nothing will have changed. "Maybe," Paul says, "but I doubt it, from the way she was with you. I reckon you were a sort of grandson in her eyes. I think she'd have wanted the money to go straight to you, should anything happen to her. And even if your mum thought of that, I seriously doubt Merrill would have had time to change it. They only told you about the new plan this week." He leans in, resting his chin on my shoulder. Like so many things in life, it's all about timing. In the end, that's what everything is about. Various things happening by chance, causing lives to change. "Yeah, I suppose," I say. I feel like he's referring to something that I'm not quite getting. But before I can ask him about it, there's a sharp knock on the front door. Paul straightens up, muttering, "I'll get it." In the hallway, I hear Carter call out, "The fuck is that?" "I don't know," Paul says. The sound of the door opening follows. Then a man's voice says, "Hello, I'm Detective Sergeant Stimson, and this is Detective Constable Rayner. Are you Paul Smith?" I immediately get up and go out into the hallway. There is a middle-aged man and a much younger woman standing in the doorway. "I am," Paul says. "What's this about?" "Can we come inside?" DS Stimson says. "We have a few questions we'd like to ask you." 45. Art, May 2026. Why? I'm the one who asks the question, and I see both of the police officers look at me. Neither says anything, but I see the glance they share, and I get the feeling they both know who I am. And it isn't a comforting feeling. It would be easiest if we came inside. DC Rayner says, "Okay." Paul stands aside. "Come on through." He shows them into the cramped living room. DS Stimson sitting down on the creaking sofa without waiting to be offered a seat. DC Rayner, meanwhile, walks over to the coffee table. She makes a show of peering into the ashtray. With a sinking feeling, I realize the remnants of Carter's spliffs are in there. "Does much drug-taking go on here?" she asks, as casually as though she were making polite conversation about the weather. "No," Paul says. Both the officers blink, perhaps waiting for him to continue, perhaps deny that the cannabis is his. Paul just smiles politely back at them. DC Rayner doesn't sit down. After turning away from the coffee table, she goes over to the thin tower of shelves and in the corner of the room peruses the well-read paperbacks and battered old PS4 games. "Would you mind telling me why?" Paul tries again, but Stimson cuts him off. "Where were you last night?" Both police officers are expressionless. Paul, however, is still smiling. "Why do you want to know?" "If you could just tell us, we'd be out of your hair much quicker," Rayner says. She takes out a book. Barbara Taylor Bradford. My God, my mother used to read these. Yes, mine too, says Paul. Weighty volumes, aren't they? What's going on? I ask. Both detectives ignore me. Mr. Smith? Stimson prompts. Could you please tell us where you were last night? You still haven't told me why, says Paul, or given me a time window. D.C. Rayner walks away from the shelves and begins to examine the TV and the old game consoles. Christ, where are these from? A museum. I get the feeling she's deliberately trying to unsettle us. Or maybe she's naturally casual and friendly, and this is just her manner. I can't help wondering if she's making a reference to Paul's place of work, as though she's hinting that they know about him, that he's someone they've looked up or checked out in some way. They still won't say why. Maybe some tea, Stimson says. What? Says Paul. 2 sugars, murmurs Rayner, now reading the back of the case for Resident Evil 7. Biohazard. Course. I should have offered, Paul says. He looks over at me. It's clear what he wants. Sure. Sorry, yeah, I say awkwardly. I head off to put the kettle on, but I've only just filled it when something clicks in my head. A feeling of things slotting into place. Last night. I know why they're here. I know what's going on. Furious at myself for not realizing it sooner, I dash back to the living room. D.C. Rayner has finally sat down, and they're both looking at Paul. He's seated, too, in the old armchair near the TV. I was just telling these officers that I was home with you, Art, here in the flat. All night, both detectives turn to me. Is that true? Stimson asks. Yeah, I say, nodding. And whatever my mother's told you, it's a load of. As soon as my words are out of my mouth, I regret them. I stop myself, but it's too late. The damage is done. Everyone's eyes are on me, and I feel myself going red. That's interesting, D.C. Rayner says. She takes out a notebook and starts writing. Why did you say that? How about you tell us, at last, what all this is about? Paul says. He still sounds calm, but his eyes are narrowed. I think your boyfriend knows, D.C. Rayner says. I don't know anything, I say, quickly. Too quickly. Nor do I, says Paul. So, if you'd explain. D.S. Stimson leans forward. I think you're both aware that last night, an elderly lady died in her home in Belgravia. She was found at the bottom of the stairs inside her apartment building. We know about Meryl's death, says Paul. It's a terrible loss, a tragic accident. She was like a grandmother to Art. Here. He looks over at me, raising his eyebrows. I feel like my input is needed. Oh yeah, she was. She was like family, D.S. Stimson nods. Rayner, meanwhile, is looking at me with a blank expression that makes me feel even more uncomfortable. She says, then writes something else down. A tragic accident, huh? Stimson says. Then he nods. Yeah, it looks that way, although it's all still up in the air. We'll have to wait until we get the pathologist's full report. You're doing an autopsy, I ask. Why? She fell, as I said. It looks that way, Stimson says. Possibly, but we want to be thorough. She was elderly, but not that elderly. In her 70s, people can fall at any age, Paul says. I don't see why you need to talk to me and Art about it. Well, Art saw Meryl not long before her death. D.C. Rayner says. So that's one reason. But another, as I think Art's worked out, is that his mum seemed to think you might be able to help us with our inquiries. I don't see why, Paul says, without missing a beat. I hardly knew her. You knew she was wealthy, though? Rayner asks, an accusatory note creeping into her voice. Yes, says Paul. She lived on Eaton Square. You don't have to be an estate agent to know that's probably one of the most desirable addresses in the whole of London. A bit different to this place, he says, with a short laugh, gesturing to the dingy living room with its fraying carpet and aging wallpaper. As I said, I didn't know her, so I don't understand why you'd think her wealth would matter to me. DC Raynor lets out a long sigh, as though she's bored by the conversation now. Art, do you want to explain? We're all adults here. Families have disagreements. We see it all the time. Let's get it all out into the open. I swallow, then take a deep breath. I guess my mom suspects Paul of being involved in some way. That's why you're here, right? That's why you're asking all these questions. Because she's fed you some nonsense about him. I can't bring myself to say the word murder, so I say, him wanting Meryl dead. There's a silence in the room. I find I can't look at Paul. Even though I've just been explaining Mum's suspicions, not my own, it somehow feels like I've been the one to hurl accusations at him. And I feel awful. Why do you think your mum might think that, Art? DC Raynor says, her voice becoming quiet, kind even. Perhaps she thinks I'm going to crack. Say something shocking that will give them something to act on. I think I disappoint her when I say, because she doesn't like my boyfriend. Another silence follows. Then D.S. Stimson says, is that it? I nod. But it isn't though, is it? This is about money. I fold my arms, feeling my anger rising. If that's what Mum's told you, that's all in her head. She might say it's about money, about my trust fund, but it's really about the fact that she's jealous. Okay, let's keep things calm, Raynor says. But there's something about her gentle, patronizing tone that's adding fuel to my rage. It's absolute bullshit, I half shout. Yes, she managed to convince Meryl to let Mum have control of my trust fund. But this has been going on long before that. I think it's because she fucking fancied him herself, and she's jealous. I see the two cops exchange one of their glances, and it makes me stop, suddenly feeling embarrassed. I imagine them gossiping in the car on the way back to the station about my messed up relationship with my mum, perhaps coming up with crazy theories about which of us killed Meryl. Can either of you prove you were here last night? All night? Why? Are you accusing us of giving each other an alibi? Paul asks. I'm still surprised by how calm he's managing to sound. You said it, not me, says Raynor. My heart rate increases. 2 words sticking in my head. All night. Paul nipped out. We were in bed, and I asked him if we had any Ben & Jerry's left. I fancied watching a movie and eating mounds of ice cream to make me feel better after all the shit with Mum. Screech of the freezer drawer. Paul saying, sorry, we've run out. Bloody Carter must have finished it all. I'll go out and get some. I fell asleep. And when I woke up, he was scooping ice cream into bowls, saying he'd had a bit of a hunt to get the chocolate brownie one I liked, but he'd managed to find some. What time was that? The detectives haven't mentioned exactly when they think Meryl's fall occurred, so I can't refute them. And I didn't look at my phone when I woke up. I just went into the kitchen when I heard him. I feel sick and desperately want to sit down, but there's no available seat. My knees are shaking, and I'm worried I'm going to faint. So I lean back against the wall. This isn't happening, I say, rubbing my eyes, speaking more to myself than the police officers. This can't be happening. This type of shit doesn't happen like this, not in real life. Oh, believe me, Art, it does, says DC Raynor, putting away her notebook. More often than you think. Generally, we find the most likely explanation is the true one. We just need to work out what's most likely in this case. I can help with that, Paul says. I lower my hands and stare at him. I see D.S. Stimson raise an eyebrow. Go on. I did go out. We wanted ice cream, so I nipped to the shops to grab some. What time was this? Asks Raynor. Paul frowns and looks to the left, apparently thinking. Then he clicks his fingers and says, I think around 9 p.m. I remember checking if the shop was open. Which shop and where? Asks Stimson. Waitrose on Porchester Road. That must be almost a mile away, Raynor says. A long way to go for ice cream. My boy needs his chocolate fudge. Paul says, flashing me a grin. I'm too tense to return it. I don't think I got a receipt, but I'll have a record of the card transaction. And the shop will have CCTV. And I'm sure there'll be street CCTV too, now I think of it. He pats his knees in a satisfied, job-done sort of way. We'll be checking all this, DC Ranger says. But that's very useful to know. Thank you. DS Stimson stands up. I don't think we'll stay for the tea, he says. But we may be back for a cuppa in the future. This might all come to nothing. And if that's the case, we're sorry to have bothered you. Don't go leaving the country, or anything like that for now, eh? 46. June 2026. It's painful not knowing what the police are doing and whether they've made any breakthroughs in the case. I still don't know if it is a case, as whenever I ask what's going on, I've been met with a very clear rebuff. Constable Raynor is grateful for your assistance and will contact you if she needs any further information. A bored-sounding woman tells me on the phone on my third attempt. The rational part of my brain tells me to focus on all the other things in my life that need attention. Preparing my paintings for the Sky Arts program. Making sense of my last session with one of my students. Writing the guest lecture I'm soon to give at a college in Cheltenham. Even normal things, like tidying and shopping. I'm neglecting all these things and continue to neglect them in the days following Meryl's death. I don't have any enthusiasm for anything. Perhaps this is grief. My way of dealing with losing someone so close to me. Someone I can't believe isn't just a short walk away. Ready for a chat, a lunch, a stroll in the gardens of Eaton Square on a sunny afternoon. Regardless of the reason, I don't try to get myself together. I don't give myself a stern talking to and let the police get on with their job. I decide instead to take matters into my own hands. I begin to follow Paul. 3 days, I get to his Kilburn flat early and follow him to work. Sometimes Art is with him, heading out on a run, and I have to dive behind a parked car so they don't spot me. I have to override the huge urge to rush forwards and hug my son, or bundle him into a taxi and take him home by force. I watch Paul enter the staff entrance at the British Museum. I go inside and look around, stealing occasional glances towards the cafe where he works. I consider wearing disguises, but even to me that feels like a step too far. And, I have to admit it to myself, part of me thinks it wouldn't be a bad thing if Paul did spot me. Then he'd know someone was onto him. He would know I wasn't fooled. On my third day of watching Paul, I spot a pattern, a regular visitor to the cafe. Someone who goes there every lunchtime. A nice-looking young man, boyish and handsome, in a hoodie and Converse. He reminds me of Art, and that's when it occurs to me, on the third day of seeing a beaming Paul chatting enthusiastically with him. Paul has a type, and this young man might be his next prey, maybe even his boyfriend, a secret relationship. Somebody he's carried on seeing, even though he shares a bed with my son every night. When the young man finishes his panini, I put down the newspaper I've been hiding behind and hurry after him, pushing around a gaggle of school children and a slow-moving elderly couple to follow him to the exit. Out on the street, I think I've lost him for a moment, then spot his green hoodie. I follow him along Museum Street until he goes inside a bookshop called Wayback Pages. Inside, I can see the young man pulling off the hoodie and heading behind the counter, chatting to the woman already standing there. After a few seconds, she heads off to a back room, leaving him alone. I have an idea. Without pausing to think, I reach into my handbag, pull out some sunglasses, and head into the shop. I go straight to the counter and the young man smiles at me. "Hi," I say. "I think your boyfriend dropped these at the cafe, but I couldn't catch him." I hold out the glasses. "I saw you heading out, so thought I'd just give them to you." "Sorry," he says, looking bewildered. "I think these are Paul's. I heard you call him Paul. You both looked very relaxed, so I thought you were together." He's now staring at me as though I'm speaking in a foreign language. What? He's not my boyfriend, and these aren't mine, or his. At least, I doubt they're his. I've certainly never seen him wearing women's sunglasses. I let out an unnatural-sounding laugh. "Oh, of course, must be someone else's." "Yeah. Someone else at the museum, where they'd have a lost property department. Probably have been better handing them in rather than coming here." I laugh again, knowing I should back off now, as it's clear he's already very suspicious. I can't resist prodding a little more to see if he lets something slip. "Sorry, I didn't mean to presume you and he were an item. Like I said, you seemed so relaxed, I thought. Is he already with someone, then? This is a disaster. I feel hot, as though I'm on a treadmill." The man's eyes are narrowed. "What is this about?" "Nothing. I just wanted to, do my good deed for the day." I put my phone down on the counter so I can free up a hand, intending to put the sunglasses back in my bag. When the screen lights up, displaying my wallpaper, the man lets out a gasp. "Oh, shit. It's you. This can't be good." "Me? You're Art's mom, aren't you?" "Shit. Paul told me about you. Says you're a stalker. You're, like, mad possessive, and can't cope that your son's in a relationship. This is worse than I could have imagined. I am Art's mom," I say, opting to come clean, but trying to sound level and calm, hoping to disprove any rumors about my sanity. I'm not being overprotective. I have serious concerns about Paul. I think he might be. I want to say a murderer, but decide that probably wouldn't reassure him. "Be what?" the man says, looking amused, as if I'm funny. A weird curiosity, making his day more entertaining. "Bad man," I say, finally. He laughs. "Wow, you really are as psycho as he says. And I wouldn't think of becoming an actress anytime soon. That little performance with the sunglasses wouldn't fool anyone. Respect for giving it a go, though." He begins to clap his hands together. But I've had enough. Reaching forward, I grab at his t-shirt and yank him forwards. I see the smile on his face vanish. "Listen to me, you smug little prick. I know what Paul is. I know what he's done, and I'm going to prove it, no matter how much he evades, no matter what stands in my way. Tell him that next time you see him." I let him go, then walk straight out of the shop, not looking back. I regret the whole exchange all my way home. I'm still dwelling on it that night, when I'm lying in bed, trying to get to sleep. Then, the full damage becomes clear with a ping of my phone. Art's message is so brief, all of it shows up in the preview. Big block capitals, making his fury clear. "Leave us alone." 47. Serena. June 2026. Art has been ignoring my calls for days. I've tried to apologize for following Paul and talking to his friend, but he won't speak to me. I knew after the trust fund delay, things would take time to get back anywhere close to normal, though I still hoped normal might happen eventually. That was before I told the police his fiancée was a likely murderer, not to mention manhandling one of his mates. And now, the absence of any contact is becoming unbearable, especially when the police call me to say, they've followed up on my information and are no longer looking for anyone connected with Meryl's death. In other words, they think I was wrong. Or, as I prefer to put it, they just can't prove I'm right. On the Friday after Meryl's death, I come face to face with him by sheer chance. I was in West London for a meeting with the producers of the documentary, along with the other artists involved. I was practically silent throughout the whole thing, lost in my thoughts, and this is still the case when I board a district-lined train to head back home. When the doors open at Hammersmith Station, a woman with a large rucksack steps on board, followed by two men, Art and Paul. They're carrying blue IKEA shopping bags, and for a moment, I don't think they're going to see me. Then Art's eyes catch mine as he scans down the near-empty carriage. We stare at each other for what feels like an age. Then he turns away, pointing Paul towards the opposite end of the carriage. Paul sees me too, gives me a look that I can't read, then sits next to Art, as far from me as possible. I watch them, wondering if I should try to speak to them. But what would I say? I feel so utterly lost. I'm tempted to get off at the next station and pretend this awful coincidence hasn't occurred. Then I see Art get up and start walking down the carriage towards me, holding on to the poles as the train rocks and shakes. "Why did you do it, Mum?" he says. His voice is loud over the screech of wheels. Carriage's two other occupants, the woman with the rucksack and a teenage boy in school uniform, both look up. "I'm sorry. I didn't actually hurt him," I say, the shame of the memory making my face burn. I just got a bit cross. "I'm not talking about what happened in the bookshop. I'm asking why you told the police that Paul killed Meryl. How could you do that? Isn't it obvious? I thought he did it to stop her from delaying your trust fund." I look over at Paul as I say it. He's watching from afar, though I doubt he can hear over the noise of the train. Well, he has an alibi. Police have proved he couldn't have done it. Meryl's death was an accident. The boy is now staring at us open-mouthed. The lady has taken out a copy of the Daily Mail, though her attention is on me rather than its pages, clearly deciding that no printed gossip could match the drama unfolding before her very eyes. "So, I understand," I say. I'm not sure why I'm being so formal, but I know that it's probably better than becoming emotional or angry. I get up, holding onto the metal bar with one hand and putting a hand on Art's shoulder with the other. "I'm sorry, love. I had to say what I thought was right. You could have told me. You could have warned me. Back when you told me the news about Meryl." I pause. I was upset and I wasn't in the mood for a row. We seem to be having a lot of them these days, and that wasn't the moment. Maybe I was wrong about him. I don't know what else to say. We stare at each other for a few seconds, my hand remaining on him as the train continues hurtling forward. An announcement tells us we're about to arrive at the next station, and the speed slows. Everything feels much quieter. Then Art surprises me. Eyes glistening, he says, with a sob, "I still can't believe she's gone." Then he's in my arms, burying his head in my shoulder. We end up getting a coffee in a station cafe Nero. Art tells Paul he needs to talk to me and that he'll be home later. Paul says he'll wait nearby while we talk. He directs all this to Art, barely looking at me. Perhaps it's his way of handling the awkwardness. "He actually defended you," Art says once Paul's walked off. "He said you accusing him was part of the issues you have with me moving on with my life, and said I should go easy on you." "It wasn't just that," I say. "You know there's more to it than that. But I suppose if he's choosing to be understanding, I should take what I can get." I shrug, then go to get us some drinks. When I sit back down, Art starts talking. He's clearly been preparing what he wants to say while I was in the queue. And his words have a learned quality to them. "I asked him about all the things you mentioned before Meryl, and he explained everything. I knew some of it anyway. He said it was his adopted family who turned weird about money, not him. They cut him off just because he wouldn't go for a job they wanted. That's why he changed his name, trying to start again. I sip at my drink, giving myself time to think. And the first fake suicide attempt. It wasn't fake, Art says too loudly. He coughs, then lowers his voice. Paul says that guy Edmund was the one always threatening to harm himself if Paul didn't do what he wanted. He was a narcissist, just like his parents. That's why Paul helped his sister. He wasn't stalking her. He was trying to help because nobody else was stepping up to the plate. He fell into the lake when he and Edmund were arguing. He ran out of the house to get away from him and fell. Paul thinks Edmund cooked up that story because he's worried Paul will accuse him of deliberately pushing him into the water. I listen to all this. Then I let out a sigh and shrug again. Fine. Art blinks back at me. What? I said it's fine. Art doesn't look convinced. That's it? What more do you want me to say? I can't prove he's lying. And I'm not pretending to be perfect. I've got to make peace with the fact I could be wrong, made mistakes, and have regrets. Huge regrets about the way I've gone about things in the past. Sometimes I wonder if anything bad that's happened since hasn't been, karma or something. I pause to swallow. For a moment, I wonder if Art's going to ask me to elaborate, ask me to explain, but he remains silent. Anyway, where Paul's concerned, I've reached a bit of a dead end. I can't do anything other than just hope you know what you're doing. As I say the words, I feel a sweeping sense of relief. It's like all the tension I'd been holding in me ever since Art stormed out of Merrill's flat, ever since I saw those police cars on Eaton Square, is now flowing out of me. I'm not sure I'm doing the right thing. I'm not sure I even believe what I'm saying. I do know that it feels like my only choice. If I don't want to lose my son forever, this is what I need to do. We ended up talking about his plans for the wedding. How he wants to still go ahead with it, even after Merrill's death. I would say it's what she would have wanted, but that's obviously not true after you made her dislike Paul. I choose not to react with anger and instead take a diplomatic approach. I know she would have wanted you to be happy. And that's what I want too. But I want you to get married for love, not to defy me, or because you're trying to prove some sort of point. He looks confused. What point would I be making? I could answer this with a very emotional rant if I allowed myself to get carried away, but instead I take care with the words I use. A point about being an adult now. I realize I may have been a bit overprotective, especially after what happened last year. I don't want to go into that, he says quickly. I know, I wasn't going to. I could understand if this wedding is about you proving to the world, to me, that you're capable in some way. And you don't need to prove that to me. I know you are. Art is quiet for a few seconds, then says, I love him. I want to be married to him. Isn't that all that matters? I nod, trying my best to smile, to look as if I agree. It's like I'm pretending I have a time machine and can undo the recent past. I think I'll pop to the loo, I say, and get up. Art pulls his 2 IKEA bags out of my way. As I turn, someone pushes into me. I don't look around, just mutter some apologies, keen to get to the bathroom before Art can see I'm upset. It's a single cubicle with a dodgy-looking lock. Inside, I wash and dry my face, then lightly reapply some makeup, doing my best in the very low light, coming from the dying bulb above. Just as I pull the handle down to let myself out, the door opens with such force it almost knocks me backwards. My hip collides painfully with the sink, and I'm about to shout at the person to be careful when I see who it is. Anya. She's standing framed in the doorway in a puffy gray raincoat, looking even worse than before, hair untidy, eyeshadow smudges down her face, almost unrecognizable, but still her. Anya, what are you doing, Fafet? She comes inside the cubicle and locks the door, stands still at first, then starts swaying. It's disturbing. Her eyes are locked on me the whole time, her teeth clenched. A cold chill is spreading through me, the same sort of coldness I felt outside Meryl's apartment, when I knew something was wrong. Only this time it's my own safety I fear for. You bitch, she says, spitting the words out. Okay, Anya, let's just calm down. Then she goes for me. Flying forwards, pushing me against the wall. I only just manage to stop myself falling over. She pulls at my hair, and I scream. Get off me! You've fucking ruined my life. He's left me. You know that. My boyfriend's left me, and it's because of you. He says I'm obsessed with you. And how could I not be when you made sure I can't get any job in the country? Because you told everyone I was a psycho. She's holding something in her hand, trying to bring it to my face. Horror, I realize what it is. It's a very large safety pin. And the pin is sticking out, heading towards my eye. Why wouldn't you just give me a good reference? Did you want to pour salt on the wound? You can't bear the idea that Anya, you were insubordinate, unprofessional. I push against her, but the pin gets closer and I freeze. One more move, and it goes into your eye. Then you'll wish you'd never been so vicious, such a fat. Serena? The door is shaking as though someone's trying the handle from the other side. The loose lock clicks and the door opens. It's Paul. He stands there watching the strange sight with an open mouth. What on earth? Fuck off! Anya shouts at him. She's got a pin. She's holding it to my eye. I cry out in a shaky voice. Okay, keep calm, Paul says, stepping into the cubicle. Get help, I say, wondering if I should start screaming, but I'm scared Anya will plunge the pin forward. Her hand is shaking with tension, and I can hear her rattling breaths in my ear. If you scream, you'll regret it. You'll regret it for the rest of your miserable life. Anya, please, I say. We can talk about this. Paul takes another step forward. Anya, is it? Why don't you put the pin down? We can all talk a bit easier that way. It might do some damage. That's the fucking point, she shrieks. I can hear voices from the coffee shop now. People realizing something is going on. Please, let someone call the police. Please let them get here in time. I think we need to dial things down, Paul says. He's walking closer, very slowly. Do you know, Anya, I've been in a desperate situation on more than one occasion in the past, and each time I was grateful. There was someone there to help me, to remind me that there is always a way forward, even if you can't see it. One of those people was the woman you're threatening. I'd very much like to see her unharmed. She's a bitch, Anya says again. Do you know what she's done? No, I don't, but I can see she's very scared. I think you should let her go. He holds out his hand. I'm surprised by his words and stunned by how bold he's being. And I can't help but be reminded of the moment he has alluded to. The moment I approached him on that riverbank in a frozen forest, trying to talk him away from the edge. I have nothing because of her, Anya says, although her voice isn't as strong. The shakiness has taken over, the words now more of a whimper. Let's talk about it, okay? Says Paul. His hands are stretched out, nearly touching her. You really don't want to do this. You want to put the pin down. Come on, give it to me. The sharp point judders. I keep blinking, reflexes taking over, but in the glimpses I see of it, it seems to be traveling in the wrong direction, right towards me. Then Paul reaches us. His palm appears underneath her clenched hand, and she drops the pin into it. Then she runs. 48. Serena. June 2026. After the incident with Anya, things change between Art and me. And Paul and me. How could they not? I'm not sure if Paul saved my life, or if Anya would have gone through with it. But even so, I guess I owe him something. Maybe now we have, in one way or another, saved each other's lives. We're bonded in a strange way. Not friends, exactly. Linked. More than we were before, in our tense tug-of-war for Art's love and attention. And while I'm not about to relinquish all my concerns, I have to accept a certain amount of goodwill is needed. I'd almost reached this conclusion during my talk with Art, before the terror of that Café Nero bathroom. Paul's heroism just sealed the deal. But the deal isn't easy. I have the benefit of Art staying at the house occasionally. Some attempts at resurrecting our old traditions and activities. Movie nights, lunches at chain restaurants, even a play at the Royal Court. Things remain far from normal, though, and still there is the wedding. No matter what I say, it seems to be this big, immovable thing on the horizon, planned to take place at a registry office next month. I've run out of ways I can say, why the rush? And what about next year? And how will this work with uni? Art either evades or tells me to back off. I'm doing what I want to do, Mum. Please don't turn this into another row. So I keep the peace. I do my best to be civil with Paul. He sometimes comes to the house with Art, and we eat a takeaway. Doing our best to act as though no weirdness has passed between us. I'm not sure I do a very good job, but I try. As the weeks go by, I focus on other distractions. I have more dealings with the police, this time because of Anya. Shortly after she attacked me, she assaulted a man she used to work for, smashing a bottle of wine over his head as he came out of his house. She was arrested, and it sounds like she may end up sectioned rather than going to prison. Had it not been for the threat to blind me, I might have felt more guilty about this, for perhaps contributing to her instability when I fired her. Now, each time I think of her, all I can see is that sharp point edging towards me. Through all this, I still haven't got used to the idea that Meryl is gone, that I'll no longer get to offload to her, to talk things through, to laugh and cry as I do my best, to be a good parent and artist and businesswoman. Even though I try to accept the authorities' decision that her death was a fall, her absence is like a hole in my life, a jagged rip that I can't fix. Meryl's funeral, delayed by some weeks due to the police and coroner looking into the death, is to be held at a church on the outskirts of Oxford. I'm relieved, as part of me had wondered if the main funeral would be held in the U.S., what with Meryl being American-born with a son living in New York. Oxford is very doable, chosen apparently because she and her late husband had a place there in the 1980s and renewed their vows in the little village church. The wake is to be held at Marwood Manor, the family home of her close friends Lord and Lady Ashton, just a short drive from the church. When I say to Art, we'll travel to the funeral together, I don't even think about Paul coming with us. Art makes the assumption, and I don't battle against it. He even decides that he and Paul will stay over with me in Pimlico, so we can set off early the next morning in case there's heavy traffic. I go along with all this in a daze, nodding where I should, while wondering if Paul attending is in good taste. What if Meryl's family know he was questioned in connection with her death? Would they know? Maybe these things are confidential, and they don't have any idea who he is. Perhaps my concerns that people will be gawping at us as we file into the church are unfounded. The afternoon before the funeral, Art and I go shopping for his wedding outfit. Paul is working, so it's just him and me. And as I sit on the sofa in the shop and stare at him looking so smart in his suit, I feel my eyes prick with tears. Because I'm emotional that he's reaching this point in life, because I wish it were under different circumstances. I think the trousers could do with alteration, don't you agree? I blink at the young man in front of me. What? Mum, are you paying attention? Art says, a smile on his face. Is it okay if I make adjustments? I mean, it'll cost more. Both Art and the shop worker are looking at me. Oh, yes, sure, whatever. I can pay for it if it's an issue, Art says, frowning. No, it's not. Sorry, I was thinking about things. I'm happy to pay for your suit and anything else. The shop worker pulls a curtain across while he takes Art's inside leg measurements. I'm hoping we'll get an update on the money situation after the funeral, says Art from behind the screen. I'm pleased he can't see me when he says this. I feel my body go tense. I don't know if it will. We'll need to have a conversation about that, Art. Perhaps not here. Relax. Mum, I really can be trusted with the money. And presuming Meryl didn't change her will before her death, I guess my share will come to me more or less right away. It's not about you being trusted or not trusted, I start to say, but don't finish the sentence. It's your husband-to-be I don't trust, I think to myself. We don't carry on with the conversation when he comes out, measurements taken and the suit pinned up, and walk back home through Green Park in near silence. Paul comes over in the evening once he's finished his shift, taking his clothes for the funeral upstairs, then joining us in the living room for pizza and a movie. Once the credits roll, I get up and say, I'm going to get an early night ahead of the drive to Oxford tomorrow. We could go by train or get a cab, asks Paul. I'd be happy to chip in, I shake my head. No, I like driving. Thanks for offering. I wish I liked driving. I'd do anything to avoid it. Paul says, grabbing the pizza boxes and taking them through into the kitchen. When we have our own house, we'll only need a car for Art. I'll just get taxis everywhere. This statement doesn't put me in a good mood, aware that it must be Meryl's money he's mentally spending. I head upstairs, shower, and get into my pajamas. When I come back down to make a hot drink, I can hear Paul and Art in the kitchen. I'm not sure what makes me stop in the hallway. I think it's because they're talking in low voices, so I pause to listen. It's good she's being nicer to you now, Art says. Although he's being quiet, he isn't whispering. He sounds relaxed. Then when he talks again, I can tell he's got food in his mouth, probably a leftover pizza crust. You wouldn't have thought it would end up like this a month ago, would you? Less than that, Paul says. Grief can bring people together, although I wouldn't say we're about to be Bessies. It helped, what you did in the coffee shop. It's hard to hate someone if they've saved your life. You don't have to tell me that. Paul doesn't sound angry or tense, but I hear movement, the chairs by the kitchen island scraping. And then Art says, I'm sorry, I didn't mean. I know. Don't worry, Paul says. I hear a kiss. Then Art says, you don't have to be Bessies with Mum. Oh, you watch me, he says with a laugh. We'll be sipping cocktails at the spa next time you see us. Do they serve cocktails at spas? Says Art, also laughing. I hope so, says Paul. Then he lowers his voice again. By the way, when things do fully thaw between your mum and me, I won't tell her. I'll never mention it, I promise. Tell her what? Says Art. There's a small pause. Then Paul says, I won't tell her about. You know, your secret. There's no trace of laughter in the kitchen now. I feel the hairs on my arms standing up, my skin going cold. I don't want to think about that now, Art says. Then there's more movement, followed by him saying, I'm going to get these boxes outside with the recycling. It comes tomorrow morning. I quickly head back upstairs, treading as silently as I can, until I'm out of sight, Paul's words ringing in my ears. I won't tell her. Your secret. I'll never mention it, I promise. 49. Serena, June 2026. It doesn't take long for me to realize there's little point in trying to sleep. I went to bed, deciding that I'd question Art after the funeral once Paul had, hopefully, gone home and left us in peace. As I scroll through my iPad album of photos of him as a child, some of them playing with Meryl on the beach in Cornwall, I wish I hadn't waited. At around 1 a.m., I go downstairs. I make myself some toast and turn on the TV, but can't focus on anything. I'm heating some milk in a pan to make Ovaltine when I hear a creak from Art's room. Then the sound of the bathroom door. One of them is awake. I hurry upstairs as quietly as I can. Once I get onto the landing, I see straight away that I'm too late. It's quiet and nobody is in sight, the door to Art's room closed. Wondering if I'm being immensely foolish, I walk over and very gently pull the handle down. The room inside is filled with moonlight. He hasn't lowered his blinds, and the silver-blue glow is falling across the floor, partially illuminating the bed. Art and Paul are curled up together, Paul lying on his back, Art nestled in close on his side. They look so peaceful. The moonlight makes their bare chests look like they're shimmering, and my thoughts fly to the Twilight films, where the blood-sucking immortals could be spotted by their glittering skin. Thought makes me feel strange, pulling me out of my quest to find answers. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this. Maybe I don't want to understand what I overheard. Perhaps knowing could make everything worse. What if it's something to do with Meryl? What if his secret is that he went to see Meryl that day, upset about his trust fund, and they got into a fight? No, I can't think that. There's another possibility. The possibility that I've got this wrong, got everything wrong. Maybe I've misunderstood every little thing and invented stories that aren't true. I'm almost about to close the door again when Art's eyes open and his head jerks up. He looks like he's going to shout. Then he silently mouths, "What the fuck?" I stare back, then beckon to him. He sighs, looking both puzzled and annoyed, and I turn away so he can pull on some pajama bottoms and come out onto the landing. I look back into the room before he closes the door. Paul hasn't stirred. He just sleeps peacefully on. "Mum, what the hell?" Art starts to say. "I heard you go to the bathroom and thought you might be awake," I say in a whisper. "Well, I was awake, but I was going back to sleep. Then I heard you creeping around. What is it?" "I wasn't creeping around," I lie. "I need to talk to you. Can you come downstairs?" "Talk about what?" "It's the middle of the night." "Can't it wait?" "No, please, Art. It's important." "It's about." I look over at the bedroom door. There's no sound coming from behind it. But I don't like the thought of Paul possibly being able to hear. What if he's not actually asleep? He could be listening to us right now. Know that I've been eavesdropping on the two of them. Art follows my gaze, then looks back at me. "Fuck's sake, Mum, don't do this again. I don't want to hear any mad, messed up thing you've invented about him." "I haven't made up anything. This is about what I heard you talking about." "Talking about what?" Art rolls his eyes. "God, this is just another fuff." "Shh," I say, glancing again at the door. "No, I'm not shushing," he says, almost shouting now. "It's about what you said, Art. It's about your secret." I don't bother lowering my voice now. Paul said he wouldn't tell me your secret, and I want to know what it is. The seconds that pass between us are like knives, each one a jab into my skin. Art looks like I've just slapped him. I lower my voice again and say, "Tell me, Art, what secret was he talking about? I want to know why he's holding it over you. Is it so you'll marry him? Do you want to get out of this, or is it something worse?" I touch his cheek, see the emotion in his eyes, the panic, the fear. I know this look, the look of being caught out. Oh God, Art, what did you do? I see him swallow. His lip trembles. It's nothing. Nothing you need to know about. I let my hand rest on his cheek, feel a tear as it slips down his face. You can tell me anything. Anything at all. Is this about Meryl? I see his eyes flash open. What? No! It's nothing to do with. You wouldn't understand. Then make me understand. 'Cause I can't bear to watch him manipulating you, Art. It's so bloody clear to me what he's doing. He's keeping you in line with subtle threats and nudges, and you can't spot it because you're too close to him. Please, listen to me. He pushes my hand away. I'm so sick of this. I can't breathe in this place. And you wonder why I've been staying away. Wonder why I want to get married and move out. He's shouting now, rage in his face, and something else too. Hatred. I start backing away from him. Not because I'm scared, but more appalled with myself. Appalled for making my son look at me like this. Just stop it, he yells again. Leave me alone. Let me live my own life. It happens in less than a second. One moment my left foot is on the carpet, the next there's nothing, and I'm falling backwards. I want to scream. I want to shout out, but there's no time. Time might be slowing down in my head, but not in reality. I'm falling backwards, and nothing's going to save me. Nothing's going to save my head from colliding with the wall at the bottom, my neck snapping like a twig, or my skull smashing, breaking open. Except none of that happens, because a hand catches hold of me. At the last moment, fingers close around my wrists, pulling me upward with immense strength. I've been saved. Fall to my knees, gasping. After a few seconds and some deep breaths, I laugh. It was such a near miss, but I'm fine. I almost make a joke of it, looking up at Art with relief. But it isn't him I see, it's Paul. Wow, Serena. That's twice I've saved your life now. I think we really are even. I have no idea what to say. Then I'm blinking hard. Art has turned on the landing light, and it distorts my vision. I can't see either of their faces, their figures framed in silhouette in front of me. Are you okay? Art asks eventually. I pull myself up. Yes. Fine. What was the row about? Paul asks, looking between us. It wasn't a row, I say. Yes, it was. Cuts in Art. That's exactly what it was. He looks angry again, his expression hard and defensive. So, what is the secret? I say, looking at first Art, then Paul. What haven't you told me? I heard you talking about it. I know something is going on between you. When neither of them answers, I feel like screaming, but force myself to remain as collected as possible. I want to know now. Art looks like he's about to burst into tears. I see his hands trembling. Then he walks past me, going back into his bedroom, slamming the door behind him. I want to follow, to take him by the shoulders and shake the truth out of him. But I know that won't get me anywhere. Paul is looking at me. His face is blank. Then he raises his eyebrows and a slight smile becomes visible at the edge of his mouth. Maybe you don't know your son as well as you thought, he says quietly. He turns to go, then looks back. You're welcome, by the way, for saving you from falling. You're lucky I'm here, and I always will be. Don't worry about that. Then he goes back to the bedroom and closes the door. 50. Serena. July 2026. Dull thud wakes me the next morning. I roll over onto the cool pillow next to me, memories of the night, before arriving the moment I open my eyes. I immediately feel there's something wrong. At first, I think it's leftover tension from the argument with Art, or from nearly breaking my neck falling down the stairs. Then, I hear the sound of voices outside, down in the street, followed by the noise of an engine. Getting further away until there's nothing. I look at my phone and see a message arrive from Art, flashing up at that very moment. Decided to get the train to Oxford, then a taxi to the funeral. Thought it best. Shit! I say out loud, pulling the duvet back and thudding towards the bathroom. I turn on the shower, then try to call Art, but he's either put his phone away or, most likely, is ignoring my call. I'm not running late, but still get ready in a rush, feeling cross with myself and the whole world. In less than an hour, I'm in my own car, reversing out of the space so fast, I almost crash into a man on an electric scooter. I promise myself to take extra care throughout the journey. Meryl always reminded me not to drive when angry. This sort of comment usually led to me saying something like, "Well, we can't all have a chauffeur," but in a playful way. I never wanted to make Meryl feel bad for her wealth. She was the living proof that multimillionaires could have hearts of gold, and memories of my time spent with her occupy my mind as I journey out of London, taking the M25 towards Oxfordshire. Even though I left in good time, things don't go smoothly. On one of the country roads, not far from the church where the funeral is being held, an accident involving 2 smashed-up cars, an ambulance, and police causes me to sit stationary for 25 minutes. Eventually, the police sort out the gridlock behind me, and I'm able to turn around. Now very late, my stress levels rising. Service has already begun when I enter the church. I see Meryl's godson, Charles, in the middle of a reading, and he stops when I walk in, knocking over a pile of Bibles balanced on a side table. People turn around to see who has caused the interruption. "Sorry," I mutter as I squeeze into one of the back pews. I see Art and Paul near the front, both looking very smart in their black suits. I'm irritated at how perfect they look, the model of respectability, while here I am hot and flustered, hair falling over my eyes, crashing in late. I'm not in the right frame of mind to feel sad about Meryl. And before I know it, the service is finished, and everyone is getting up. I stare at the crowd of people gathering up their bags, feeling like I've been robbed of my chance to say goodbye to one of the most important people in my life. I'm sorry, would you mind?" A kindly-looking old man is trying to get past. "Yes, sorry," I say, moving out of his way. Art and Paul have just walked past my pew, and I hurry after them. "Shall I give you a lift to the wake?" I ask. "We're fine. We can make our own way there," Art says, not stopping. "It's quite a way to walk," I say, trying to keep up with them without bumping into anyone. "We're not walking," Art says. "Cassandra has offered to give us a lift." I frown, confused. "Cassandra?" I understand a few seconds later when I see Meryl's old friends, Cassandra and Michael Allerton, waiting outside the church. "Serena, we didn't think you'd make it," Cassandra says, stepping forward to give me air kisses. "Were you stuck in traffic?" "Yes," I say simply. I nod at Michael, but his eyes are on Paul, narrowed as though examining him. I know why. He must be interested to see Paul in person, after his consultancy firm was tasked by Meryl to investigate him. Ever the professional, Michael doesn't give anything away. He looks over at me and says, "My condolences, Serena. It's a very sad day for all of us who knew Meryl." I nod, vaguely, wishing I had something else to say. But I'm feeling too stressed to be good with words. "Right. Well, we'd better be going," Cassandra says, nodding at Paul. "No need. They're coming with me," I say, pulling out my keys and letting them jingle. "Mum," Art says, a warning note in his voice, but I ignore it, banking on the fact he won't want to make a scene at a funeral. I nod in the direction of the car park and say, "It was lovely of you to offer them a lift when I was AWOL, but I'm here now."
They come?
But Art doesn't look happy about it. When we get into my car, he slams the door closed and says, "Why did you do that? It was all arranged. Families should stay together at funerals, I say as I start the engine. Didn't it occur to you this might be a hard day for me, Art? That no matter what disagreements we might have, no matter what you might be hiding from me, I might need your support today? Silence follows this and continues during the short journey to Marwood Manor. I think my words have hit home, and even though he doesn't apologize for him and Paul leaving London without me, I'm sure he's probably feeling pretty bad about it now. As we drive up the long, winding driveway leading to the large 19th century mansion, something crosses my mind. I look at Paul in the rearview mirror, seeing him staring out at the house. Have you ever been here before, Paul? I ask. He looks taken aback. No, never. Why? I remember you saying you grew up with an upper-class family. My experience, the English upper classes are pretty incestuous. If your adopted parents had a large estate, I thought they might have been friends with other similar families, perhaps known Lord and Lady Ashton. I refocus my eyes on the road, but catch the turn of Paul's head in the mirror. No, they didn't know many people like the ones I imagine live here. They were rich, not posh. He says this in a satisfied way, as though he's got one up on me. I don't answer. Just park the car, get out and head for the open front door. The Ashtons' oldest son, Rupert, is greeting people as they walk in. I smile and say hello, and am about to start searching for Charles to apologize for interrupting his speech, when Art pulls me aside. Stop interrogating Paul, he hisses. I'm not interrogating him, I say. I was making conversation. I scan the crowd and spot Charles, talking to Meryl's son, Rick. He hasn't been over from the U.S. for years, and I feel I should offer him my condolences. But Art is standing in my way and doesn't look like he's going to budge. I'm sorry I went off this morning in a huff. But this isn't going to get any better with your accusing Paul of something. I haven't accused him of anything. Today, Art looks outraged. Is that supposed to be a joke? No, it isn't, Are you arguing about me? Paul says, coming to stand next to Art. No, I say bluntly. We were admiring the entrance hall. The building was designed by Augustus Pugin, I think, though it slightly differs in layout compared to Scarisbrick Hall or Alton Towers. Paul's eyebrows rise. Theme park? The house on the estate the theme park currently sits in. Yes, I reply, sounding sharper and haughtier than I mean to. God, you're such a snob, Art says, then takes Paul's arm and steers him away. I'm left standing alone in the entrance hall. I move to the side to allow people to pass, feeling in the way and out of place for the second time in the space of an hour. I try to make small talk with mutual friends of Meryl's, some who knew my parents, and dance polite around the fact I disappeared when I had a baby aged 16. Lady Ashton takes me on a trip to the Annex building to see my snow leopard painting displayed in the living room, and I do my best to smile. After that, I find a secluded spot on one of the benches near the outdoor swimming pool. I haven't smoked for 10 years, but I find myself desperate for a cigarette. Perhaps my thoughts manifest it into being, or perhaps I'd smelled it without realizing. Whatever the case, the tall, thin figure of Michael Allerton steps onto the poolside, puffing on a cigarette. Don't tell Cassandra, he says. My wife doesn't complain about much, but my smoking is something she can't abide. I nod. I'm very tempted to ask for one, but if I do, I'll end up smoking 100, and a nicotine addiction isn't something I need right now. He sucks hard on his cigarette, then lets out a puff of smoke. I'm sorry I couldn't join your meeting with my business partner, even though it's a warm day. Of cold discomfort whenever I think about Paul and the information Meryl discovered. Bartholomew was very kind in explaining everything. I say. I look around to check we can't be heard, but it seems we're alone. I feel bad the end of Meryl's life was taken up with trying to sort out my own family difficulties. She cared for you a great deal, Michael says, taking another drag. Returning to Paul, may I ask, what's your current position on him? Are you going to use an old-fashioned phrase, give them your blessing? I let out a long breath, relaxing my shoulders, trying to free myself of the tension I've been feeling since the argument last night. So much I still don't know. I think I have already given my blessing for what it's worth, or at least chosen not to fight it. I just think he's after my money, or Art's money, Meryl's money. Money in general, really, which feels... I'm struggling to find the words. But Michael comes to my aid. Depressingly predictable? I let out a humorless laugh. That's exactly it. Suspected gold digger turns out to be a gold digger. Not exactly going to make the evening news, is it? But it seems to be what's going on. He manipulates people using this wounded soul act. He certainly had me fooled, and Art's completely fallen for him. Do you think it was a lucky accident that he stumbled upon you? Michael asks. God, I've been asking myself that question over and over. Ever since I learned his ex-boyfriend suspected him of staging a suicide. But I don't know the why and the how. I mean, not wanting to sound too conceited, I suppose I am quite well known. In the art world, at least. And I inherited a lot when my parents died. They weren't exactly celebrities, but there was probably a news report about their deaths somewhere. He might have found out about me that way and stalked us somehow. Even as I say it, I feel uneasy, like I'm missing something. An important piece of the puzzle. Didn't meet Paul at a party or gallery. The sort of place where a natural introduction could happen. He was in a forest at night, miles away from London. Would he go to such extremes? You think there's something else, I ask. Something more? Sinister? Michael nods. When Bartholomew and Jed looked into his background, they found disconcerting gaps, as I'm sure they probably told you. Yes, I say. Absence of information is how Bartholomew put it. That's right. Gaps about his past before his adoption, his biological parents or other relations. And in our field of work, we usually only encounter hurdles like that if someone has altered something, deliberately doctored records or covered things up. We'll carry on looking, and I'll let you know if we find out more. In answer to your question, yes, I do think there's something more sinister at play here. So take care, Serena. You could, perhaps, let this play out, at least for now. Tread carefully. He takes a final drag on his cigarette, then walks away, leaving me feeling much, much worse than I had before. 51. See Serena. July 2026. I feel an overwhelming need to be home. Deciding to leave early, I walk quickly back into the house, through the open French windows leading into the library, and come face to face with Lord Ashton. Serena, it's good to see you, even on this sad day. Has my wife taken you to see your painting in the Fat? Yes, she has, I say sickly, aware I'm probably being rude, but I can't bring myself to do the small talk. I'm just looking for my son. I'm going to have to head back to London, I'm afraid. I'm sorry to dash off. I'm told Art and Paul are being given a tour of the property. I think they headed upstairs. Lord Ashton says, raising his eyebrows to the ceiling. It takes ages to track them down. I walk along corridors, look into rooms, feeling awkward as I search private areas of the house, but getting more desperate to find Art with each second that ticks by. I'm almost about to turn back, assuming they've gone downstairs via another route, when I hear voices. Then a laugh. There's only one door at the end of the corridor. so I walk swiftly towards it. Inside is an extremely cluttered room filled with old furniture, rolled-up carpets, piles of books, and old magazines with a winding staircase in the corner. Art is standing at the bottom of this staircase, with Paul coming down it, followed by Rupert Ashton. Mum, Art says, looking surprised. "Hello, Serena," Rupert says pleasantly. "I was showing your son and Paul here my old rooms." "Oh, right," I say, not bothering to feign interest. "I almost slipped coming down," says Paul, grinning at me. "Reminded me of your little near-death experience last night." I don't like the way he references this. It makes me wonder if there's a thinly veiled thread in there somewhere. Or perhaps he's just implying I'm in his debt in some way. Regardless, I don't want to be dragged into a conversation about it. "It's time to leave," I say, looking at Art. "What? We've only just got here." "That isn't true. You've been missing for ages," I say. "We haven't been missing. We've been." Art starts to protest when a ringing sound cuts him off. Rupert takes out his phone, saying, "So sorry," then answers it. "Mother, what is it?" "I'm just upstairs." He looks at me and says, "Excuse me a second," then goes into the corridor. I can hear him talking to his mum on the phone, saying, "Well, what can I do about it?" I turn my attention back to Art. "You can either get a taxi to the station or come back to London with me. It's up to you." I think. Art looks filled with indecision. I glance over at Paul, who appears to be examining a cluttered dresser by the far wall. I remember Michael Allerton's words from earlier. "Let this play out." I allow my expression to soften. "Of course, I mean both of you. I'll take us all back to London." I walk up to Art and then put my arms around him. He seems surprised at first, then returns the hug. And it's while I have him in an embrace looking over his shoulder that I see it. Paul takes something off the dresser and slips it into his pocket. It's done so quickly, with such a deft, smooth action, I can't make out what it is. But it had a fine chain attached, perhaps a necklace or some other piece of jewelry. He's stealing from our friends, from the people hosting a wake for Merrill. There could be no clearer action of contempt and disrespect. I let go of Art and stare at Paul, my mouth open. "Oh God, what is it this time?" Art says. I point at Paul. "He stole something. Just put it in his pocket. I saw him." Paul fakes a look of confusion. "What?" "I haven't stolen anything, Serena." Christ, here we go. Art says, sounding more bored than angry this time. "Look, after that whole messed up shit with Anya, I've tried to be fair, tried to understand why you'd be paranoid and think everyone's evil." "No, not everyone, Art, just him," I say, jabbing a finger at Paul. "Mum, give it a rest." No, I'm not going to give it a rest, Art. I saw him take something from that dresser and put it in his pocket. "Serena, I know this has been a difficult day for you." Paul takes a step towards me. "Don't you dare start patronizing me," I say. "It's all about money with you, isn't it? Did you find something you might be able to turn into a few £100? Try to recapture your time at that rich but not posh family?" Paul's face tenses with anger. "You really don't know what you're talking about. Things I've had to deal with. Things no private detective agency would ever be able to understand." It's the first time he's acknowledged he knows someone was paid to gather information on him, but I don't allow myself to get distracted. "Turn out your pockets." "Go on." Art moves so that he's standing between us. "No, Mum, he isn't going to do that. I mean it. I've had enough of this." I look at Art. See the disdain, the irritation, the embarrassment. Something in me snaps, and so have I. Fine, I give up. You're welcome to each other. Then I leave the room. I walk out of the house without speaking to anyone. It's only when I'm down the steps and on the gravel outside that I hear footsteps behind me. I spin around, hoping to see Art standing there, telling me he's sorry, that he knows I'm right, that he's coming with me. It isn't Art, it's Paul, and he's smirking. Art's very upset, Serena. He really wants you at his wedding. I said I'd go after you. Try to make you see reason, though I think we both know that's pointless. I don't say anything, just stare back at him, standing halfway up the steps, with the magnificent house framed behind him. It's a standoff, the only sound the swaying of the trees in the breeze and my own pounding heart. Then he speaks again. Maybe it's for the best you leave. Your time controlling him is over. It's me he listens to now. I don't think I've ever been angrier in my life. For a brief moment, I imagine attacking him, going for his throat with my hands, or his eyes with my fingernails. With the anger comes a sense of exhaustion. I stick to my resolute silence, turning away from him, but he speaks again. Would you like this, Serena? Against my better judgment, I stop and look around. He's holding a small box in his palm. I move closer, walking a couple of steps, and see that it's a matchbox. I look up at him, confused. It's empty, he says. A bit of litter, left gathering dust up in that old bedroom. I thought I'd throw it away for them. I'm good like that, always keen to help. I stare at the matchbox for a few more seconds, then up at him. You took it deliberately, didn't you? You wanted me to accuse you of something? He doesn't say anything, just grins at me, as though we're having a perfectly normal conversation. I open my mouth to say something more, then think better of it. I turn away from him again, walk back down the steps, and get into my car, and start my slow journey down the drive, trying to see through the tearsers filling my eyes. 52. 21 years ago. God, these pains. I'm going to have to call the nurse, she said, putting out the cigarette in a mug at the side of her bed. I still don't think you should be smoking. What with the baby? I said gently. They might chuck you out if they catch you again. She laughed, though she didn't sound amused. Chuck me out. If only. I don't think anyone's here by choice. Some people might be, I said, trying to sound reasonable. This place is awful, and you know it, she said through clenched teeth. I'm doing my best not to think like that, I said in a small voice. It was true. Since arriving at the hospital, in fact, since the very moment I realized I was pregnant and was told I was a shameful disappointment, my familiar fog of despair had never been far away. Chatting with the other women and girls had helped, but those feelings were always there, waiting on the sidelines, ready to drift into view at any moment. You said I should focus on the things that gave me hope, that I'm in charge of my thoughts and my future, and I'm powerful. Even if I don't realize it, thinking about how dreadful this place is doesn't make me feel like that. It makes me feel worse. I know, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap at you, she said, as someone walked past the open door of her room. Nurse Gray, she called out, but nobody heard her. She pressed the button on the cord by her bed. This isn't bloody working, she muttered. I was thinking we should make plans to stay in touch after we've had our babies, I said. At first, I thought I'd never want to remember this place. I read this thing about how you should turn a negative experience into a positive. It's exactly like you said about being powerful. Maybe the fact we met can, I don't know, turn this place into something good. Do you see what I mean? Yes, I'm sure that's true, she said, wincing, encouraged by her agreement. I carried on. It's like turning some things you've been scared of into a good thing. I know it sounds odd, but we might look back on our time here and be pleased we went through it because of what came next. She frowned at me, as though confused. So maybe, I continued, when we're out of here, you and I could... Christ, Can you go and get Nurse Gray? She cut across me. I think. Oh God, I just need. She looked like she was about to faint. Sorry. Of course, I said, and maneuvered myself off the bed. My mother says I could talk for England if someone doesn't stop me. Do tell me to be quiet if I get on your nerves. Please, just get Heth. Nurse Gray, yes, of course. Sorry, I said, then walked out of the room as quickly as I could, eager to be helpful. In the end, that was all I could do. Try to be kind, keep pressing onwards, hope there would be better things to come. I couldn't have been more wrong. 53. Serena, July 2026. Even through all our earlier rows, it's never been like this. I've never been cut off from art like this for so many weeks. It's like I suddenly don't have a son. And without Meryl, the choices of who to turn to are limited. I have friends, ones I've made through work, or knew from school and reconnected with later in life. There's nobody I can open up to in the way I would have with Meryl. At one point, I reach out to Neris in a very casual way, saying I still owe her a dinner. This doesn't get very far. She leaves me a voice note to say she's taken up a research position at a clinic in Atlanta for 2 months. I know ages has gone by, but I've been meaning to ask, what happened to that guy? She says at the end, he never reached out to me. I hope he's okay. I'm really sorry I haven't checked in sooner. Anyway, let me know, and when I'm back in the autumn, we will definitely have that dinner. On the evening I get that message, a sweltering night at the start of July. I lie on top of the covers for ages, re-recording my reply over and over. I try pouring out my heart, telling her not only is that guy very much okay, he is also a manipulative gold digger who seduced my son with the likely aim of getting his hands on his money. When I listen to it back, it sounds hysterical and completely absurd. I try to lay out everything calmly in an email, but then delete the whole thing. In the end, I stay clear of the whole subject. Things are fine, and no worries at all. Looking forward to a catch-up when you're back. Hope it goes well. I get up, about to draw the curtains, when my eyes fall on a figure walking through the lamplit street. And as he passes under one of the lights, I see who it is. It's Paul. I step to the side, out of sight, then peer around carefully, in time to see him come to a stop in front of my house. Then he looks up at my window. A jolt of alarm hits me, and I duck out of sight. You're being ridiculous, I tell myself. Get a grip. But another part of me knows I'm not being ridiculous. I may not be sure what this man is capable of, but I'm suddenly aware of how vulnerable I am. And as I acknowledge this, I realize another fact. He might have a door key. He could have Art's key with him now, ready to turn it in the lock. Then what? Kill me? Throw me down the stairs? Another accident. Another occasion where he'd miraculously conjure up another irrefutable alibi. Whether he has a key or not, he doesn't use it. Because a second later, the doorbell goes. He knows I'm home. He must have seen the light from my room. Possibly even spotted me watching before I ducked out of sight. I look over at my phone on the bedside table, though I'm not sure who I'd call. The police? Art? Tell him his fiancée has come over to kill me. That word, kill, causes me to shiver. Images of Meryl lying sprawled on the floor coming to mind. Images I never saw in real life, but which have haunted me. My mind creating and embellishing, fueled by doubt and suspicion. The doorbell goes again. Then another sound. It's opening. He's let himself in. He does have Art's key, and he's in the house right now. My anger overrides my fear. Striding out onto the landing, I shout, "Paul, what the hell? Get out, or I'll phone the police." I hear him close the front door. He walks to the bottom of the stairs, looking up. "Serena, He doesn't finish his sentence. He looks odd. His normally calm face is strained, dark circles under his eyes, torment on his face. His hair is messy too, like he's been running his hands through it, or just got out of bed. It reminds me of how he looked at the edge of the river when we first met. A lost soul, in need of a helping hand. It feels like a lifetime ago now. I'm so used to seeing him looking handsome, tidy, perfect. The change in him is so disconcerting. It makes me pause. It's like he's become another person. Same basic shell, but a different soul inside. I need. His hands are shaking, tight fists at his sides. I seize him swallow, the act appearing to cause him pain, his face tensing. Part of me wants to offer him help, try to comfort him, the same way I did all those months ago. But I can't. Too much has happened. And then another thought crosses my mind. How do I know this isn't a trick? Another power play? His next move in his twisted game of manipulation. I'm about to chuck him out of the house with all the force I can muster when he moves forward, just one step, making me jump. He doesn't attack. He takes a deep breath as though he's going to say something. Something important. No words come out. He just looks at me, eyes wide, lip trembling, as though he doesn't know how to say what's on his mind. A terrible thought comes to me. Oh, God, what's happened? Art? No, it isn't Art, he says. He's fine. He's at home in my flat. I move down towards him. Then why are you here? I'd prefer it if you didn't let yourself in like this. Not without Art. He looks confused by the question, staring around him, as though he's amazed to find himself here, like he doesn't remember coming in at all. I rang the doorbell, he mutters, and I didn't answer. You should have gone away. Or got Art to phone me if he wants to reach out. Paul still looks confused. Then his face changes. I see an energy there, more than just a tension, a drive to do something. He takes a step forward, and I instinctively back away. I want you to go, Paul. Just leave. Please. My voice is shaking now, no longer hiding the fact that I'm scared. He lifts his foot onto the first step, then the second. Eyes still on me. Then he stops. I'm sorry. He clears his throat, coughs, does a little shake of his head. As though he's trying to rid himself of a troublesome thought. I really didn't mean to frighten you. Art and I had an argument. I'd said I'd come and get some things of his when you were out. But I ended up taking a double shift at the museum, so I couldn't. He didn't want to come, and we argued. So I came here now to get his stuff. He wants some more of his clothes and books and things. I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have come at night. I just wanted to make it better. I'm surprised by this sudden flow of information. I hadn't expected such a plausible explanation. I feel myself relaxing just a little. Then I say, okay, that's all you came for. Do you mind if I go to his room? I'll fill a bag, then I'll leave, I promise. I hesitate, then retreat up the stairs, allowing him to pass. Thank you, he says. I'll be quick. He walks past me, and as he does so, I get the scent of alcohol mixed with his usual fresh aftershave. Perhaps he went drinking before coming here. Soothing his sorrows after the row with Art. I find myself hoping this might spark a disintegration of their relationship, leading to Art coming back home, upset and broken-hearted, but free from his fiancée. Do you need me to find you a bag? I say, following him into Art's room and turning on the light. I open the cupboard and take out one of his large Adidas gym bags. Thanks, he says. Can I help? Is there anything specific? I look around at the room my son used to call home. It makes me feel very sad seeing his posters of the pyramids and the River Nile, his large archaeological textbooks on the shelves. Does he want any of these? I say, going over to them. One about Iraq, apparently, Paul says. By George something. I find a paperback called Ancient Iraq by Georges Roux and take it off the shelf. What about clothes? I ask. I'm not sure it matters. Maybe some more t-shirts. And his underpants and socks. He reaches for one of the top drawers of the chest next to him and begins to take some out. I start on the shirts. After a few minutes, we have a bag packed with a selection of his things. It feels strange, Mugu, working together, mostly in silence. When I zip up the bag and hand it to him, I feel like I've done something terrible, shameful, contributed in another seismic way to removing my son from my life. Not that I could have refused his request, and who knows what will be next. If they buy a house, I imagine removal boxes will be filled. Then the room will be stripped of his past entirely. I bite my lip, trying to control my emotions. I'll get going, Paul says. He walks out of the room and heads down the stairs. I follow, feeling a peculiar sense of anticlimax. This certainly wasn't how I thought his visit would play out when I first spotted him in the street. As I reach the bottom step, I see him looking at me again as he did before, that tense expression on his face, as though he's about to say something important, like he needs to tell me something huge. What's wrong? I ask, my voice very quiet, eyes on his. Just tell me, Paul, what is it? There's something else going on here. He didn't just come for Art's clothes. There's more to his visit. I can feel it. But he doesn't say anything. He opens the front door and steps outside, the bag knocking against his back as he slings it over his shoulder. I put a hand on his arm, stopping him from going. I want to shake him, to get him to explain. I can't bring myself to postpone his departure. I need to be alone. Please, tell Art I love him, I say. Paul looks at me for a long time. Then he says, in a tight, quiet voice, I think he knows that already. He's lucky to have always had a mother who loves him. Then he walks away into the night. 54. T. Art. July 2026. I stay over at Seb's house the night before the wedding. As best man, he's taken it upon himself to plan both my stag do and wedding eve, as he calls it. He knew me well enough not to organize anything too big or raucous for the stag, so he booked out Gymkhana, a very swish Indian restaurant in Mayfair, for us and some other mates from school. It's the wedding eve that I've been most looking forward to. Just me and Seb, with dominoes and the Indiana Jones trilogy on the 85-inch TV in his parents' cinema room. Chatting and eating with no feeling of a big occasion about it, even though the very next day will be the biggest occasion of my life. How are you feeling about it all? Seb says, dragging over one of the pizza boxes and picking up a slice so big that he has to fold it to stop the pepperoni from falling off. The wedding, I mean. He hasn't asked me this question directly ever since I told him I was getting married. Over the past weeks, all he's asked is things like, "You good, mate?" when we've met up for a movie or dinner. Each time, I felt like he was really asking me something else, but never actually saying it. I'm feeling good, I say, trying to smile convincingly. But it doesn't work on Seb. He's known me too long for me to be able to fake it. Try that one more time with feeling, he says, looking at me. I feel tightness in my throat. And I cough, taking my time picking up a napkin and dabbing at my mouth. I don't know. I just wish things were simpler. Seb lets a few seconds of silence go by as he eats, then says, "Do you love Paul?" I snap my head around. "Of course," I say. "I do, really. I wouldn't be marrying him if I didn't." "Then what could be simpler than that?" Seb says with a shrug. I think about this. He's right, but I feel there's something else to his question. Another layer I'm not getting. Do you think I'm mad doing this? It costs me a lot to say this, And I only realize it when the words are out of my mouth. Past months have been so caught up with battling against Mum's opinions of the wedding. I haven't given myself much time to think about my own feelings. It's almost like I'm about to knock down a wall of protection that I didn't even know I've been building. You should do what's right for you, Seb says. But, well, you are getting married very fast. But people do. Titus did, of course, even though we told him it was a mistake. But none of you have been telling me it's a mistake. Why is that? He looks unsure. I don't know. I guess it's about trusting you. You know, trusting that you know what's good for you. It's you that's got to live with the bloke, not me. But your opinion does matter to me, I say, looking at him. I feel myself blushing, shame passing over me, because I haven't asked for Seb's opinion enough over the past weeks and months. This is the guy I used to tell everything to. No detail too personal, no topic off limits, until Paul walked into my life. My opinion is that, well, he's kind of unknowable. I want to like him, and he's very friendly, but I don't know. I guess I'll get to know him as time goes on. This vague, uncertain answer doesn't make me feel any better. Seb's normally so certain, very upfront in his advice and sure about what to do. I don't know if he's just being cautious with what he says the night before my wedding, or if he has concerns or doubts that go beyond tonight. Is this about your mum? Has she kicked off again? Seb asks. The question is all I need to push me over the edge. Burst into tears, loud, gasping, childlike tears. I'm dimly aware through my swimming vision that Seb is staring at me, stunned. Horrified, perhaps. Then his arms are around me, pulling me close into a hug. It's okay, mate. I'm sorry, I shouldn't. It's not you. It's not your fault, I try to say between the sobs and gasps. I'm mortified to be crying like this in front of him. He's seen me cry before, when we were younger, but not like this, and definitely not as a grown adult. He holds me in a hug for a full minute, then says, quietly, "Do you want me to call off the whole thing? I can do it, you know. You wouldn't have to do anything. I'll call Paul, your mum, guests, anyone you need me to. I'll sort out any cancellation fees. Anything, mate. You name it, I'll do it." His kindness makes me want to cry even more. I force myself to take steady, slow breaths and reach up to dab at my eyes. I'm embarrassed to see my tears have made a damp patch on the left shoulder of Seb's gray t-shirt. But he doesn't seem to notice. I pull myself away and lean back on the sofa, feeling like I've been running very fast away from something terrible. Though I'm not sure what. No, I don't want to cancel. Like I said, I know I'm getting married fast, but I do love him. It's not that. I just wish things were different. I wish. But I don't finish the sentence, as the door to the cinema room opens and Seb's mum, Charlotte, stands there looking at us. She's smiling, but it soon fades. I reckon my tear-stained face has something to do with it. My gosh, Art, are you all right? I quickly wipe the remainder of the tears from my eyes. My mortification factor is going through the roof. What the hell is wrong with me? He's fine, Seb says. We were just watching a sad film. What film? She says, looking at the TV. Seb must have paused it during my meltdown. As Raiders of the Lost Ark's classic boulder scene is frozen there. I can see Charlotte's puzzled, but Seb fills the silence again before she can ask us another question. What was it, Mum? We're kind of in the middle of something. Charlotte turns her eyes back to her son. Oh, yes. Sorry, I was saying that your father and I are heading out for supper at the Allertons, though we won't be out too late. Her words fade out, her eyes still on me. Art, I'm sorry to say this, but you look, well, awful. Is there anything I can do to help? I straighten up, as though this will improve things. I'm not sure what to say, but decide that continuing the lie that I've been sobbing over Indiana Jones would be insulting. I'm fine, but thanks. It's the stress of the wedding. Felt a bit overwhelmed. Of course, that's completely understandable. Not just with the wedding, although I'm sure that's stressful enough, but with what happened to poor Meryl. I didn't know her myself, but the Allertons did, and they said she was like a grandmother to you. It must be very difficult. I sent your mother a condolence card, but I should have reached out to you a fet. No, don't worry, I say, feeling bad for how guilty she looks. I'm fine, honestly, but that's kind of you. Charlotte seems unsure. She hovers for a moment, then glances at Seb, who says, "Bye, Mum," in a pointed way. She smiles, gives me a little wave, and says, "Don't go to bed too late. You'll want to look fresh-faced for the big day." I have a terrible night's sleeps, having my first night terror in a long while. I wake myself up with my own shouts. Then the bedroom door opens, and a woman I don't recognize at first stands there, looking worried. "You all right?" she says. "Shall I get Sebastian?" I rub my eyes and realize it's the housekeeper, Félicité. "Sorry, I didn't mean to shout. I'm fine." "Yes, nightmare, was it?" she says. "Or perhaps you're poorly." "I'm fine," I say. I hear movement outside, and then Félicité calls out, "I think your guest is poorly. Doctor, perhaps?" "I don't need a doctor," I protest, getting out of bed. Félicité apologizes, then vanishes, and Seb arrives. He's already dressed in his suit, ready for the wedding. I walk over to the bedside table and pick up my phone, suddenly panicked, but it's still early. Apart from a WhatsApp from Paul saying, "See you soon, X," the screen is blank. "You okay?" he asks. I sit down on the edge of the bed, phone still clutched in my hands. "There's no message," I murmur. "Sorry?" he says, coming into the room. I thought Mum would message. But there's nothing. No text or missed call. Seb is silent for a moment. Then he says, "You could call her?" I let out a slow breath. I suppose. But I really wanted it to come from her. I wanted her to, I don't know, change her mind. Seb comes in and sits down next to me. "Well, there's still time for her to turn up. If you're going ahead with this, I think you need a mindset shift, mate. The way I see it, you've got a choice. 3 options. Call off the wedding, like I said last night. Still an option. Sort the shit out between you and your mum and then reschedule. Option 2. Go ahead and have a terrible time because you feel bad and spend the whole time dwelling on everything that's wrong. Or option 3, and in my view, the most fun. Decide to have the best day ever. Just think, fuck it, this is my day, nobody else's. Well, Paul's too, but you get the idea. Nobody can take that away from you. So long as you decide you're going to enjoy it, no matter what, you're safe. See what I mean? Seb's ability to find a silver lining makes me smile. Yeah. I nod. Yeah, I see what you mean. Good, he says, slapping me on the back. Now come on, get ready. You can't get married in your pajamas. Well, I suppose you could, but it would make for interesting photos. I manage a short laugh. All right, option 3 it is. Good. Just remember, a great day, no matter what, right? He gives me a thumbs up. I return it. No matter what. 55. IAT. July 2026. I've walked past Chelsea Old Town Hall so many times, but I never thought I'd be one of the people getting married in it. Marriage has always seemed far in the future. Something old people did. Salmson had told me the day would arrive so quickly, I wouldn't have believed them. That was before I met the love of my life. That was before I met Paul. After a 5-day heat wave, today feels a lot cooler. I knew there'd be aircon, but I didn't want to arrive all hot and bothered. So I'm grateful for the cool breeze as I get out of the car. and look up at the building in front of me. Nervous? Seb asks when I hesitate. I could distract you with some scintillating architectural history. Want to know about the vestry hall? I was reading about it on Wikipedia. Neoclassical style. Chap named Bryden designed it. Actually, I'm good, mate. Let's just go inside. Seb laughs and we head in. It's a little while later, when the fourth guest has arrived with no sign of Paul, that I start to get worried. We planned to spend the night before the wedding separately, but made plans to get the venue at 10:30. But an hour on and several phone calls later, I'm starting to panic. I head to the gents, go into one of the cubicles, needing a moment of peace, away from staring eyes and kind but concerned expressions. I try again and again to phone him, but the call doesn't connect. Please phone me. I don't mind if you're running late or got held up or anything. Just call me, please. I send the message and wait. It doesn't even show up as delivered. Time's ticking on, and the chances of an innocent explanation are starting to feel unlikely. There you are, Seb says as I come out of the gents. Still no sign of him? I shake my head. Something's happened, I say under my breath. He wouldn't be this late. Seb, who has, up until this point, passed off the delay as just London traffic, is now looking worried too. He hasn't sent you a text? Nothing you've missed? No email? We don't email each other, I say. And no, I've sent him a bunch, but he hasn't replied to any of them. Do you think, perhaps? Seb doesn't finish the sentence. I know what he's asking. Do I think he's jilted me? Left me here at the altar like some tragic figure in a romantic novel? He wouldn't do that. I say more to myself than in response to Seb's half-formed question. I didn't mean leave you here alone, Seb says quickly. I meant, do you think there's been an accident or something? It's not a nice thought, I know, but better than being stood up? At first, I think it would be. But then the thought of Paul in a car crash or being rushed to hospital causes another pang of worry. No, of course that wouldn't be better. Fuck, why can't anything be simple? I say, running my hands through my hair and walking down the hallway towards the entrance. I don't suppose I'll feel any better outside, but if there's a chance of seeing him a few seconds earlier and putting an end to my anguish, I'll take it. Hey, you're messing up your fringe, Seb says as he rushes to follow. I don't care about my fringe, but I don't finish the sentence, because another guest has arrived. Oh my God, I say. What, is it him? Seb says, followed by oh, when he sees why I've stopped. Mum. The word is barely spoken, more of a whisper, but she looks up and sees me, walks towards me. You came, I say. I feel like I'm going to cry again. Art, she says, simply, coming to a stop in front of me. Then her hands are on my shoulders, pulling me close. I had to. I'd never have forgiven myself if I hadn't. She looks at me, holding my face in her hands. I know these past few months have been, well, tricky. And I'm not going to pretend everything's fixed and fine, but let's put everything aside for today. I just want you to know that I'm here and I love you. Always. I feel my lip trembling. This is what I've hoped for, the very thing I wanted to happen. And for a moment, I feel happy. Light-headed, free. As though Mum's waved a magic wand and dissolved the strange, toxic tension between us. But then I remember, everything's not fine. Far from it. What's wrong, love? Mum says. He's not here. I say the words catching in my throat. Paul's not here. He hasn't turned up. Nobody has a clue where he is. He's missing. "56. Serena. July 2026. I steer Art out of the main corridor. There's a door to my right, and I open it. relieved to find there's a small empty room behind it, possibly a meeting room, rather than another wedding in full swing. I pull Art in and close the door. Darling, we can just go home. You don't have to do any of this. We can leave. You don't even have to explain to anyone. I can sort that. Art shakes his head. No, I really want to marry Paul. I look at his worried face, wishing I could make everything okay. But he isn't here. I always knew he'd do something like this, and I think you did too. I realize as I'm saying this that I'm relieved Paul isn't here. Relieved this all seems to be coming to an end, despite the anguish it's clearly causing my son. To be honest, I'm relieved that jilting you is the worst thing he's done. If it is the worst thing he's done. I see something in Art's eyes when I say this and get a slow-burning dread. Is there something you're not telling me? Has he done something? Something bad? Art waits a few seconds, then shakes his head. Are you sure?
Art, I know when... I was about to say I know when you're lying, but I don't want to inflame the situation.
Not when we've only just started talking again. It's not that he's done something exactly, it's that he's turned odd over the past few days. Past week, to be honest. I think I pushed him too far. This confuses me. Pushed him too far with what? He takes a deep breath, then says, I wanted to know what it was. What made him want to kill himself that night? I'm still confused. Then I realize what he's talking about. I've been thinking of Paul's fall into the river as a setup, a way to worm his way into our lives, for so long now that hearing it described like that feels odd to me. The night we first met him, Art confirms. I wanted to know why he did it. I know at the time he kept saying he'd fallen in, like a fainting episode, overwhelmed with memories. I worried he was actually suicidal back then and couldn't bring himself to tell me. I didn't like the idea that he'd lie about something so huge, especially after I'd been so honest with him about that. He stops talking abruptly. Honest with him about what? He doesn't speak. The words I overheard in the kitchen come to me. I won't tell her your secret. I feel like I'm on the cusp of it now. But Art starts shaking his head. It's not important. I just mean I wanted honesty between us, especially as we were about to be married. I think I don't know, unlocked something. When he told me things, he sort of, I'm not sure how to put it. It was like he unraveled. Started crying, then acting like he was a child, talking all weird. Kept saying he was cold and talking to someone I couldn't see. Like there was someone in the room he was trying to comfort. It was scary. I always suspected Paul was disturbed in some way, but to have it confirmed alarms me. I give Art another hug. I'm sorry, love. That must have been very scary. Did he explain? When he'd calmed down? Art shakes his head. He just disappeared. It was late at night. When he came back, he was better. Acted like nothing had happened. He had a load of my stuff in a bag and said he'd let himself into our house, your house, to fetch some things. I'd like them. I was worried at first that it would have scared you, but he said you were fine. I think back to that night last week. Paul's face, stained with tears and tense with emotion. So that's what had happened before he reached my doorstep. He'd been made to relive his past. It did scare me a bit at first, I say, carefully. He said something, when he was leaving, about how lucky you are to have me as a mum, and I realized how lucky I am to have you as a son. I lift a hand to his face. I mean, I always knew that, but it made me think clearly. I knew there was no way on earth I could miss today. So in some ways, it's thanks to him that I'm here, though that doesn't solve this current issue. Art shakes his head, looking agitated and tearful. Did you manage to get a sense of what it was about? I ask, as in what the traumatic experience was. It was hard to understand, Art says weakly. It was something about his mum. I get the feeling he was there when it happened. At the maternity hospital where she died. 57. July 2026. Serena. A maternity hospital? I repeat back the words with a horrible, prickling feeling spreading over me. It can't be true. It can't be. Art nods. Yeah, his mum died there. My mouth has gone dry. Did he say which hospital? Art shakes his head. I have a horrible rushing sensation. It's as though all the guilt and fear I've felt throughout my life is hitting me. Guilt for a mistake I made over 20 years ago. Oh my God, I say. What is it? Art asks. I think. Maybe what? I look at him, wondering if he's already guessed or been told and is pretending not to know to spare me. I see only truth in his eyes. He doesn't know. Paul do or say anything else that you can remember? Art looks uncomfortable. He said he found his mum's body when he was a child. But it was like he couldn't make himself talk about it, like that memory was too painful. He was very quiet for a bit, then got up and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. It was weird. He kept muttering over and over that there was blood on Troy's hands, but he was scrubbing at his own. He kept saying the water was too cold, even though he had the hot tap on. I was worried he was going to burn himself. But he still said he was freezing. When I asked him about it afterwards, he refused to speak. And when I pressed him, he got really angry. I want to comfort him, but it's as though my limbs have frozen, like someone's tapped a pause button, stopping me from moving at all. My mind is very active, overloaded with images, memories, spinning in front of my eyes like a horror film that's real. A time of my life I've never wanted to revisit. I've managed to put it into a box for years, though I've never managed to throw away the key. I've carried on with my life, did the best I could, tried to live the impossible dream, be the perfect mother, hold my baby boy close, pretend the past didn't happen. Mom, what is it? Art asks. I say nothing. You're scaring me now. Talk to me. With immense effort, I force myself to speak. I think we should go home. Art starts to say, but Paul, he's not coming, sweetheart, I say, trying to keep my tone as soothing as I can. I'm so sorry. But I think there's a lot he hasn't told you. I think all this is something different to what you think. He looks thoroughly confused. What do you mean? I get that he's clearly disturbed about something bad that happened when he was young, but that doesn't mean that. I don't know how to tell him. I'm not sure where to even start. All I can say is, please believe me, he's not coming. I think everything he's done has been, I don't know, designed to lead you to this moment, to punish us, punish me. Art is shaking his head. Mom, you're being ridiculous. Again, Paul wouldn't. Art, he doesn't love you. He doesn't want to marry you. He isn't coming. The words sound so blunt, so harsh, so cruel, but I've run out of ways to say it. I need to make him see. But then something astonishing happens, just as the words are out of my mouth. Before Art has a chance to tell me how wrong he thinks I am, the door opens. Someone is standing there, bathed in the warm light of the hallway. It's Paul. I'm shocked to see him, and I hear Art gasp. Then he hurries over to him, embraces him. Paul returns the embrace, but without enthusiasm. He looks dazed, as though not quite present. He's dressed for the wedding, but he looks rough. His shirt is untucked, his suit dusty, as though he's dropped it on the floor at some point. And there's a stain on the left side of the chest, a small red mark that could be wine or blood. I thought you weren't coming. Art breathes into his shoulder, clutching onto Paul as though holding on for dear life. Paul raises his eyes. They lock onto mine. His expression becomes focused. and I see something strange and unnerving in his face. A look of resolve. Determination. Art, come away, I say. Art lets go of Paul and turns to look at me. Can you give us a moment? I immediately shake my head. No, I'm not leaving you with him. He looks angry. Mum, I'm not asking. I'm saying I need you to give me and Paul a moment. Paul steps to the side, out of the way of the door. Please, Serena, he says. His voice is low and unemotional. Give Art and me a chance to talk. Why don't you go and tell the guests that we'll be in a moment? I hear a breath of relief from Art. You mean we're still getting married? Paul smiles, not his wide, charming grin. A small one, but I see the effect it has on Art. He relaxes and beams back at him. I'm not going to. Mum, please. We'll stay in here. I want to talk to Paul, then we'll go ahead with the service. I won't be long. Please, for me. When I don't move, I see his eyes flash. Mum, I don't want to get angry with you. Not now you've decided to come here. But I really want to talk to Paul alone. I feel like I'm teetering on the tip of a pin, unsure which way I'm going to fall. I could tell him everything, accuse Paul outright, or try to diffuse the situation. Try to keep things calm while we're here, then get Art away at the earliest opportunity. Art's patience runs out. He steps forward, takes my hand and pulls me towards the door, almost pushing me out. Just go to the function room, he says. I'll see you soon, I promise. Then he closes the door. I look back at it, considering flinging it open. Then I hear someone say my name from the other end of the hallway. Serena, what's happening? Where's Art? It's Seb. He's coming towards me. I'm about to tell him Paul's arrived, that it looks like the wedding is going ahead, but I can't. I can't let that happen. Come with me, I say. I march towards the room where the guests are taking their seats. What's going on? He asks, hurrying to keep up. Everyone needs to leave, I say, firmly. Help me get rid of them. Right, Seb says, nodding. Oh God, I feel bad. This is like the ultimate embarrassment. Trust me. A little embarrassment will be worth it, I say, as we walk into the room. That man is not marrying my son. And if I get my way, this will be the last we ever see of him. I clear my throat and then say, loudly, okay, everyone, I'm sorry for the delay, but I have some news. This wedding is not going ahead. Art and Paul won't be getting married today. Everyone needs to go. Now, 58 point. Serena, July 2026. After my announcement, there's a lot of talk. Some of Art's school friends are the loudest. I see two of them, Alaric and Titus, jump up, looking excited by the drama, with Alaric saying, Seb, what the fuck's going on? Seb shrugs and shakes his head. I ignore them and apologize to the guests I know, including Seb's parents. Is there anything we can do, Serena? His mother says, coming over to me. No, it's fine. Sorry for the fuss. He's not turned up. It's all very embarrassing for Art. He's going home. It takes a while for everyone to leave. And I decline the offers of help and evade the well-meaning questions as politely as I can. Seb tells his parents to go home, that he wants to stay and check Art's okay. I don't object. In some ways, it's nice not to be handling this on my own. And besides, if Paul refuses to go quietly, it might be good to have a strapping young man by my side. Eventually, the room is clear. I've explained to the staff and registrar. Said goodbye to the last guests. I feel relieved when I realize I've managed this without Art interrupting. He'll be furious when he realizes, but at some point he'll understand. Then I freeze. I shouldn't have managed it this easily. I shouldn't have been able to do it without him interrupting. He should have come out here by now, Paul by his side, insisting the wedding is still taking place. Seb, have you seen Art? I say, turning to him. He shakes his head. I think he's still in the room. He nods down the corridor. I haven't seen him come out. I've almost run to the door. I think a part of me knows I'll find it empty. But that doesn't stop the sense of dread and panic when I do. No, I whisper as I hear Seb come to a stop behind me. Maybe he's gone home? Did he say fet? He hasn't gone home, I say, feeling a rushing sense of fury at myself for allowing this to happen. He was with Paul. What? Seb says. I don't understand. He didn't turn up. We just told everyone that's. Check the gents, I say. I don't understand what's. Seb starts, but I march past him. Praying art's inside. I burst through the door to the men's bathroom, causing it to ricochet against the wall. I see a young man in a suit, standing with his back to me at one of the urinals, and, for a fleeting moment, I think it's Art. But when he turns, looking alarmed, I don't recognize him. Hey, this is the men's, he says. I ignore him, banging open every cubicle door. Art, I shout. Art, he isn't there. Seeing my distress, the man asks if I'm okay, if he should get someone. I shake my head and go back out into the hallway. I've tried to call him, Seb says, lowering his phone. It just rings out. Oh God, it's okay. I'm sure they'll have gone off to chat, Seb says, trying to call again, this time putting it on speaker. When nobody answers, we decide to go out the front of the building. In case they've gone outside. Paul smokes, after all. Perhaps he couldn't talk to Art without a cigarette. There is indeed someone smoking outside, but it isn't Paul. A man, a good 10 years older, dressed in a high-vis jacket and a hard hat. I walk over to him. Excuse me, have you seen two young men come out? They're in wedding suits. His eyebrows rise, clearly thinking the question ridiculous. A lot of people come out of here in wedding suits. He laughs. Then he frowns, as though he's just remembered something. Unless you mean the drunk lad? Drunk lad? Yeah, he says, pointing over at the door. He came through there. Another bloke was holding him upright. It was like he couldn't walk properly. Overdone the fizz, I reckon. I pull out my phone and tap quickly into my photos. Was this one of the men? He peers at the screen, frowning. Yeah, maybe. I think that was the drunk one. Oh, God, I say, feeling like the ground is starting to shake beneath my feet. Where did he go? Please, he's my son. The other guy got him into a car, the man says, gesturing to the taxi stop a little way up the street. Didn't look like a taxi, though. Think it was parked illegally. Lucky not to be fined. What sort? I ask, quickly trying to think. Neither Paul nor Art has a car. Perhaps it was an Uber. Or maybe Paul hired one. Can't remember, love. Sorry. Could have been black. Could have been green. Could have been blue. This response makes me want to scream at him, but I stop myself. He has, after all, given us the only information we have to go on. Seb has been over at the bus stop, and he hurries back. I can't see him anywhere, but he could be miles away by now. Nobody at the bus stop saw him. I showed them a photo. The guy did, I say, gesturing at the smoking builder. He's got him. Paul's got him. And he said he was drunk. Paul's drunk? Seb frowns. No, Art. But of course he isn't. He hardly ever drinks. And he definitely didn't seem drunk earlier. I try calling him again, even though I fear it will be hopeless, pressing the phone to my ear. I think Paul's done something to him. Perhaps he's seffed. To my surprise, the call is answered with a short, yes. Oh, thank Christ, I say. Art, where are you? Nobody speaks, but I can still hear something. A vibrating or buzzing sound followed by a ticking. The sound of an indicator, perhaps. Art? I say again. I hear something. Laughter. Cruel, sneering laughter, and it doesn't come from my son. Please, tell me where Art is. The voice says something, but the signal must be weak as the words are distorted and broken. Hello? Paul, is that you? Please. The sound of laughter reaches my ears again. It chills me more than anything I've ever heard. I'm sorry. Art can't come to the phone right now, says the voice at the other end of the line. And you're not going to like the reason why. 59. At Heart Pond, July 2026. Movement, a gentle rocking back and forth. I can't work out why. Is my bed moving? I feel a vague feeling of panic when I wonder if it's an earthquake. I saw something on TV once when a backpacker on his gap year said he'd slept through an enormous earthquake, waking up in his hostel bed in the middle of the rubble, the walls gone, the roof caved in. But he was unharmed. All he remembered was a rocking motion in his sleep. I don't want to be in an earthquake, I mutter. What was that? Someone is speaking, but from very far away. The motion causes me to roll to the side. Earthquakes don't do that, or at least I don't think they do. I'm in a car. That's it. A more realistic explanation. Should have been the first thing I thought of. But there's something wrong with my brain. I'm finding thinking tricky, like using an old, slow computer, or trying to see through fog. Everything is taking time. And where am I going? I can't be in a car. I don't own a car. Mom owns a car. Am I with her? Is she taking me somewhere? Away from the wedding. The wedding. I should be at the wedding. I'm getting married today. If it is still today. Maybe I've missed it. I'm getting married. No, you're not. That voice again. The other person here. And now I can tell it's not Mum. She doesn't have a deep voice like that. Paul, I says in the strongest voice I can. Is that you? Sleeping Beauty awakes, he says. I try to sit up, but it's impossible. The movement sends a rush of nausea through me. Am I ill? Is that why he's taking me somewhere? To the hospital? I think about this, or try to. But words float through me. Going somewhere. With Paul. Honeymoon? I ask, the word falling into my mind like an obscure phrase from a long-lost language. That? Are we? I hear him laugh. God, why do you always have to be so fucking sweet, eh? Then, I knew you were sweet from the moment I saw you. From the night I walked into your life. Do you remember that night, Art? Memories come to me, though sorting through them is like trying to walk through water upstream. Yes, that night, Barrett Forest, the cottage. He laughs again. No, Art, sorry to say it, but you're wrong. That little cottage in Northumberland wasn't the first time we'd met. I did wonder if you'd recognize me. You were so clueless. You had no idea. I don't understand what he's saying. I know it's important. I know he's trying to tell me something. But I can't work it out. But I know that it isn't good. I know that he's telling me something. Terrible. I made the right call, not letting you see my face last year. I thought I'd have some fun catfishing you for a bit. And it worked, didn't it? It was a piece of cake to get you to that park. I understand. And I feel sick. I was so tempted to kill you then, he continues. It took a lot to hold back. I figured it would ruin the effect to have it all over so quickly. So I chose the long game. All games have to come to an end eventually. Where? I don't. We were going to get married, our wedding. You said you loved. Christ, shut up about the fucking wedding, Paul says. There isn't going to be a wedding. As he says this, I remember something. His arms on me. Then a pain. A pinprick or an insect sting. Maybe they left a pin in the suit, or a wasp. I patted at my clothes, felt around my neck. But I couldn't work out where it had come from. Then I was helped into a car. What? Have you done? Paul makes a scoffing sound as though the question is ridiculous. Don't try to talk. You'll just get yourself in a muddle. I've given you a dose of something my mum liked to take. Her demons got too much for her. She was very different to your mum. Had different tastes, different weaknesses. Why are you? I don't finish the question, but Paul seems to understand. Your mum has the answer to that little riddle, he says. She knows, or she will once she reflects on what she's done. I try to reply, to ask again what he means, but my throat is so dry I end up coughing. Then I hear something else. A phone is vibrating somewhere. I try to feel about, hoping it might be nearby, that whoever is calling might be able to make sense of this strange situation. Paul answers. Yes? He's silent for a bit while he listens, then he laughs and says, I'm sorry, Art can't come to the phone right now, and you're not going to like the reason why. If you call the police, you'll never see your little boy again. If you do what I say and admit what you did, I'll give him a fair chance. Come to the postcode GU578J. You'd better not delay, though. My patience might run out at any moment. 60. Serena. July 2026. He's going to kill him, I say, the words tumbling out of me in one breath. My eyes meet Seb's. I see his face go pale. He wouldn't, Seb says. What did he say? I have to go, I say, looking around wildly, but my car isn't here. I got a taxi. What? Where? Shouldn't we phone the police? Like, straight away? I shake my head. No, he said not to. He said I'll never see him again if I do. Seb looks horrified. Where do you have to get to? He gave me a postcode, but I can't remember. Shit, I can't remember it. The tears fall down my face. Then I realize it doesn't matter, that I can't recall the exact postcode. Because I know where he's headed. He's going where all this began, where my life changed, and so did his. I unlock my phone and go to Google. Serena, what is it? Seb asks, trying to see what I'm typing. I know where they're going. I know what this is about. My quick search confirms what I suspected, where the postcode leads. An image fills my screen. A large building. A former stately home, now derelict apparently. What's that? Where is it? Seb asks. It's McGovern Hall, just before Hampshire. Who lives there? I wipe away my tears, my hand shaking so hard my phone almost falls out of my grasp. I think it's empty now. But it used to be a hospital. It's where I gave birth to Art, where all this started, and I need to get there as fast as I can. Seb drives quickly, cutting up other drivers, weaving in and out of lanes, and at one point running a red light. I don't tell him to stop or slow down. I'd be doing the same if I were driving, but Seb had his car with him, and it meant we could leave without delay, and I'm grateful not to be going alone. Seb has stopped trying to convince me to call the police, even though he offered to take me and said we'd go after Paul and regardless, he still wanted me to report it. It's abduction, he said. They'd have to take it seriously, and they must know ways of saving Art without putting him at risk. I told him no. If I mess this up, who knows what Paul might do? And besides, I think I have a chance of talking him around. If I'm right about what this is about, I think I know what he needs to hear. Maybe I'm foolish for thinking I can handle this. Control the uncontrollable. Reason with a man who is, for want of a better word, mad. Because, surely, anyone who would do what he's done must be insane. And will I have time to fix it before it's too late? We continue the rest of the journey mostly in silence, my mind treating me to a never-ending showcase of the worst possible things, the very worst outcomes, until at last, as the clouds darken and rain begins to fall in heavy drops on the windscreen, Seb turns the car down a long country track. It says this is the way. Does this look right? I stare at the trees and fields around us. I think so. I'm not sure. I haven't been here for years. I think, yes, there it is. I point to the left, where the outline of a large building has become visible in the distance. The entrance to the long, snaking driveway. arrives on our left a few seconds later. The gates are rusted, black paint flaking off the aging metal. They're wide open, a collection of chains lying on the floor, as though discarded by someone. Oh, shit! Oh, God! I say under my breath as Seb drives through them. We should have a weapon, Seb says, like a gun or something. That's what we'd have if this were a movie. Or America. This isn't a movie, Seb. This is my life, I reply, trying not to cry again. I know. I'm sorry. I'm worried, too. I take in a deep breath and try to calm myself. Of course you are. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have snapped. I'm so grateful to you for bringing me here, for coming with me. He doesn't reply, but gives me a nod. When at last we arrive outside McGovern Hall, he parks the car right outside the front steps leading up to the main door. Open front door. Jesus. I'm going to have to go inside, aren't I? Seb looks through the hammering rain, peering at the door and the darkness within, then looks over at me. You don't, I will. I shake my head. I can't allow that. It wouldn't be fair. We don't have to go in at all, he says. We can still phone the FET. No, we're here now. I need to do this. I unbuckle my seatbelt and open the door. The roar of the rain is louder than I thought it would be. I'm still in my dress. I don't have a coat or a cardigan. The hot summer day has transformed into something closer to a dark afternoon in November. I take a deep breath and get out of the car, then run up the steps of the building. I hear the car door slam and Seb's footsteps behind me. I'll go first, I say. I look at him, and for the first time since we set out, I realize something. By allowing Seb to drive me here, I'm putting another woman's child at risk. I don't know his mom well, but she must love her son very much, and has been very kind and welcoming to mine. This is a poor way of repaying that kindness, endangering the life of her child. But, of course, he isn't a child. He's a grown man, capable of making his own decisions. And like he said earlier, he's here because he cares about art, too. So I put aside my guilt and concern and step through the doorway after him. The scent of damp and dust is immediately apparent inside. The whole building has been left to decay, even though I hated it when I was here. Part of me feels sad that such a grand house has fallen into such a state. I take out my phone and call Art's number, but nobody answers. Art? I cry out, the sound echoing around the dark interior of the hallway. Paul? I walk forward, out of the entrance hall and into the central hall, towards the main staircase. That's when I freeze. Oh, God, I say, looking at the stairs. Seb sees it too, the dark stains. Large patches marking the wood. Still dripping. And there's something on the half landing, a long, dark mass lying on the floor. No, I say, tears falling down my face. No, then my phone rings. 61. Serena. July 2026. Art's name is on the screen, and I rush to answer. Art? I ask, hoping to hear his voice, but I know I won't. I know who'll be on the other end. I saw your car arrive. I'm ready for you. And so is Art. What did you do to him? I cry, looking at the landing, feeling my chest go tight. I see Seb turn to me in horror, then back to the stairs. The thing lying there. Then he steps forward and walks up the stairs. Follow the lawn on the south side of the house. Head to the trees, where the ground dips downhill. Walk for 10 minutes. Then you'll find a stream. You'll find your baby boy there. The line goes dead. What did he say? Seb asks. Was it Paul? Yes. I say. Art's alive. We need to leave. It's a carpet, Seb says. At first it makes no sense. Then he gives the thing on the landing a kick, and it unfurls down the stairs. Leaf-strewn and marked with dust. There's a leak up here. Water is pouring in. That's what's on the stairs. It's not blood. My feeling of relief is only fleeting, because Paul's phone call made clear this is far from over. Outside, I say, turning to my left, to a large window at the end of the central hall, rain smashing against it. Even through the downpour, I can make out a line of trees. I bend down and tug off my heels. "What are you doing?" Seb asks. "Well, I can't walk there in these," I say. I straighten up, looking back at him, not bothering to wipe the tears from my face. "Come on then," he says. "We'll go together." The way through the grounds feels like it takes years. It isn't just the rain soaking us to the skin, battering our faces, making it hard to see. My bare feet slipping on the wet ground. It's the feeling of enveloping doom. Closer I get to the trees, the more I feel I'm about to come face to face with my very worst fear. The fear I've fought against my whole adult life. The fear of losing my child. I can see the stream, I say, as we dash through the trees. I race ahead as fast as I can until I come to a stop by the water's edge. "Oh my God," I say as my eyes try to make sense of the sight before me. Paul is standing in the stream, holding Art. First, I think Art is standing of his own accord. But then I see his head lolling to the side as though he's unconscious. Paul is holding him from behind. One arm around Art's chest, the other at his throat, holding a large hunting knife. "Let him go!" I know it's a useless request, that Paul isn't going to release him just because he's asked to. Still, I shout at him as loud as I can. "Please, Paul, let him go. He hasn't done anything wrong." "Get down here, Serena," Paul shouts back. I do as he says. I run down towards the edge of the water. I'm about to plow right into it when Paul yells, "That's enough. That's as far as you go." I come to a stop and almost fall forward. "We can do this calmly, Paul.
Can let Art go.
And then you and I can talk about why we're here, why you're doing this. It's been over 20 years, but it feels like yesterday. What happened here? What I went through? You must know. Surely you remember?" I take a tentative step forward, placing my left foot into the water. "I said stay," Paul says. "Stay where you are." Okay, I'm staying here," I say. "And yes, I do remember. I should hope so," Paul says, "considering the consequences of your actions. Consequences that continue to this day." He holds the knife close to Art's neck. "I don't deny that I was here, and I think your mother was too." "Is that what this is about, Paul? Is that why you've made us come here?" Something occurs to me then. I add 2 words, saying them as deliberately and loudly as I can. "Paul Thompson." He makes a strange sound, a mixture between a sob and a shout. "Don't call me that. I left that person behind. I left him. If you left the past behind, why are you here now? Why are you back? Why not just move on?" I see Art stir in his arms. It's hard to see because of the rain. But I think his eyes open. For a brief moment, his head turning towards me. Then his chin dips back down again. I've tried so many times, but I can't. Nobody understands. Nobody has ever understood. His eyes focus somewhere else. A space beyond me, a little to my left, towards the other side of the riverbank. His mouth opens, and for a moment it's like he's gone off somewhere, to another place. Or maybe back in time. "I want to understand," I say in what I hope is a calm and earnest voice. "Oh, you're about to," he says with renewed vigor. The hand holding the knife moves again, and for a moment, I'm worried he's going to do the worst. I shriek, about to race forward. But he's just lifting Art's head. Paul saw the movement. Move again, and I will kill him. Scream again, and I'll kill him. I stay very still, the rain dripping down my face, my skin prickling, my entire body freezing cold. "What can I do?" I say. "You can admit what you did. We've all made mistakes, Paul. No, not like that. Don't qualify an excuse and attempt to reduce what you did. I'm really losing fucking patience here. Paul, it's okay. Stop shouting. I'm ready to listen. I listened to you before. You remember? When were we at a riverbank like this one? It feels ages ago now, doesn't it? Don't patronize me. I'm not, I say quickly, regretting bringing it up. I'm just saying that you know I can listen. You know you can tell me anything. Tell me about your mother, Paul. Tell me what happened. And I'll tell you what I remember and I'll apologize. And then you'll let Art go, okay? He takes the knife away from Art and points it at me again. You already know what happened. Up there at the house. She killed herself, and it was all your fault. You destroyed her. I heard everything. 60 TWO. 21 years ago, I was worried when I couldn't find Serena anywhere. Then, I remembered she'd taken to smoking in the loose, leaning out of the window to avoid detection. I found her straight away, but she wasn't smoking. She was filling up a glass at the sink. When she tipped her head back to take a long drink, she let out a sound of pain. You all right? I asked. What did Nurse Gray say when you spoke to her? She got the doctor. It's a waiting game, apparently. They're going to check up on me again soon. I should be in bed, but I couldn't stay in that suffocating little room any longer. I nodded. I know what you mean. The rooms are so small considering how huge this place is. I was thinking, when we've had our babies and are back at home, we could meet up halfway for lunch or coffee. Hampshire isn't that far from London, and we could faft. She said something that I didn't catch. I assumed she was agreeing, so I carried on. Then our kids can grow up knowing each other. My boys have always been a bit isolated. I think I'm seen as a bit of a weirdo, if I'm honest. People don't rush to make friends with us. My parents aren't very friendly. I think that's why my boys get left out. Clara, please. I'm really sorry, but could you give me a moment alone? I heard what she said this time, but I didn't properly register it. I wanted to finish what I was telling her. Keen for her to understand. So I thought, if our kids were friends, Suspense. She spun around to face me, then clearly wished she hadn't, clutching at her side and dropping the glass. Hit the edge of the sink and shattered. Friends? She hissed. What are you talking about? We don't even know each other. I was startled. Serena had sometimes seemed annoyed over the past few days, but I just thought that was because she was stressed about the baby, upset that her parents had sent her here. But it seemed I'd been wrong. I know that, I said slowly, watching her, unnerved by how cross she looked, like I'd annoyed her. But we've had, what do they call it? A shared experience. Yes, that's it. A bonding experience, us two, both pregnant. Of course we're both pregnant, she muttered. It's a maternity hospital. I took a step towards her. You've really helped me. Before I came here, I never really imagined I could feel anything other than hopeless. I felt hopeless and awful about everything. Being away from my parents and talking to you has made me feel so much better. Isn't that enough? She clenched her eyes tight shut, her face screwing up as though an alarm had gone off in her ears. Christ, just shut up. For 1 minute, stop bloody talking. The room shook around me. Her words a bomb blast, echoes of them rippling through every part of my mind and body. I'm sorry, I tried to say, but could barely speak, a coldness spreading through my face, freezing my lips, my tongue, my vocal cords. I've tried to be polite, she said. But you're too much. I asked you to give me a moment, but you carried on and on. Sorry, I said again. The coldness was spreading, imprisoning me in a layer of ice. I didn't mean. I just thought, well, I thought it would be nice to think of the future. If you don't want our children to be friends, our children will never be friends. We'll never be friends. Now fuck off and leave me alone. Then she walked away, leaving the pieces of glass behind her, shattered, ruined, broken forever. 63. Serena, July 2026. I knew it was your fault, Paul says. It was your words that did it. It took me a while to work it out. Although I heard you say it, I didn't properly understand what must have happened. I was 8 years old. I even thought it was my fault. That I hadn't been a good enough son, that she hated her life because of me and Troy. Then, as I got older, I knew it wasn't just me. Something pushed her over the edge that night. Someone, and that someone was you. I stare back at him, trying not to cry. One of the biggest regrets of my life is exploding in front of me, and all I want to do is break down, curl up in a ball, and shut off my mind from the world. I can't. I have to be strong. I can't rewrite the past, but I can find a way to save my son in the present. I have to. Paul. I wasn't in a good state of mind back then either. Don't give me excuses, Serena, he says, pointing the knife at me again. They really won't wash. His words make Art stir. He lets out a low, moaning noise, only just audible over the sound of the rain hitting the water. I wonder if he's trying to speak. He keeps moving his lips. Perhaps he's trying to call out to me. Perhaps the word he's trying to say is Mum. I'm not. I'm trying to explain, I say, keeping my eyes on Art, hoping he'll open his. He goes still and quiet again, and I feel like screaming. Paul returns the blade to Art's throat. You don't know what it's like to hear someone destroy your whole world, do you, Serena? You don't know what it's like to have that moment play around in your head again and again and again until you think you'll go mad with the pain it causes you. Jesus Christ, Paul! I gave birth that night. I bled out so much that they had to give me a transfusion. I had a screaming baby, and I'd been cut open. I had a near life-threatening hemorrhage. I had a mother who didn't give a fuck about me, and a father who didn't bother to even come and see me. At least you still had a mother, says Paul. You do not have a monopoly on trauma, guilt, and shame, Paul. We all have our demons. I've regretted what I said to your mum for years, worrying it's what caused her to take her own life. If you think I dismissed it, you couldn't be more wrong. If I were you, Paul says, I'd stop trying to piss off the man holding a knife to your son's throat. Worried I'm being too daring, I take another tentative step forward into the water. Throughout our conversation, I've been feeling the temperature rising and falling, my skin growing hot in spite of the rain. It's like I've suddenly caught an illness and have a fever, and I'm surprised how cool and calming the water feels. I'm not trying to upset you, I say levelly. I promise you. Yes, you are. Otherwise, you would have stayed on the fucking riverbank like I told you. Paul, I'm telling you I understand. I promise you, I'm not making excuses. I know how serious this is. It's been a big thing for me to work through myself feet. Stop talking. As if this is your own private little therapy session. You seem confused about why we're here. This is about retribution, you understand? We're not working through anything. It's too fucking late for that. This is about you finally getting what you deserve. This panics me further. My hopes of reasoning with him and making him see sense now, seeming even more remote. Even if I do deserve to feel guilty, this is a price I'm not prepared to pay. You're not going to hurt Art, Paul, I say, shakily. You could have killed him at any point since that first night back in January when you came into our cottage. You didn't. I see his face tense, and he grits his teeth. I was going to. I'd seen on Facebook that was where you were. You should be more careful in future. I tracked you down. It helped that you'd chosen a cottage in a forest, where there'd been killings in the past. I figured, Why not add a few more bodies to its blood-soaked history? Mother and son found slaughtered in the woods of death. I could see the headlines, and you'd have deserved it. But you didn't do it. You chose not to. You didn't hurt us. I think you were reminded of something that night, weren't you? It was the little river that upset you. A river like this one. As I say this, I see him glance again at the riverbank over my left shoulder. That's why you considered jumping in. I continue. That's why you were genuinely distressed. Paul seems to be wrestling with something. Memories, perhaps, of that difficult night. I still wanted to hurt you. But then, when you took me in, we were kind to you. We showed you kindness. That's why you decided not to hurt us. He lets out a sudden laugh and it makes me jump. Wrong. I decided it would be a waste to kill you too quickly. I thought it would be much better to make you watch. As someone you loved slipped slowly away from you, out of your grasp. I'd already had the chance to kill him quickly, but I knew that wasn't the way. I wanted you to know what it's like to have your whole life, your whole existence, taken from you and watch while it happens. So, when your son made it clear he fancied me, I thought, why not? Why not play the long game and make you suffer from the sidelines? And suffer you did, watching with your oh-so-sweet dismay as you thought I was flirting with you, when all the while I was screwing your precious boy. God, you were fun to mess with. And the more I went on, the more I realized I could make it more permanent than I ever imagined. By becoming Art's husband, I'd enjoy his money and get to hold his life in the balance for years. You'd never know peace while I was there. In his house, in his bed. It would have been like a life sentence for you. I'm trying to take all this in. All the information is pouring out of him, as though he's been desperate to tell everyone how clever he's been for a very long time. Now he's having his moment. But amidst it all, I can't help but feel there's a glaring absence. A name. So what about Meryl, I ask? What was she? Just collateral damage? An obstacle in your way? Paul makes a scoffing sound. That old witch. Setting detectives onto me. She was powerless in the end. All it needed was a single push. Hearing him admit it feels huge. Something has changed inside me. Something broken, finally clicking back into place. The fact that he has an alibi somehow managed to fool the police. All that remains. I can't get to the bottom of that now. She was ancient. She'd had her time. Not like some people. I realize your mum was very young, I start to say, but he cuts me off. I'm not just talking about my mum. I see him shake violently, and again he looks over my shoulder at the side of the river, as though someone is standing there, calling out to him. Someone only he can hear. What are you looking at, Paul? I ask. Why did the river upset you back in Northumberland? Why are we here now? His lip trembles. Then he says, as he begins sobbing, Little Troy. Tell me about Little Troy. Tell me what happened. Paul's sobs grow worse and he buries his head into Art's shoulder. It would be pitiful if he weren't holding a knife to the neck of my only child. It was the worst thing, he says. The very worst thing. 64. Paul, 21 years ago. Our children will never be friends. We'll never be friends. Now fuck off and leave me alone. The words he'd heard moments earlier echoed through Paul's head as his eyes took in his mother's body. Blood around her wrists. All over the floor. As the tip of his muddy trainers nudged the broken glass on the floor, his brain collected together everything he'd seen and heard. The words, what they meant, and the horror of the scene before him. That woman who had been in here with his mum had been horrible to her. So she'd hurt herself so badly she was no longer here. If only he'd come in sooner, told her not to listen to the nasty lady, that they'd come to find her to bring her home. But it was too late to go home. He'd been too late. Come away, he said to little Troy. Mummy, said his brother in the smallest voice. He pulled him away, but he was too rough, and it caused Troy to slide onto the floor, right into the blood. Troy didn't cry. He just looked at his hands, red and glistening in the harsh fluorescent light. Paul tried to get him up, but he slipped too, falling painfully to his knees, the blood soaking into his jeans. He managed to get up and pulled Troy with him. Should he shout for help? But they shouldn't be here. And worse, what if they thought he'd done it? He knew the cops used stuff at crime scenes to put people in prison, and they were covered in their mum's blood. They'd think they'd killed her. Paul looked at his trainers, then at his brothers. They were going to leave footprints if they weren't careful. Take off your shoes, Paul said. Give them to me. Mummy, I want— You can't have Mummy. She's not here anymore. She's dead, and I need your shoes. Don't say dead, Troy said with a sob. But he began to pull at the Velcro. Paul took them, leaving Troy standing on the clean part of the tiled floor. Then he did the same with his shoes. I'll carry them, he said. They left the bathroom, Troy looking at his mother's body until the last moment, and Paul trying to do anything but. There was no point in looking at her. She wasn't there anymore. She'd left them forever. Now it was all up to him. They got out the way they came in. Only one person passed them, an elderly lady carrying a large pile of towels, muttering to herself. It was like he and Troy were invisible. Two bloodied ghosts that nobody could see. Outside, the night air was fierce and cold. So cold, Paul wondered if they'd traveled through time, like they'd stepped out into another season. Winter. The middle of winter instead of the start of spring. Once they were safely onto the grass and walking away from the building, he gave little Troy his shoes back. He could tell there was something wrong with him, but he kept going. Told him they needed to get away, far away. He almost had to carry his brother as they headed for the trees. Paul didn't know where they were going, but he had a vague feeling that the police would come along the road. So they shouldn't go that way. Should they go home? Were they outcasts now? Cursed to live alone. On the streets, Troy sounded like he was trying to speak. But the words didn't make sense. Paul carried on trying to lift him, but the blood made his hands all slippery. They needed to wash the blood off. Otherwise, people would know. They'd know where they'd been. They might even go to prison. No, little Troy wouldn't go to prison. He was too young. Maybe he would as the older brother. They'd have to punish one of them, wouldn't they? We need to wash the blood off, Paul said, pointing at the water visible through the trees up ahead. Was it a pond? No, it was a river or a stream. Enough water for them to wash in. That was the first thing they needed to do. Anything else, any decisions he needed to make, could come later. Now, they just had to get clean. Want, Mummy, Troy said as Paul dragged him to the icy water. They were the last words he'd ever say. 65. Serena. July 2026. I'd guessed this was where things were heading. I'd worked it out when he kept looking at the left bank. Hearing the story still hits me hard. I now know that my deepest regret and the guilt that's eaten away at me hasn't just been justified. It's been far worse than I ever imagined. You took him away from me, Paul says, his voice high-pitched and shaky. If it wasn't for you, there wouldn't have been the blood. I can understand why you think that, I say, tears falling from my eyes. Let them fall. But harming Art isn't going to solve this. He's innocent. Troy was innocent. Paul screams. I know, I say. I mean, your son isn't innocent. You don't know what he's fucked up too. The angry, vicious look is back on Paul's face now, the sobs abating, the knife moving so the point is pricking the underside of Art's chin. He's not the good little boy you think he is, no loss to the world. I see movement behind him, movement that makes my heart leap. Keep him talking. I have to keep him talking. I have to make sure he doesn't see what I can see. Why do you say that? What's Art done to you? More movement. Cautious steps behind him. Slowly, very slowly, Seb walks down the side of the riverbank. I almost forgot he's here with us, so caught up in Paul's unraveling. It's more what he's done to you, his secret, his shame. You don't know everything about him. Seb is putting one foot into the water now. Then another. The rain is still falling, though less intensely now, making his movements all the more risky. Paul doesn't hear him. He's focused on me. You're right, I don't. That's been a lesson I've learned recently. I would like to. If you'd give me the chance, Paul shakes his head. No, you've had enough chances. You mess people up, Serena. My mum, your son, even that psycho woman who tried to attack you. If you hadn't turned Meryl against me, she'd still be living today. You ruin lives and don't even realize you're doing it. Well, now it's your turn to suffer. You're going to get to know your son very well now. You're going to know what it looks like when I open him up and let his blood spill out. You're going to hold his lifeless body the same way
I had to hold little Troy right where you're standing.
He nods towards the riverbank. I tried to bury him. I spent most of that night clawing up the ground with my hands. But then my grandparents found me. They'd come looking. Guessed where I'd gone. They covered it up. They took his body and made it look like he'd died in my drug addict father's garden. He went to prison, and my grandparents wouldn't even have a funeral. I couldn't say goodbye to him or my mum. I'm trying to compute what he's telling me, but my attention is almost entirely on Seb. Just a few more steps. He has just a few more steps to go. I need to buy him time. That must have been so difficult, not being able to grieve. Having to push down all those feelings, push down the trauma. I had to push down my whole identity, don't you understand? They made me change my name, had me adopted, washed their hands of me. It was like I was this malignant tumor that needed to be cut away from their lives. Like I was the bad one. A small part of me feels sympathy, wants to tell him again how sorry I am, but all I can do is watch the shaking hand holding the knife. I see a trickle of dark liquid falling from the point of the blade down Art's neck. Paul sees it too. He looks down at my son in his arms, then up at me. Get used to the blood, Serena, because it's going to be all you'll ever see from now on. He raises the knife high, angled towards Art's jugular. When you go to sleep at night, when you close your eyes, all you're ever going to see is this. Then, with a sharp stabbing motion, he brings the knife down. 66. Talkyar C. July 2026. I can just about see the trees above me. Beautiful colors. Exaggerated, blurred colors. Like someone's dialed up the saturation in my eyes. It's weird, but I keep having these moments of absolute calm. Then, the calm eyes gets disrupted by something around me. Something that reminds me that I'm not supposed to be admiring the trees, taking in the spicy and slightly sweet aftershave I know so well. Paul's scent. The scent I've breathed in so many times. Like the colors, it's stronger than normal, sending sparks through my mind. Mum's voice, saying something loud. Stressed, the sound is harsh, makes me feel something anxious. Yes, that's it, anxious. One of those things disrupting the calm. Have I upset her? Is she here because she's cross with me? Something I've done or didn't do? Then I feel something cold at my neck. Doesn't fit. Why would my neck be cold? Metal. There's something metal there. And sharp. No. My mind floats away from my body and up into the sky. It's like there's something that's separating me from my physical form. Perhaps I'm saving myself from the horror of what's happening. The fact that my fiancé, the man I thought I loved, is holding a knife to my throat. Please just let him go. Mum's words make me want to scream or cry, but the lightness, the floating feeling, all of that's getting in the way. It's like I've forgotten how to scream, how to cry. Perhaps this is what dying feels like. Even though he hasn't cut my throat, maybe life is still slipping from me. Pain. Pain in the back of my neck, like at the hall, in London, at my wedding. He must have injected me again just before we got to the trees. Poon. To the river. The word river fills my mind, taking shape, throwing up memories of flowing streams, large bodies of water, until eventually I'm sure I can feel it, the sensation of water on my skin. That's when I realize I'm standing up to my knees in water. This fact kickstarts a rush of clarity. I stop floating, stop separating from my body, and begin to feel like one complete being again. I'm in the middle of a river. Paul's holding on to me, one arm around my chest. The other is holding a knife to my throat, saying things that hurt more than that blade ever could. How he never really loved me. How he thought about killing me so many times. And now he might be about to actually do it. As though I meant nothing, all to hurt Mum. And it really would hurt her, I know that. The strongest pain a person could feel. It would kill her from the inside. All her worst fears are coming true. And there's nothing I can do to stop it. Once this knowledge has sunk in, I feel the sense of weightlessness returning. I wonder if I'm about to faint, perhaps go unconscious again. But then something catches my eye. Movement in my peripheral vision. Just about in focus. I only get a glimpse of him, but I know who it is at once. Seb. Am I hallucinating? Why is he here, watching me? Where is he going? Come back. Seb, please, come back. Help me. He's gone. I can't see him anymore. Maybe he wasn't even here at all. I dimly remember reading somewhere that the brain can sometimes show us things that will calm us. At the end, people we love and care about. Faces we might want to see one last time. The thought comforts me. It's as though someone's told me everything will be okay. Then my field of vision shifts and changes again. Another face coming into focus. It's Mum. I can see her, now, standing right there in front of me. Then I'm falling forwards. Water, filling my eyes, my ears, covering me, shouting, screams, movement. Someone thrashing about, more shouting. But I can still see Mum. Not with my eyes, but in my mind. Darker image than before. Getting darker as seconds float by, until eventually everything is dark, and it's time for me to sleep again. 67. Ust Art. July 2026. When I wake up, I know instantly that I'm in hospital, and it isn't like the last time a year ago, full of pain, worry, and shame. Instead, I feel rested, comfortable, filled with peace. It reminds me of something. Then I remember how I felt. That weird, floaty sensation, standing in the river, Paul's arms around me, and the knife at my throat. The feeling of peace vanishes, and I'm overwhelmed by a rush of alarm. Hey, lie back down, mate. It's okay. Seb's here. He's sitting beside my bed. Some of the alarm and panic dims a little as I see his smiling face. Like me, he's dressed only in a white and blue dotted hospital gown. Finally, awake, I see. I should probably call for someone. I don't want him to go. Not yet, I mutter, rubbing my eyes. My arms feel strangely light, my fingers like folds of fabric. Do you remember much? He says. There's a cautious look in his face, as though he's worried what I might say. Perhaps. He thinks I'll have some kind of meltdown. I think I need to get things in order in my head before I reach that point. I remember the stream. Paul holding me. I raise a hand to my neck. A knife, yeah, threatened to kill you with it. But it's okay. He didn't do it. Well, obviously, it's all over. He shuffles towards me, trying to get close, and I see that his arm is in a bandage and a sling. What happened? I asked. Fucker cut me, didn't he? He says, matter-of-factly, as if he's talking about a rude driver on a motorway, not a deranged man with a knife. How bad, I ask, gently easing myself up into a sitting position. Pretty bad. Stitches. Hurt like hell. Still does a bit. Keep asking them for more of the magic pills, but they're eking them out. Tight NHS bastards, he grins. Only joking. Everyone here's been amazing. I think they saved your life. I look at him. I think you did that. His smile remains, but there's an edge to it. The concern is back. Trepidation, maybe. So you do remember? I shake my head. I remember falling into the water. And I saw you on the riverbank just before. I think he dropped me. I presume that's when you tried to distract him, and he cut you? Seb looks down at the bed covers. More or less. Silence falls for a bit. Then I ask, I feel like there's something you're not saying. About Paul? Even as I say it, I feel I know the answer. Maybe I knew it before we started talking. Knew this was how things would end. He's dead, isn't he? Seb's eyes shoot back to mine. Then he nods. I figured he must be. Otherwise, you'd have said the police had him or something. Oh, fuck, Art. I'm sorry. I wasn't sure. I didn't know how you'd feel about how much you knew. I clench my fists, but it sends an extreme pins and needles sensation through my arms, so I stop. I heard what he said. About how he didn't love me. He was trying to hurt Mum through me. I'm not sure why. Seb looks awkward. I think she'd better explain that part. I nod, slowly. Then look around. Shit, where is she? I'm appalled at myself for not asking sooner, so busy trying to unpick how I was saved. I've forgotten to check she's all right. I feel awful. She's fine, don't worry. She nipped home to get some dry clothes. She wanted to stay, but the medic said you were fine and didn't think you'd come round for a bit. I would have gone, but... He holds up his arm. She'll be pissed when she sees you've woken earlier than expected. Actually, not pissed. She'll be thrilled, but you know what Art! Mum's cry echoes through the ward. She's holding 2 coffees and rushes to put them down. Then she's by my side, hugging me, clutching my head to her as she sobs into my shoulder. My boy. Oh, my sweet boy. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault. I choke. He was my boyfriend. My fiancé. I'm the one who was tricked. I should have listened to you. It takes me a few moments to realize that I'm crying too, though not sobbing like Mum. Just silent tears, falling down my face, impossible to stop. It's not as simple as that, my love, she says. And you're not to blame. At all. That's the most important thing, okay? I don't nod. I can't believe that's true. How could I not be to blame for all this? The number of times she tried to warn me, and I pushed her away, rejected her care, dismissed her warnings. How can I ever forgive myself? There are things I need to tell you, Mum says, wiping her eyes. I'll give you some time alone, Seb says, slipping slowly off the bed. He gives me a small smile and a thumbs up. Then he's out of sight, beyond the curtain. I don't understand a lot of things, I say. I heard some of what he said, but I still don't. It's okay, Art. I'll explain everything, Mum says. And she does. She tells me that the police have made a discovery. Paul has been journaling for years, keeping his notebooks hidden under his bed. A lot of them are disturbed ramblings. But he mentions his decision to have Meryl killed. How they suspect Carter is the one who actually did it, on Paul's bidding, with the promise of a cut of the money. It wasn't only about the money, though, for Paul, Mum says, still looking teary. It was about getting back at me. I think he knew Meryl's death would do that, removing the people I care about. First her, then you. He didn't succeed in that, at least. She clasps my hand tight. But why? I ask. I know the question must be painful for her. But I've got to understand. I listen without interrupting. She tells me about when she was very young and pregnant with me, a sad, desperate time that she's done her best to forget. But she has to reopen those wounds so I can understand. And to my amazement, she asks me for forgiveness. Mum, you don't need me to forgive you. You were younger than me. No wonder you got all messed up, being sent to that awful place. It wasn't your fault that you got annoyed with that woman. Everyone's done something like that. Everyone's made mistakes. Mum nods and gives me a sad smile. I realize then it's my turn to confess. Because I remember what Paul said in the car. His taunts. References to what happened last year. The hidden shame I've been carrying around. A weight on my shoulders. One I don't want to bear in silence any longer. There's something I need to tell you now, I say, my voice shaking. It's about what happened to me at uni. She frowns, confused. When you were mugged. I nod and bite my lip. Then I take a deep breath and say, that night in Barrett Forest wasn't the first time I'd met Paul, only I didn't know it at the time. I tell her everything. I tell her about matching with a guy online, going to meet him in a park, how I felt like I was to blame for the whole fucked up thing, and how I was so ashamed of myself, worried how ashamed she'd be of me. Oh, Art, I could never, she says. We all do things when we're young that we don't understand or end up feeling bad about later. Risky situations that you don't fully think through at the time. It's a big part of living, something we all go through while we're figuring things out. And that couldn't excuse what Paul did to you. You were the victim that night. A victim and a survivor. The way you've recovered, the way you've managed to get through it. It's a marvel. You are a marvel, my love. There are more tears and hugs, patches where we sit in silence, just hold each other's hands, and listen to the noise of the hospital around us. While we sit there, I think about what Seb said. About moving on and pretending this terrible year never happened. I thought that wouldn't be possible. But now Mum's here, I'm not so sure. I feel a glimmer of something buried underneath all the trauma and confusion, the deception and betrayal. Hope. There is hope there. I haven't got a full hold on it yet, but I know it's possible. Although people carry scars with them for years, those scars don't have to define us. It is possible to move on. The epilogue. Serena. I organize graves for Clara and Troy. Or Little Troy, as Paul called him.
After I told Michael Allerton what Paul had said, how Troy's body had been moved and his biological father framed,
it didn't take them long to track down the case, find out who his grandparents were, how they'd tried to cover up the deaths of their daughter and grandson. And that's what led me to this little Hampshire churchyard, close to the village where Paul grew up. I put flowers by the new headstones and lay my hand gently on Clara's, thinking about the past, how this is the least I can do. That's what I say to Art when he asks why I'm doing it. There's nobody else. His grandparents died years ago. His father died in prison. We're the only ones left. So I thought it would be the right thing. An end, of sorts. An end to this year. Art tells me the year isn't over. It's barely September. I'm already planning exhibitions for next spring. And I know, once we're into the autumn, it will be like a slide, speeding us towards Christmas, and then New Year's Day. A year since all this started. Then, that isn't really true, I think, as I pull my coat close against the blustering wind. This began a long time ago. I've struggled with my memories of my teenage years, of the mistakes I made, even before I learned the whys and the hows. My struggle hasn't been as fraught and destructive as Paul's, but still. It isn't easy to discover you contributed to the deaths of multiple people, 2 of them children. So that's why I'm here, in this empty graveyard on a dark, rainy afternoon, trying to make amends. Art and I don't talk much on the drive home. We're starting to get back to normal now, he and I, but it isn't the same as it used to be. A new normal would be a better way of describing it. We know more about each other. Some good, some less so. I'm trying to stay clear of words like bad. Even though I'm not proud of the way I've handled things, as Neris has told me, when she arrived back in London and I talked the whole thing through with her, absolutist language isn't helpful when talking about human nature. We're all mysterious, complicated creatures. But no matter how much I tell myself this, usually at 3 a.m., when memories resurface, it doesn't sweep everything away. It doesn't dispel the fear I felt when I thought that knife was going to plunge into Art's neck, or the cracking sound Paul's head made. Even though Seb had knocked the knife out of his hand, taking a slash to his arm in the process, that wasn't enough for me. Paul had threatened my son. He'd tried to take him from me, and perhaps he still might have if I hadn't acted quickly. He could have made one last attempt to hurt my baby boy. So I made sure that wasn't possible. I bent down in the water where he'd fallen, lifted his chin, turning his face towards mine. We stared into each other's eyes for a second. Then I smashed his head down as hard as I could on the rock by the river's bank. It was over so quickly, I barely realized I'd done it, until I saw how still and silent he'd become. No longer a living, breathing person, no longer a threat. I'm just grateful neither Seb nor Art saw it happen. My relationship with my son is complicated enough already. We're not through the woods yet, even though things are getting better. We're talking, communicating, learning to live with each other again before he goes back to university. We're mending our wounds, together. The fact that his mother is a murderer probably wouldn't help. Let the past stay in the past.